All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Going to be with you now for the next 2 hours. Happy Christmas Eve, as we are just a couple of days away now from Christmas. Hard to believe that this year is almost over, and we're looking forward to a happy and healthy 2017 for everybody watching around the world right now. Our first topic of the day, we're going to get right into it. A lot of people saying Donald Trump is having a harder time finding the celebrity talent for his inauguration parties than it was for him to fill his cabinet. I got some of the down low here for you guys, and let me know what you think about the comments section. Is Donald Trump having a little bit harder time trying to get these celebrities that always in the past have seemed to be leaning more towards Democrats? When you talk about like a Katy Perry or Madonna or any of those other names. But let's get into it. The only confirmed talent so far is 16-year-old America's Got Talent 2010 runner-up Jackie Evancho, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, and the Rockettes. Trump spokeswoman Kellyanne Conway insisted to a media report that there will be more singers, but refused to name them. Many performers, some who have been asked, others who have not, have already taken a pass. Here's some of the list. Gene Simmons' wife told TMZ Kiss politely declined the invitation to perform at the inauguration. Simmons said he would be touring Europe at the time. Trump's longtime friend Steve Wynn reportedly promised to deliver Celine Dion to perform at the inauguration, but could not follow through. All right, the manager for the band Chainsmokers had to respond to New York Magazine's Brian Feldman after he tweeted the band was performing. They are not, supposedly. Will and Grace star Eric McCormick told the Wrap he would perform at the inauguration, but only in exchange for a lobotomy, adding, "My whole brain removed from my head. I don't want the lineup will be, but I hear Scott Baio's doing dramatic readings." So that is the very latest there with that story. Donald Trump did respond this morning. The so-called A-list celebrities are all wanting tickets to the inauguration, but look what they did for Hillary. Nothing. I want the people. So let me know what you think there in that comment section. We'll keep that discussion going. Looks like we do have a press conference of some sorts going on right now. Let's get to it.
With our Libyan counterparts, and I would like to thank the Prime Minister for his support over the past few hours, and also, I must say, other people from all over Libya who were willing to support our initiative. One last question. We had only one line of negotiation, what matters to us, which was Commander Kurmi. We're not aware or cannot comment if there were telephone calls to and from the aircraft.
So the involvement in your politics of the legislature so far, what was it like to receive the call? Where were you? What were you doing at the time when you heard that this was taking place?
We were preparing for our lunch. It's annual lunch. So thank you. God willing, it was a very good day. No casualties, and people are safe. Thank you very much.
All right, that was the latest information. It was a scary situation earlier this morning. Malta hijackers surrender after releasing the Libyan airliner and the passengers. Two hijackers who forced a Libyan plane to land in Malta had threatened to blow it up on Friday, but now they have released everyone on board and surrenders. Authorities did not say if the pair had made any demands, but one of them was seen waving a green flag outside the aircraft, suggesting a loyalty to former Libya leader Gaddafi. All right, interesting stuff there. We're glad everyone was able to be safe there. Take a look at the Dow right now, just down 9 points with a total of 19,909. Earlier in the week, we were very close. We were about 20 points away from 20,000. Looks like a little less than 100 right now away from that 20,000 mark. All right, folks, and here is the plane that was hijacked. Fortunately, everyone is safe now. Hijackers did surrender. The Airbus A320 carrying 111 passengers was on a domestic service in Libya, now safe.
imma x'isma' xejdulu li l-lom f'daqqa kien hemm bil-barnuża sewda. U ieħor ma kellux barnuża u kien hemm ieħor qudiemu bil-bandera ta' Gaddafi. Għandi dak, imma di għandi ieħor wara dak għandi ieħor. Wara kien hemm ieħor. Ara fuq il-ġismu. Tifhem jagħtek. Ta' grazie. Ta' xejn. Iva, thank you. Ciao. Ciao.
Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. All hostages have been released following a hijack drama at Malta International Airport. At around 3:20 local time, the hijackers were seen leaving the plane and surrendering to soldiers following an almost 4-hour standoff. The plane had about 120 people on board, landed in Malta after it was hijacked in Libyan airspace. The plane was on an internal flight and was diverted by two hijackers believed to be in their mid-20s who claimed to have a hand grenade and threatened to blow up the plane. A total of 111 passengers, 82 men, 28 women, and an infant, and 7 crew members were on board the aircraft, which landed in Malta at 11:32 a.m. local time. All passengers are to be Libyan. The hijackers, claiming to be from a pro-Gaddafi group, had said they were willing to let all passengers go apart from the crew if their demands were met. Still not known what their demands were, though as the drama unfolded, it appeared to be the result of a bitter Libyan political feud rather than an act of terrorism. International media reported that the Libyan transport minister was negotiating with the hijackers. The airport informed passengers in the departures lounge that all flights had initially been canceled or diverted until further notice. At 12:43 local time, the airport informed passengers that airport operations had resumed. This is a first major hijack in Malta since 1985, 31 years. The last major hijack in Malta took place November 23rd, 1985, when an Egypt Air Boeing 737 plane was diverted to the island. What followed was a 24-hour nightmare that ended in a bloody massacre with 62 people dead when Egyptian commandos stormed the plane. Only one of the 3 hijackers survived and was brought to justice. Two Libyan hijackers seeking asylum in Europe to establish a pro-Gaddafi party have surrendered following a tense standoff lasting more than 4 hours after forcing a plane to land with 118 people on board in Malta. The men in their 20s, supporters of the late former leader Gaddafi, were seen walking away from the Airways plane with the final crew members after giving themselves up Friday afternoon. One of the hijackers told Libyan television that he is the head of a pro-Gaddafi political party. A minister said the hijackers who forced the aircraft to land at 10:30 local time were asked for asylum in Malta. Over the next few hours, passengers began leaving the plane in groups. The hijackers surrendered shortly after 2:30 their local time. After a long wait on the runway, the plane's door opened and a first group of women and children were seen descending a mobile staircase. Dozens more passengers were released minutes later. The plane had been on a domestic Libyan route. The pilot earlier tried to land in Libya, but the hijackers refused his request. The pilot reported to the control tower in Tripoli that they were being hijacked. Then they lost communication with him, the official said. The pilot tried very hard to have them land at the correct destination, but they refused. A source from Libya's unity government confirmed hijackers diverted the plane and it had received permission to land in Malta. The island lies about 300 miles north of the Libyan coast. The Malta Airport Authority said all emergency teams had been dispatched to the site of what is called an unlawful interference on the airport tarmac. All right, folks, we do want to show you video, though, from earlier today when the soldiers were able to get the passengers safely off the plane that was hijacked earlier in the day. Show you some of that video here that we have for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do have you covered here. Welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're just joining us here, you are taking video. Take a look at video as hostages were being transported away from the plane that was hijacked by two hijackers earlier in the day. They forced an airliner to land in Malta. Then they freed all their hostages unharmed and surrendered after declaring their loyalty to Libya's late leader, Muammar Gaddafi. Television's pictures showed two men being led from the aircraft in handcuffs. The prime minister of the tiny Mediterranean island tweeted that hijackers surrendered, searched, and taken into custody. Buses were driven onto the tarmac at Malta International Airport to carry away 109 passengers, as well as some of the crew. Television footage showed no signs of struggle or alarm. After passengers had left the plane, a man briefly appeared at the top of the steps with a plain green flag, resembling that of Gaddafi's now defunct state. In a tweet, the TV station later quoted the hijacker as saying, "We took this measure to declare and promote our new party." We're going to show you here a little video from before when passengers were getting off the plane after being on the tarmac for close to 4 hours. All right, now we're going to see Andrea Robinson live right now for her Taste of the Town. Let's take a look live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix.
A new spot in Gilbert called Grub Stack. Watch. Grub Stack is making it easy and delicious to get your grub on in Gilbert, and the owner has deep roots to the valley and state.
Well, this is the owner. This is Colton Grubb, the Grub in Grub Stack. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being here.
Your family, no stranger to Arizona.
Yes, my grandfather Lou Grubb came here from Long Island in 1945 and created a very successful automotive business, and my dad worked with him for a number of years.
Having Having spent years in the family business, as well as working with the Phoenix Suns and other Valley businesses, his passion to create grew, but his love of food never went away.
Kept on thinking about an idea and I just couldn't stop, and I wanted to take what I learned in some other industries and see if I can put it all together.
So it's fast casual and you walk right up, the menu's there. It's really easy. And then look at this beauty taking your order. But you can really customize any sort of thing you want.
Yes, so really with our menu, we're just like other restaurants. We have composed entrees, we call our signature stacks. We have 4 wonderful salads, we call our garden stacks. A very unique sandwich to us, it's called the grub cheddar. Just imagine a grilled cheese and bruschetta, and if they had a baby.
Oh yeah.
And then of course we have a customizable a la carte menu where you can really grub your way.
And they've even got several local beers on tap as well as wine.
Well, I'm here with Chef Seth Wittes, and here's the menu looking so delicious, starting with one pack full of veggies.
Absolutely. This is our grubatouille right here, our play on a ratatouille. Some delicious Parmesan crusted squash items on top of our roasted root vegetables, tomato sauce.
The favorites continue with this.
This is our take on a buffalo wing, boneless of course. We braise the chicken in-house, bacon drippings and everything, little tangy sauce on top, blue cheese, celery and carrots.
And the waffle fries being the base, 50-50, sweet and regular.
Absolutely.
With that.
Sweet Lou's barbecue, an homage to Colton's grandfather here. We have a barbecued pork belly and beef, coleslaw on top.
But if you're looking for something on the light side, this is yours.
This is our most popular healthy item here, quinoa, roasted veggies, our delicious basil pesto, kale, and roasted chicken.
So then we have room for this.
Something just to end with, definitely to share here. We have our cinnamon graham cracker bread pudding, delicious marshmallow, and a sourced, delicious in-house fudge cream.
Knocking it out of the park. Grub Stack, check them out in Gilbert. A must-see and taste spot. So it's right in downtown Gilbert where all those restaurants have kind of piled up along Gilbert, around Elliott or so. So yeah, check it out. They're open today. And I believe they said they're open tomorrow for they open actually at 10:30. They have a breakfast version of one of their dishes, but they'll have an early lunch if you want to grab something before the festivities.
History with the family too.
Yeah.
You know, their connection to the valley, to the state.
Lou Grubb. Look at that. We all know
Grub
that name.
Stack.
Yeah.
All right, downtown Gilbert, check it out. Still ahead, if you're heading to Flagstaff, there's one Christmas light display you won't want to miss.
Yeah, what it takes to get this amazing display up and who it honors next.
All right, folks, we'll check in a little bit later with Fox 10 Phoenix there, but here is a live look right now of the Dow just down 6 points. Just moments ago, we did hear of reports of a man in Dearborn, Missouri at a rest stop waving a gun. We were supposed to get that video, but they seem to have lost the connection. We'll see if we could get that back. So be on the lookout for that video, possibly coming up next in a live report.
Most of my remarks will focus on 2 feelings that I think are things that kind of every human has experienced and really get at the core of tech hire. So I'll start with a story about myself. When I was in 3rd grade, I moved to a new school And I was put in a remedial math class. They had 3 levels of math, and I was put in the lowest level. And I immediately thought I was good at math. At my old school, I was good at math, but they must see something in me that says that I'm not. So I went home over the weekend, and I went through the math workbook, and I finished the workbook that we were supposed to do in a semester's time in just 2 days. I gave it back to my teacher, and she put me in a higher level class. Looking back at that experience, I feel so frustrated. Frustrated that, you know, someone kind of assumed something about my potential without really understanding my capabilities and taking a harder look at me. So if everybody could close their eyes. I see a lot of you not closing your eyes. Okay, that's better. So I want you all to think back to a time in your own life, similar to the story that I described. A time when you knew you were capable, you knew you had the kind of motivation and ability to get something done, but someone didn't believe in you. And that held you back. Think about how that made you feel. And think about what you did about it.
Corey Morris was taken into custody after he allegedly broke into a home on South Ash Avenue in Tempe. Now, some of the items he stole from the home were recovered at an electronics store, which led to an investigation into him. He was arrested without incident. Fortunately, no one was injured in the burglary. This morning, a Fox follow-up at 9:30 here on the lawsuit attempting to block a new voter-approved minimum wage increase. So as expected, the Arizona Chamber of Commerce and Industry says it has appealed a judge's ruling that refused to block the measure. Prop 206 will increase minimum wage to $10 an hour. That will happen just about a week from now on January 1st. Then it will go up to $12 an hour by 2020. The appeal asks that Prop 206 not be implemented and be ruled unconstitutional. New details this morning in a child abuse arrest out of Tucson. Warren Gastelum may face more charges after a 2-year-old girl that he's accusing of abusing has died. Now, he, who is the boyfriend of the child's mother, was caring for the toddler when police were called to a near drowning. Detectives later determined that the girl's injuries were not consistent with drowning or falling in a bathtub. An Arizona truck driver is under arrest in the Northeast, accused of transporting more than 50 pounds of a powerful painkiller in his semi. Police in Connecticut say they caught 47-year-old Eric Escalante with $1.5 million worth of fentanyl. Look at all these bags right here. He was transporting in his 18-wheeler. He now faces federal charges. In the border battle, customs officers in southern Arizona say they found more than 2,400 pounds of pot in a shipment of watermelons. A canine sniffed out the drugs at the Mariposa commercial facility. This is in Nogales. The tractor trailer was driven by a man from Nogales, Mexico. He and his drugs were turned over to ICE. Up to the high country with this story. A new program in Flagstaff will train people to teach others about recycling. People can sign up for a 6-week course that begins in February. Classes will cover topics like waste prevention, composting, and food waste. What a neat idea. They will include field trips as well as lessons from city staff and people in the private sector. Flagstaff currently has a below average recycling rate.
Frosty the snowman knew the sun was hot that day. So we said, let's
What a pretty song, isn't it? Also in Flagstaff, this impressive lights display. Every year, homeowner Nick Cosper uses lights and music to delight his neighbors, and his display even honors fallen officers. Now, we talked to Nick in our 7 a.m. hour, and what he told us was he wanted to win a contest for best display, and now he gets hundreds of visitors to his home. He said he starts prepping everything at the end of the summer. Well done, Nick. At 9:34, Ron Hoon is working on something special. I have a feeling here in the newsroom. Hey, Ron.
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, we are just getting some word this morning that an arrest has been made in a case that we've been following for you closely all week long. really one of the most cowardly acts we've reported on all year. The man in Little Rock who got mad at how slow a grandma was driving and shot her grandson to death. The man taken into custody last night. Family member turned him in. Little 3-year-old Asen King was on a shopping trip for Christmas with his grandma when the driver opened fire because he thought that she wasn't moving fast enough. Gary Holmes booked a little before midnight last night. Police say he was armed and started firing shots at the grandma's car in front of the J.C. Penney, and one of the bullets killed that little 3-year-old grandson. Hey, this next story, just unbelievable. An older man from Philadelphia hops in his car for a 2-mile trip to the grocery store. He takes a wrong turn and ends up in Alabama, 900 miles away. Jody Tarburton, he's almost 90. Thank goodness he went up to some police officers there and asked where he was. Apparently the weather was bad when he left for the store, and he took a wrong turn and somehow ended up in Alabama. His family's so worried they filed a missing person report. The officers ran his plates. They realized what was happening. His relief family quickly flew to Birmingham to pick him up. They're calling the fact that he was found alive and okay their Christmas miracle. And there's a new star in a police department in Montana. It is, of all things, I'm pretty sure you've never heard about this before, an orange road cone. They've even named him Kevin. It belongs to the Bozeman Police Department. And it was found in a blizzard several miles from Bozeman in a nearby city called Belgrade. So the police department there rescued it. They've named it Kevin. They've put him on social media. His chronicles are gaining attention. The Bozeman Police Department, they're playing along. So Belgrade says, look, it's not like they're holding the orange cone hostage, you guys, but it's this. They're waiting for people in the two towns to do 100 acts of kindness and share it on Facebook. And then when they do, they will release back to Bozeman the missing orange cone.
Oh,
okay.
I got it. Okay.
So I don't know how many acts of kindness they're up to right now, you know, in terms of, was it, you know, are they at 1 or 2? They're saying they got to have 100.
Okay. So step it up, people.
Let's
Bozeman.
go. Pick it up.
Come on, Bozeman. Come on, Belgrade.
We believe in you, Bozeman.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rod.
Right.
So what are your...
All right, everybody. Now we are taking you out live now to Florida, where there is a police situation going on. We're going to get you the latest information in just a little bit. You're continuing to watch here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. It appears that a car went in that canal area. Not sure how, but we're taking a live look right now on the I-95 in Florida. Let's see if we can... There's the car. All right, so the car did slide all the way off from the roadway into the canal. Not sure if it was a medical accident or some sort of alcohol or drugs were involved. Obviously too early in the investigation. We don't even know the condition of the driver right now. The southbound lanes of Interstate 95 in Deerfield Beach were shut down today. That vehicle did crash in that nearby canal. Lanes are closed between Southwest 10th Street and Sample Road. Drivers are advised to seek alternate routes. see the backup there as the chopper is showing that massive backup because of this police investigation with the car in the canal. That is causing some major headaches for drivers there on that I-95 in Deerfield Beach.
Go ahead.
We'll try to get more information for you, and we'll go back to this in just a little bit.
Just for
But
the
now
air
we have
rescue,
a
they're
chef
back open.
in the kitchen for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Stuff you're going to be able to get at the restaurant too.
Yeah, because you guys are open Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve we're open.
Christmas Day you'll be closed, of course. But the meal on Christmas Eve, traditionally in an Italian family, is all fish, right?
All
no meat.
fish, no meat. And that's because the Catholics had a fast from meat on. It was a holy day and of obligation, so they had a fast, so they ate fish.
So this here, what are you
Much
cooking
better.
up here this morning?
I'm cooking up a simple dish, shrimp scampi. It is so simple and so delicious.
The butter and the garlic. Wow.
And the olive oil.
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to cook up a lot of these shrimp because I know there's a lot of yous hanging around.
Yeah.
There is
A lot of us
us
wanna
hanging around.
taste it.
In the wings.
A lot of use.
A lot of
So
yous.
you would do, so you,
Similar to a you.
so it's called the Feast of the Seven Fishes. So
Right.
you'll have 7 different types of seafood.
Again,
Or-
and you could have more than 7, 11, 9. It's really an Italian-American type of
This you
fish.
bring every year.
This
James,
is
come over
calamari.
here.
This is
Tell
a
me what
scungili salad, a seafood salad. You have scungili, you have lobster, you have shrimp, you have octopus, scallops, and it's chilled and it's served with lemon juice, white wine, garlic,
olive
lots of olive oil.
You got the white wine right here. Tell us
Yes.
what scungili is.
Scungili is
that's
this.
it.
This
Yep.
is conch.
Right.
You know the thing you put to your ear
Yeah,
and pull up
the big
people?
shell.
That's conch. And this is a pepper biscuit served traditionally with the
Oh, that's
frizzelle. It's called frizzelle. And it's just a stale piece of bread.
oh, but you sop up all the good sauce with that,
Right.
right? And then octopus.
Grilled octopus, big favorite. This is a marinated eel. And I boned them for you so you
can just eat them.
Right
What do you
now.
marinate it in?
Balsamic vinegar and olive oil.
And then
Oysters.
traditional raw.
Right. Clams, shrimp. This is what we serve first.
Yum.
Then we go to lobster.
Okay, this is second dish.
Spaghetti lobster sauce. This is lobsters that I cook in the tomato sauce. And we toss it with spaghetti. And it's just a delicious second dish. Zuppa di cosa is a mussel soup.
Zuppa di cosa.
You can have it red or white. Again, very simple to prepare.
Okay.
Bacala. I didn't have time. We only got
I know,
our
it's
fish in
okay.
yesterday. So I really haven't had time to prepare it.
Well, that's good. It means it's fresh.
Well, this, I don't know how fresh it is. It's salted cod. So what they did years ago, the preserved cod, they salted it. And then when there was time to eat, they
What do you
rinse
eat that
all the
with?
sauce.
You rinse the salt off, and then what do you do with it?
Well, you could do a couple of things with it. I like to bake it, like with the same type of sauce you would use on a puttanesca, olives, capers, that kind of
Yeah.
sauce. That's how I enjoy it most.
And then here.
Baked clams at reganata, it's hot,
Yeah.
but I got them hot because
You can see the, is that
Yeah.
butter or olive oil? underneath?
olive oil.
Yes.
We only use olive oil.
No butter?
No, we
He's
do our
Italian.
hair with olive oil. We do everything.
You bathe
You don't
in
use
it.
lotion, you use
No,
like olive
that's
oil.
the product, you
Yeah.
know. This-
That's why you guys have good skin.
I kind of
that
like
olive
burnt the garlic a little bit, but that's not a big deal.
I don't think the crew is gonna care.
Excuse my hand. A little salt and pepper. This dish is that easy.
That easy and that
You
simple.
saw this dish happen? A little white wine? Are you gonna do that
Throw
for
that
me?
white wine over there.
Okay,
Celeste.
ready?
Right in.
Tell us when.
That's good.
More.
Get that nice. We can have that later.
Pass it around.
And that's that dish. It's
That's easy
that
enough?
simple. Salt,
This is
pepper,
gorgeous.
shrimp, olive oil, garlic, a little fresh basil,
There you go.
and you have shrimp scampi.
Oh,
So good.
the smell. So amazing. Joe,
And that's our traditional thing.
you're the best.
Thank you so much.
Merry
It's so good to
Christmas
see you.
I'm
to you
sorry,
and
I love
Myra.
it. I'm sandwiched in between both of you girls today. And here comes Ron home.
Oh, here comes Ron.
There's always a spoiler.
Get in here.
There's
in
always
here.
a spoiler. Hi,
All
everybody.
right. We will enjoy.
Good
Anita's out with some Santa's helpers tonight. Today.
Hi,
Tonight.
Anita.
It's like 9:45 in the morning. I'm losing it.
All right, everybody. All that food.
Hey, go ahead.
Amazing. Now let's take it back out to Florida, where I got this car in the canal from I-95 here. Still no word on why it veered off the road or really how. All right, folks, we got some additional information here for you. One adult and one child was in the car at the time, according to the Florida Highway Patrol. The child was transported to Broward Health Medical Center in Fort Lauderdale. The adult was transported to Broward Health North in Pompano Beach. Drivers right now are advised to use alternative routes right now. As you can see, a heavy backup there on that I-95 stretch there in Deerfield Park with that car in the canal. There'll be some time before they could pull that car out. Luckily, though, unfortunately, we were able to report to you that they were able to get out of that car and now have been taken to medical centers there. Investigation is ongoing. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, we're going to check back later with this canal situation. Head back over to Fox 10 Phoenix right now.
In the valley for the holidays, and so everyone gets a box with a little bit of everything so that we can try to make as many people as possible happy. Esther, this is a huge effort here, not only on your part for St. Vincent de Paul, but the volunteers as well.
Absolutely. This is a really busy time of year for us. We have hundreds of thousands of people who want to volunteer and come in and give back to those in need during this holiday season.
All right, so we have this group here sorting, and then we're in this other room. Lester, let's take a walk. Mike, you okay with us walking? So we have a whole bunch of families here, most of them on holiday break, actually, right? Christmas break. And so they are donating their time and efforts today. Tell us what they're doing.
Yeah, so this is a special event we created so families could come in with their kids. It's called Santa's Workshop. They're decorating food boxes that will be delivered to homes. They're wrapping presents, working a lot of different craft items that will eventually be sent to people in need.
All right, I'm going to catch these beautiful young ladies off guard here, Mike. They don't know that we're live, okay? And so you guys are taking your day off, volunteering. How's it feel to volunteer? Why do you give back?
It just feels really good inside, and like that we're helping other people.
And so you're making these boxes a little pretty for the people who are going to get them. What is the MO here as we're decorating? Spreading some holiday cheer, I imagine, right?
Yeah, just to make them like, I don't want to say boring, but boring, yeah.
You want people to be happy and festive when they get these boxes. What's it like volunteering here?
It's fun, makes you feel good inside, so.
It's a great way to give back. Good job, ladies. Thanks so much. And so these boxes are going to go where, Esther? When are they going to be delivered?
So these boxes go out to our food pantries, where volunteers at our food pantries deliver them to homes, to families.
Oh, okay. Have you done this before?
This specific event we haven't done before. This is new, and so you can tell it's going really well. We're really excited about it this year.
Yeah, and what's so neat is that we do have kids of every age. We have real little ones, and we have the older ones. We have moms and dads here. It's really a nice way for everyone to get together and give back at the same time.
Absolutely, and actually this type of event we do have once a month. It's called Hearts and Hands, where we invite families and children of all ages to come in and do these types of projects.
So we don't have another one of these before Christmas, but after the new year is when all the volunteer opportunities really pick up, because you don't have as many people who can volunteer. So we want to remind everyone, please, when the holidays are over, continue to give.
Yes, absolutely. We would love all the help we can get, especially after the holidays when we do see a little bit of a lull, but we're still serving every single day, so all the help that we can get is greatly appreciated.
Love it. And then everyone, don't forget the holiday food drive, the Fox 10 St. Vincent de Paul holiday food drive goes all the way through the end of the year, December 31st. You can donate, pick up one of the bags like we saw, very similar to these, right? You can pick one up already pre-made for you, or you can donate your own items at any Safeway or Albertson store through December 31st. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas, you guys.
Okay.
Merry
Thanks,
Christmas.
Anita.
Thanks, Anita.
Well, Corey's out. Let's see, where's Corey at this morning? What's he
find
up
out.
to, his shenanigans? Hey, Corey.
One of you guys, you see what's happening back here? We're at the Coach House in Scottsdale. The place never closes. Look at their faces. They're glad to be up. They're glad to be standing. Yeah, Merry Christmas from the Coach House. We've got more coming your way here from Scottsdale in just a couple of minutes.
All right, we'll check back in with Corey in just a little bit there, live at the Coach House in Arizona. Pretty much an establishment there in Scottsdale, so we'll check back in there as they're gearing up for a big Christmas bash. Here's some latest headlines that I have for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. President-elect Donald Trump is teeing up today 18 holes with golf champion Tiger Woods. Trump and Woods met today at the Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach. Trump typically spends his holidays there. The two have met on several occasions when Woods competed at various Trump-owned golf courses. It's unclear whether this is the first time they're actually playing a round of golf together. Woods made a long-awaited comeback at the Hero World Challenge this month, his first competitive round in more than a year after back injuries sidelined him from the game. All right, now it looks like we are back out live in Florida for more coverage of that car in the canal. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and everybody watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We're live right now in Deerfield Beach, Florida, right off the I-95 there. You can see that car in the canal. Lanes were closed between Southwest 10th Street and Sample Road there. Latest information that we have is one adult and one child were inside. Both of them were transported to medical centers there in Florida. No word yet on how this car veered off the highway and into the canal. You could see, if we could get a zoomed out shot, we don't have any control of the camera here, but yep, there we go. Okay, you could see it's quite a ways away from the highway there, so it really had to veer off and keep going. Not sure if it was a medical emergency or some sort of substance abuse there, but that investigation is ongoing, and you could see that the southbound lanes of that Interstate 95 are just totally shut down. If you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the news, know of when we're covering news here for you. Breaking news anywhere across the country. So obviously a very scary situation for those in that car there, for the adult and the child. There's another live look of the car in the canal there. Yeah, a lot of you are thinking, well, maybe it could be texting, it could be some sort of not paying attention on the roadway, it could be on the phone, it could be substance abuse, it could be a whole lot of factors right now that force this car to veer off the highway and just keep on going into the grassy area until hitting that water. Just another important message for everyone to, when you are behind that wheel, to really be focused on the whole driving part. I know there's a lot of temptations to get your favorite radio station or be looking at your phone, looking at your text messages, but the best thing to do when you're behind that wheel is, hey, do what you're supposed to do and just drive. Investigation ongoing here in Deerfield Beach, Florida. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, where anything can happen. Marion says, possibly maybe texting and in a hurry. Slow down, people. It's a holiday weekend. Yes, it is. This is Christmas Eve. We're just 2 days away. Got the little Eve action going right now, and unfortunately for this family, they're going to be spending it in a hospital. So thoughts and prayers with that family. But this could serve as a good reminder, hey, when you hit that roadways, be focused on the task at hand. Just drive. There we go. We see some first responders there taking a look at the car in the canal. Once again, folks, you can see that backup there caused on those southbound lanes there. Take a look as that's all shut down right there as crews are working on this investigation here. You continue to watch live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And for those of you just joining us right now on Fox 10 Facebook Live, we are taking live images here of a car in a canal in Florida. There was an adult and a child in the car. They have been transported to the hospital. We don't know the extent of their injuries at this moment or just how the car slid into the canal here, but taking a look at the cars on the southbound lane of the I-95, they're having to get off to the shoulder area. Northbound still going through. We'll see if the chopper can zoom out just a little and show you the backup that is being stretched on the 95 because of this accident. Many of you wanting to know if the car is in the canal, why is there still a backup and why haven't they let the cars through? Well, the investigation right now is ongoing. They have a lot of crews there, and it's much safer to not have the cars just speeding past them. But you'll take a look at that backup there. There's the backup. Crews have been doing a good job of getting them off before. Maybe see, you could see them already taking an exit there before they even get to the bulk of that accident area. You're continuing to watch here, folks, on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, everybody, it does appear that the chopper is now leaving the scene. We'll try to get you guys some more updates when they do become available here for you. The chopper is now back in the area, so we'll try to stay on the shot as long as we can here of the area with the car in the canal. Lanes are closed right now, Southwest 10th Street and Sample Road. According to Florida Highway Patrol, the vehicle crashed in the water shortly after 11 a.m. local time there. They are ahead of us in Arizona by 2 hours. With one adult and one child inside, the child was transported to Broward Health Medical Center in Fort Lauderdale. The adult was transported to Broward Health North in Pompano Beach. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You can see here as first responders on the scene here trying to figure out just what exactly happened. We don't see any, what appears to be any brake marks, so it could have been a medical emergency, or really there's a lot of factors that it could be right now, but crews are talking about it and trying to discuss maybe even how they're going to try to pull this car out of the canal. Eventually they're going to need some sort of tow truck here. I'm surprised it's not even here yet, but maybe they need to allow a little bit more time to take photos and pictures for an investigation. So a sad case to report, though, when it's just days before Christmas and you're hearing about an adult and a child that have been transported to two different medical centers who it could be they could be separated for Christmas. Hopefully that's not the case here, but we are talking about a car in a canal that sent two people to hospitals. Still trying to figure out how this all happened. Welcome, everybody, to watching live right now on fox10phoenix.com or Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We're continuing coverage here of the car in the canal here, I-95 in Deerfield Beach, Florida. Camera just getting a little bit out of hand right now. One adult, one child transported to medical centers there in Florida. Still no word yet on how it all happened. And it looks like we just lost the shot here. Here's a live look right now of the Dow Jones, down 8 points.
See, I'm stereotyping now. It's awful. So I grew up in Atlanta. I went to church, and I think I was similar age, probably around 5th grade, like that awkward time when, especially as a girl, you're like super insecure and wondering whether people like you. And my parents took me to one church, and you go into the youth group room. There's like hundreds of people singing songs, talking about and using words that I had never heard. And I just felt super alone and awkward sitting there by myself in a room where everyone seemed to get the material better than me, be more excited, and have just kind of this network of friends. I felt super out of place. We wound up going to another church about a year later in a new town. And at that church, when I entered the youth group room, I immediately had somebody come up to me, ask who I was, try to get to know me, tell me what it was about, bring me in. They had a dinner for newcomers that night. And I really started to feel like I was a part of something, and that I wasn't other from those people. So I think that is just another example of, when we think about tech hire, a big piece, and something I'm sure Megan will talk about, is, in so many places we have one city, but two super different communities living even blocks away. And so, these awesome kind of tech innovation, Megan would call it like Burning Man, TED-style economies, and then, people who are living in extreme poverty and are worried about whether they're going to get their next meal and, whether their parents going to be violent to them. So what Tech Hire is about is kind of bringing those together, but I think that kind of social fabric and people feeling like I did in the second church versus the first one is a really important piece of that. So just to give folks a sense, I think a lot of you have been doing this work for a while, but the 3 main components of Tech Hire are, 1, companies open up hiring pathways to non-traditional talent. So people who may have the skills and ability to do jobs in technology, but may not have a typical background, which is pretty different from the way they're doing things today. The second is fast-track training that's tightly linked to what employers are hiring for. I think when people think about tech hire, they often think coding boot camps, and those are great. But the real crux of it is if they are teaching people things that they actually need to get jobs, and that employers recognize that. So that could be an online course with the appropriate supports. It could be a community college. It could be a university after hours program. There are a lot of different conceptions of that. And then the last piece is really building this kind of ecosystem and community with these kind of 4 players coming together. And that's why we're really excited about the folks in this room and the community building. So the companies, the training providers, leadership from cities, and really kind of community organizers in different cities around the country. So Tech Hire, where we are now, we've shown that this model can work. About 6,000 people have or are going through training right now. 4,000 people have been placed into jobs. We've been oversubscribed. There was a tech hire program launched in Eastern Kentucky that had 10 slots for former coal miners. 400 people applied. And companies are really starting to hire in this new way. Companies like G Digital, Capital One, and the list goes on. So the big question is, what's next? And I think a lot of people, when they ask me that question, they look very sad and I think kind of dejected and worried given recent events. And I am not that worried about this program, actually, because the magic of Tech Hire, like, there's really no magic about the White House doing this, right? We have a good brand, convening power, and we issued a call to action, but the real work and impact is happening kind of in places like Albuquerque, Eastern Kentucky, New York City, from people deciding that they care about this, they think it's important, and they want to go and get it done. So that's our hope coming out of today with each of you. I think we often think like a number like 4,000 jobs, wow, that's so small, but this is gonna start small. So go back and try to get 5 people, who haven't had these opportunities placed into jobs. Try to get one employer to think differently. Build a relationship with someone who may feel super left out of the tech community right now, but you reaching out makes the difference to them. And so I hope, today isn't just a great last session at the White House. I hope it's really the start of something where you guys are thinking through the difference that you individually can make and the network that you can build with each other to lean on and really get this done. So thanks for being here, and I'll turn it over to Megan Smith.
Thanks, Brian. Hello. It's great to be with you guys. Set this down. So someone stuck this piece of paper. Kelly and our team found it in a report. And I thought it was such a cool quote to start with. It's from Teddy Roosevelt, who is the reason why the West Wing started the building, because he needed an office. The kids took the horse to the second floor. I think he was like, I need an office. Okay, so far away and away, the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing, right? How's that feel? It's an amazing feeling when you're doing extraordinary things and you're on teams that just are making a difference in the world and whatever it is that you're passionate about. And one of the things that's so exciting about living right now is that we're coming into a time of sort of almost an age of creativity. So we published another report on artificial intelligence last night. The president always says we're not afraid of the future, and he pushes us really hard to really get into the conversations. There were a lot of conversations about a year ago, kind of about this robot apocalypse, and people were really nervous about what could happen, and none of us can predict the future, so we don't know. But let's not be afraid of it, and let's step right into it and design what we want it to be like. And what it should be like is something where all of the 7 billion people in the world are included in a way that their talent is really mobilized and they're doing the things that they want to do and they're bringing it every day in the way they want to do that. And we don't know exactly what that looks like, but we definitely want that, and we want that certainly for our country and for other countries too. And so really, if you look across at all the different elections that are happening, in some ways, they're about making sure that everybody's in. How do we make sure everybody's in? And the conversations, it doesn't really matter what part of the conversation or who they're, everybody's kind of talking about how do we make sure everybody's included in the economic possibilities and the social possibilities and being equal in the future. This is such a great photo from Science Fair. President Obama started hosting the science fairs, so we've done 6 of them. These are these little girls, I think they're first grade or kindergarten, and they had built a prototype. They had built a page-turning robot. And so they were talking to the president, and he said, how'd you guys do this? Said, we had a brainstorming. Oh yeah, and then we built the prototype. What if everybody did that, right? We all learn to read and write. Why don't we all learn to make things? Why don't we make maker spaces? And in fact, I brought down this this little cool robot. The Muskogee Creek tribe that's in Oklahoma is teaching robotics from pre-K in Head Start, right? So why don't we have the robot play music in preschool, and then we could understand that things work like that, and that we could do them, we could design things. This is a real new toy I just found. These are these little bots, and you hold them up to the screen, and you program and you make them play around. Play is the beginning of design. The 4-H kids and the Future Farmers America kids all had a UAV contest in October. There's 4 million kids in that program. And so, how do we pull everybody into the confidence of making and playing and being a part of the future so that they'll bring the topics they want to work on? So some people are using machine learning and artificial intelligence for advertising optimization, for self-driving cars, those things. What topic are you interested in? And how can you bring all the tools of the universe to it? Not only storytelling and writing and media and those pieces, but also technology. science, invention, collaboration, any of the tools that are out there that we could use. I wanted to pop this one up because one of the components of tech hire is the regional teammates. So there's employers who are incredible, who are starving for tech talent, for user interface designers, for product managers, for digital marketers, for those who want to work in these new economy jobs. And they're all over the country. The employers, they're from hospitals and agriculture, retail, as well as the tech sector itself. And so companies need you. They need more Americans into those jobs. And what's interesting on the regions that have a growing tech sector, every tech job generates about 5 more jobs, according to Enrico Moretti's research. 2 white collar, 3 blue collar. So it really brings money to the region in ways that are really important. So how do we make sure that all the employers, whether they're startups or big companies, are getting who they need and that people are in? And so the employers have really stepped up. Who are some employers who are here? Great, thank you very much. And these folks are doing, and many like them, there's 1,500 employers in tech hire already who are doing the work to make sure that they can hire as many of the 2-year and 4-year degree holders as we generate, but there's just not enough of those. So we'll take as many of those as we can, and let's use the incredible boot camps and short course training programs that we have. So who's from a boot camp or training program? Great, online programs, offline programs, student programs, prison programs, veteran programs, all around. You guys are all doing that, weeks, not years, to pull people in. The Social Security Administration team just had 100 feds go through Code Boot Camp with Iron Yard. So inside of government, we're using tech hire in really exciting ways. We're hoping other agencies want to ramp that so that we can kind of build up the tech community and upgrade the talent skills there using these things. This is one that I wanted to share, which is the regional teammates. The president was going to Boise, Idaho. And we wondered how many tech meetups there are. There are hundreds of tech meetups all around. And as Ryan was saying, it's almost like the communities hide in plain sight, right? So there's these techies who are doing their TEDx and Burning Man and hackathons and all this stuff, and nobody knows, half the community doesn't know what I just said. And they're talented too. So how do we have them use these methods as much, and how do we have the tech folks also bring their talents into other topics? And so this was just pure tech meetups in Boise, Idaho. This one has almost 800 people in it. There's Girl Develop It. I know the Girl Develop It people. Are you guys here? Yes. So Girl Develop It is communities of women who are learning coding or already ahead, and you guys just get together. These guys get together, I think, twice a week and just co-code in a space. Just fun. You could meet at the library. You could meet at a coffee shop. You could meet at someone's house, whatever. User interface groups and test groups and Linux groups and UX groups and Python groups and .NET groups. And I mean, this is really happening, and this is Boise, and you can look at any part of our country and find these people meeting. So how do we use this? And so that's the regional teammates. So when you think about tech hire, it's, as I said, the employers who just are here, the bootcamp teammates. Who's here from regional or national teammates? Those who are sort of organizing us or meet up or already in this world. I know we're going to talk a little bit more about Tech Up, who's here and doing coach. Yes, so we've got people here from those groups. And then this third one, our municipal leadership, our incredible state, local, federal government teammates, and those, yeah, who's here from those groups? Yes, and sort of facilitating and interconnecting and really, in some ways, upgrading the budgets. Sometimes I was coming up from the New York Penn Station, and I looked up at the post office building that's beautiful there, and chiseled up there it says, I think it's not heat, not snow, not rain, not gloom of night shall stop the carrier, right? It doesn't say use the Pony Express. We did use the Pony Express. It was awesome. It's one of my favorite things we ever did. And guess what? How long do you think the Pony Express lasted before the telegraph disrupted it? 18 months. So, you know, we as a government constantly upgrade, and we just have to know that status quo is a policy decision, and not upgrading is a policy decision, and we've got all this money as a country, federal, state, local, making sure that's there. And the leadership that's in this room from our municipal leaders are extraordinary, and they're accelerating their communities in, there was a blog post yesterday, I think, with Jeff Zients and the Albuquerque teams. Anybody here from Albuquerque? One of the Department of Labor was using some grants that were from the H-1B visa fees. And so Albuquerque is one of the grant winners, and their 4 counties represent half of the population in New Mexico. And they have facilitated so that people are coming into tech like trainings, and they're hyper-focused. Not only anybody can come in, but a lot of work with veterans, with those who've recently come out of prison, foster youth, those disabled, and others who often aren't tracking into tech, pulling them straight in. I just saw Rodney from Atlanta. The Atlanta team has a council that they've pulled together, which is extraordinary, working together, which New York City really innovated the idea of a regional tech hire council that brings this group together all the time. And now many of your cities, if you don't have one, you should have one, because really it takes a network to do this nationally and regionally. And so the leadership that's coming there is really great. And I also know that Albuquerque took up the Kauffman Group's Million Cups of Coffee. And so in the same way as sort of this meetup idea, they, every Tuesday and Wednesday, companies present. No, every Wednesday and Thursday, companies present. And they do English on Wednesday, Spanish on Thursday, and nonprofits on Tuesday. It's just have a cup of coffee, hear from 2 organizations, companies, nonprofits, whatever it is, and they're really mixing up the city in a really great way that really works. And so we have all that we need in our regions. We just need to kind of take our neighbors to work day. We need to think a little bit about a potluck of all the resources. It's a barn raising. These are things that we know how to do. We've done them for hundreds of years as an American community, and now that's this time. And it really does relate to me noting the AI report, because we really are transitioning. None of us have oxen and plows. We've been through transitions before. We are in a transition to a much more digitally enhanced world. And so we want everybody in on participating and have the confidence that Ryan really started with. So I'm just going to run through a couple fast slides of other things. These are these incredible kids, the Mark Zuckerbergs of this moment, the 13-year-olds. They are doing a hackathon with Black Girls Code. Olivia had done this great little app game that's up on the App Store. Kimura did this. She was working on domestic violence, and she made an app that lets her phone listen to the room. And if it hears things that shouldn't be going on, it asks you if you would like to call the police. What an amazing idea, right? Or other resources. The kids, if they can do this stuff, we all know, to Ryan's point, if you get to do, practice makes permanent. We need to teach math and science like we're doing art and music and PE, and people are starting to do that across the country. We've got Computer Science for All, and this can be at all age levels. That's why the new makerspaces in libraries and in rec centers and around the world are really exciting, because it's not so much the tech, it's about curiosity and grit and teamwork and critical thinking, joy and play, empathy, purpose. These things that we learn by teaming up, and it isn't just tech, it'll be art, user interface design, communications, digital, all of this stuff that works together, because the universe doesn't separate the subjects, even though our schools have bells. That's not really true. So one of the greatest things that a community can get involved in is National Day of Civic Hacking. And people really do get together in all these cities every June, and they do it more than that. Some of them are promise zones. It was really great to see, I think it was Wichita, was on TV several days before the hackathon inviting the community. And a hackathon is just a sprint, right? It's just people who know different parts, as Dennis, the chief of staff, the president says, we see different parts of the elephant, come together and say, I think we could solve this problem in this interesting way. Why don't we sprint in this way? Why don't we make a dashboard of this or that? Whatever it is that you might think might solve a problem, do a quick sprint, and then from that, people may carry that forward in really interesting ways. President hosted the Frontiers Conference and was the editor of Wired magazine. Really, the future is incredibly exciting on so many frontiers. He focused on 5. Personal, like personalized medicine and brain initiative and cancer moonshot, things like personalized learning. Local, not only smart cities, but smart communities. Here's Raj Chetty and Sandra Moore on stage talking about local data and the things you could know to really solve problems together around justice and economic inclusion. National Frontier, President's Chief of Staff, and many of our artificial intelligence leaders talking about using machine learning on all of the problems, really digital dividends that we could get by doing that. Global frontiers around climate and mapping data, other things that we might do to understand energy, that world, and then interplanetary as we work on commercialization space and the journey of Mars. So really, this stuff is so interesting. It applies to anything anyone's interested in. How do we pull everyone into this? This was Hack the Pay Gap, Secretary Pritzker from Commerce Leader, put up with some Presidential Innovation Fellows and many of the data service that's at the Department of Commerce, pulled together the APIs for a new thing called Midas, and now there's hackathons going on top of this data to try to hack the pay gap. These are hard, entrenched problems that we have that come from lots of cultural bias of the past. Can we use data science to solve these harder problems together? TechHire can help us do that. More people who are interested in those problems, who are using their tools, can add this capability into their teams, into themselves, so they can use those tools to solve the problem they're trying to solve. This is the Opportunity Project, opportunity.census.gov, the census team working with Department of Ed, Labor, Housing and Urban Development on the hardest problems, outlining economic mobility, housing mobility, access. Can you design for 100% of the Americans with the cool apps that we've got? The President went to South by Southwest and he said, you know, how do I get you to come do a tour of duty in service in the government, state, local, federal? And how do I get you guys working on the hardest problems with your colleagues using these new methods? Kind of teasing, like, I love all the restaurant delivery, and maybe we could help with opportunity housing for those who are going to take the bus or walk to work. Where's Head Start? You know, not only is it an you know, a block score, an opportunity score, interesting to know for, like, where's the cool coffee shop, but also what is the opportunity for my economic future if I live in this place? What a useful mapping tool. That was from Redfin. Of course, we have extraordinary challenges in the country with policing, justice, equality, work that we're working together. President led the 21st Century Task Force. So much amazing work is going on across the country. You know, these are all hands-on-deck efforts where police leadership, community leadership, everybody's working together, and there's a data opportunity here. And so Police Data Initiative is an open data engagement. Grace here is teaching the police chief in New Orleans how to code. There's an amazing conversation going on in New Orleans with the opening of data sets, and the youth and others are involved in the project hands-on, teaming up. And then data-driven justice is a municipal data play, more operational enterprise data. How do we get more people who have mental health, substance abuse challenges out of prison and into other options? And across the country, people are doing really interesting things, and we can scout and scale and use the internet to do this. And this is the amount of people, the dark green means half of this state is already in the data-driven justice and police data initiative communities. And so this is not a tech solution, this is a community teamwork solution that includes tech, right? TQ, as we call it, tech quotient, like IQ and EQ. And so not leaving that stuff out. And so if you join TechHire, you can be one of the employees, one of the leaders, one of the entrepreneurs working on these kinds of problems, as much as you might work on robotics or other things. The thing I wanted to just make sure we touch on is the extraordinary stereotypes that threaten us. So there's an idea in our culture that there's technical people and there's not technical people. And we have to get rid of that. Everybody is capable. Suzuki, the Suzuki method. I don't know if people are familiar with the Suzuki method. Yeah. So this amazing teacher, I got to see him when he was 92. He was still teaching. He used to teach this violin program that really showed how everyone, just through practice made permanent, especially youth, started to play the violin. And it adapted to the child. One time he took that same method because his theory was all of us learn our own mother tongue to such a detailed level that's proof point that we can learn anything if the teacher is adapting to us, which is what parents and the family communities are doing as children are learning to speak. And so one day he had 4th grade. He said, 4th grade math, he said, every child in my class will get 100% on every test. And he did it. He adapted himself as their teacher. He set the expectation that everyone was awesome in his class and they could do this and they were capable, and it was his job to figure out how to get them there. And so I think that's such an opportunity. And so what we know about diversity is that our country has one of the broadest, most incredible strategic advantages because we come from everywhere. Whether it was the Native Americans who've been here or those who just stepped off a plane. We won 6 Nobel Prizes this year, all of them immigrants. So we have the opportunity, if we can get over our stereotypes of each other, to drive an incredible economic agenda together, which will be extraordinary for ourselves and for the world. So the data shows that the more diverse the team, just the better the product, the better the economic output, the better the performance of the company. But it's hard work because we have all these stereotypes, bad behaviors, style compliance, all this stuff we live with. You know, this is such a good example in media. When we watch TV, this is a children's television poll. This is boys' lines to girls' lines in children's TV. So if you're a child, when you watch that media, you learn boys talk, girls don't. We have to stop doing that, but we don't even know it's there unless we count it and use data science. So let's use artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning, vision. Who's talking on screen? What's going on? When we grow up, we make this media landscape. This is 2,000 films, men's lines to women's lines. Hey, you've been in this meeting. I've been in this meeting. You say something, people don't hear what you said. A guy says it, they hear him. We have to help ourselves debug this. None of us created this, but we do inherit it, and it hurts us. It slows us down as a country. It slows us down as a team. It slows down your startup. It slows down your company. It slows down your classroom. There's also another challenge in how we tell each other stories. We miss out people. We drop people from the narrative. This is the Macintosh team from Incredible Steve Jobs, right? So I was lucky to be mentored by them later when we worked on smartphones. So I met this team, and when the movies started coming out, I was like, what happened to some of the people I know? They just weren't in the film. So this is the Mac team. It has 7 men, 4 women, a baby. I was talking to Joanna at the Makers Conference, and I was asking her about some of the names of the people who signed the product. So they really were there. And there's lots of women's names there. And yet, when the movies started coming out, the men on these photos had speaking roles in the Mac section, and the women were missing. They weren't in the cast. It was weird, because we had worked with them. They were our mentors. And Joanna recently was in the most recent one. Kate Winslet won the Golden Globe for playing her. But there's microaggression or micro things in there that are off, because Joanna is from Eastern Europe. She's a physics grad from MIT. She's totally intense. She's the product leader. She used to spar with Steve, and they'd invent and do things together. She came out of the film, and her son said, "Mom, did you really iron Steve Jobs' shirt?" And she's like, "Jeremy, I've never ironed a shirt in my life, except once for you when we were late." So like we just write these stereotyped narratives. They're wrong. It's debilitating for everybody, because it teaches us to treat each other in ways that aren't real, aren't necessary. And so, you know, our country really does have founding mothers and fathers, and it has everybody who did it together. This is Susan Keir. She is the graphic design, Chicago font. Everything that we see on our phones today really roots back to the amazing things that she was able to accomplish. And Joanna told me when the Xerox PARC team came to see the Mac for the first time, they're staring at the screen and saying, "How did you do this? How much memory is, how did you do this?" And that was Susan and Bill working together, back end, front end, who made that happen. But the line in the movie, so-and-so did this, so-and-so did this, Susan did the bag. Did Susan do the bag, or is her work in the Whitney? And so our girls and boys need to know all of these things so that we can move forward, because there really were 4 women in space. And so we don't have to have just one woman in the cast all the time. Katherine Johnson won the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I hope you'll go see the movie Hidden Figures. It's about this story. It's extraordinary. She calculated trajectories for Alan Shepard, John Glenn, and Apollo. No one knows that an African-American woman is the mathematician behind that, and now they will. So it's exciting, and we're changing, and we're adapting, and we're doing this work, and it's happening, and we're telling these untold stories of everybody. The president is doing the same work that I'm talking about tech in our own government, whether it's getting kids data about college loans and those things, and that work that's starting to appear out through APIs and cool apps. This is happening all over the world. We were just in Paris for the Open Government Summit. The Open Government Partnership was started by President Obama and several other countries now. It's now actually 75 countries, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Jamaica, a bunch of others just joined. It's civil society and techies all working together. I wanted to, it's people working on sustainable development goals, doing solution summits. And this is some images. These are images from this world we're moving into. the beginning of digital, open, data-driven, collaborative government. This was a hackathon at the Palace in Paris. The president of France came back and he walked the tables. It was cool to be in the palace a couple hundred years after the Civil Code was written, that is the roots of much of our democracy, with the Civil Code. And the coders were working together with all kinds of people. There's a Romania team on a pitch platform on things they're working on in this government. This is the Indonesia team. They have very complicated elections. Usually have to vote for about 150 items. And so they've made an API to really help people when they're voting booth be much more capable. So that's very interesting. Ukrainian leadership, as they were challenged, many of the business folks came into government. This is a guy called the hipster minister from Ukraine. But people, now we have an app store-like thing up in the open government toolbox, full of stuff from different countries, us. We have an open source policy. We're starting to see that at state and local and city. So tech hire is about getting people into the open jobs, but it's really about confidence, right? It's really about coming into this world where you have coding, just like the President's Computer Science for All initiatives. It's coding and computational fluency. And you may choose not to be a coder even if you do tech hire. You may choose to be a product manager, to be an artist. There's many pieces, but we don't take freshman biology because we all want to be biologists. I love biology. But we need to know that because we need to understand ecosystems. We need to understand our body in order to be healthy, to understand for our family, for our children, for our parents, for our community. We need to understand how the environment works and the microbiome and these things. We can't have these concepts be unknown by us. And so in the same way, the president was at the Pittsburgh Frontiers Conference saying we want that critical thinking and that computational thinking. We want that to be a 21st century basic that everybody has. And so that's really what's happening as we have this incredible internet that's wiring us to be able to work quicker together, have communities of practice of peer-to-peer learning like Girl Develop It or whatever, and have it be fun and extraordinary and confidence building, which is what really tech hire is about, everybody in. So I'll end there where I started, which is far and away the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. And each person will have their own sense of what that is. And so how do we use tech hire and these incredible opportunities to really empower each other and bring it every day together and really adapt our culture so that the culture in tech and the culture of techifying everything else are really more confident and inclusive of everybody and what we would bring together. So thank you very much for being here and for your leadership, and I look forward to the rest of the summit. And I mean, it's extraordinary who's here and what you will share and what you will bring forward. The Tech Up team, Leanne's in the back, are organizing summits all around and a roadshow. Opportunity at Work, where are you guys? As a national teammate, you know, who's here. And so this is really a movement. And so even though some of us are going to transition to our next thing, this is a bipartisan thing. It's a thing we got to get done, and it's taken root in over 70 cities and communities. San Diego just joined. We had 20 more join this month. And so I just encourage you, keep that network effect going. One of my favorite people is George Washington Carver. And more than 100 years ago, he went into the lab in the same kind of tech hire way and figured out how to rotate crops in a way, and what product would be in the money that would nitrogen fix the soil because we were malnourished and people were going to start starving. Came up with some solutions and got this Jessup wagon. Someone in New York funded him and went corner to corner and upgraded the ag tech capabilities of Americans, 2,000 people a month, right? And that began the ag extension. So we've seen this movie before. It's the same thing. This is the tech extension. That's you guys. And so we can use those spaces. There's an office in every county in the ag extension. There's a library everywhere from Carnegie. There's spaces in our schools and rec centers, now tech centers and maker spaces and all this stuff. So we got plenty of spaces we could upgrade. And so we are tech extension, just like ag extension. And above Secretary Vilsack's desk is Carver and Secretary Walls, who did that in their day. So they hand the baton to you. So thank you very much.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Network stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you here for about the next 13 minutes, and then Samia coming up next for you. Got the latest news headlines for you. The morning after Michelle Obama's big speech at a Democratic National Convention in 2012, in which she argued passionately for a second term for her husband, designer Tracy Rhiann's phone was ringing and ringing. Mrs. Obama's powerfully delivered speech had attracted much attention, but these phone calls were about her dress. A shimmering, sleeveless sheath in rose and silvery gray, it was pretty, universally considered a fashion slam dunk, and customers wanted it. There was only one problem. Reese recalls, we didn't have an inventory. We had made that dress custom. And so the label went into production and people waited. You know, so many people admire Mrs. Obama and they want to dress like her, the designer said. We sold quite a few of those dresses. She estimates the number at over 2,000. We will see what Melania will be wearing on Inauguration Day. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Downstream, and we'll see who the designer is for that one. Get you caught up on some other headlines here. A prominent Chicago alderman has pleaded not guilty to federal corruption charges during an initial court appearance. Willie Cochran appeared in federal court in Chicago on Thursday, accompanied by several relatives. The 64-year-old Democrat stood in a pinstripe suit and purple tie with his hands folded in front of him as his attorney entered a plea on his behalf. The 15-count indictment includes bribery and extortion counts. It alleges Cochran extorted money from a store owner and from funds from activities to pay for gambling and his daughter's college tuition. A former Milwaukee police officer accused of fatally killing a black man during a traffic stop waived his right to a preliminary hearing today, erasing a chance for the public to see body camera footage of the indictment. Dominique Hegan Brown's attorney, Stephen Cohen, waived the hearing and entered a not guilty plea in the charge of felony reckless homicide for his client. Court Commissioner Barry Phillips ordered Hagan Brown to go on trial during the proceeding, which lasted less than 5 minutes. And folks, this is a live shot now here in Arizona, where we are awaiting Governor Doug Ducey to talk about Uber going to be testing out some vehicles here in Arizona.
Well, at least I got a small one. So he's going to do that before the press conference? Yeah.
Governor Doug Ducey plans to welcome the scheduled arrival on Friday of Uber's self-driving cars as a self-driving truck transports them to Arizona from California. Ducey's office says the governor will welcome the truck carrying the self-driving Volvos after it arrives at the state capitol in Phoenix this morning. Uber announced on Thursday that it was shipping the self-driving cars to Arizona after they were banned from California roads over safety concerns. Uber made the announcement after Ducey on Wednesday and Thursday touted Arizona as an alternative to California for the ride company to test out its self-driving cars. Uber hasn't announced when the cars will be tested nor provided details about how many vehicles will be heading to Arizona. Uber previously had 16 self-driving cars registered in California.
Like, yeah, we're already booked next
You're now doing it.
Which is okay. We come kind of fun. Lately, literally, I think like I don't even have time to dry out. Just rolling me out. Yeah, I like it. Merry Christmas. But hopefully move back to this point.
Hey guys, just so you all know, the truck is on its way. It is going to be pulling in, coming down 17, or sorry, yeah, 17, no, what street is that? Washington, thank you, and turning on 17 right here, and pulling up pretty much right in front. So if you guys want to get a shot of the truck like coming down the street, it's going to be coming in a minute, and then I will walk the governor around the truck and take stuff out. Okay.
And folks, in just a little bit, if you're just joining us here, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are waiting for a press conference with Governor Doug Ducey to welcome Uber self-driving cars to Arizona. We'll also be hearing from some Uber representatives as well. We're going to be seeing those self-driving Volvos on its way to Arizona from 17th Avenue in front of the old Capitol building. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Samia is coming up next.
Well, the issue is, to me, is you don't have rules.
Well, there's no rules, but I mean, the other issue though is automation killing jobs. I mean, this is a guy that's been the guy that keeps selling the idea of like we're going to create jobs in Arizona.
Yes.
Automation is going to put all those Uber drivers out of work.
And my brother's an Uber driver.
Yeah.
He's out of it now. He thought it was a rip-off thing. It's a very abusive job.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you? How come you're working today?
So I get most of next week off.
Good.
I don't know if you've heard of PMA reports.
Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah,
Huh?
Merry Kwanzaa.
In 2017, we were one station.
Give a hard time to people this year. It's going to be a hard time today. I'm going to give some people.
You only do stuff for 3 or do you do 5 too?
3 and 5.
The only one that's exclusive is Rockets.
Nope, we're doing 3. We call it the Donkus. That's Donna Rossi and Mike Watkins were exclusive to me.
Yeah, they were.
And not anymore. Oh, here we go.
Here's a movie picture of the truck that you're driving up. If you want to, driving. Dougie's driving the truck. Yeah. He is? No, shit.
That would be awesome.
Have your hands on the steering wheel at all, right? Or not. The computer?
That's that power unit.
Oh, okay.
Gotta turn it off, otherwise the computer's off, otherwise it drains the batteries the rest of the way.
Okay. If you think they're so reliable, you'll lay in front of this truck, right?
The truck's not driverless now.
Yes, it is.
This truck?
That's supposed to be a driverless truck, yeah.
That's pretty cool. I thought they only had driverless cars.
No,
They had
you can see the
driverless semis.
sensors?
Yeah, I see them now. How cool is that?
Yes.
Driverless big rigs. Now that's what we need.
Yes.
price would be cheaper because they can go 24 hours a day.
Again, guys, you are watching live video come in. Governor Doug Ducey just getting out of that big rig. That's right. It was a self-driving truck.
You're holding up Daniel's vacation.
That transported
How
those
about this? It's pretty exciting, huh, Howie?
California to
I
Arizona.
just want to say thanks so much to Taylor, and I want to welcome Uber to Arizona. We're very excited that you're here. We think this is incredible new technology. There's a lot yet to be proven out on this, but California may not want you. We want you to know that Arizona does want Uber. We are a state that is open for business. We are a state that welcomes business and new people and technology and innovation. As excited as we are about this opportunity, we also want people to know that our concern is for public safety, that these cars will all be permitted, they will all be insured, they will be part of the task force that we have with the Department of Public Safety and the Arizona Department of Transportation. And at this point in time, there's going to be a human being in each of these vehicles actually sitting in the driver's seat. So we think what's possible is exciting, not only for convenience and for cost savings, but also for the environment, and especially we lose tens of thousands of Americans every year in avoidable accidents caused by human error. Over 1 million people die in car accidents around the world annually. It's Uber's vision that we will avoid these accidents with human error and actually have increased highway safety in addition to less congestion and more convenience, productivity inside the car. It goes on, but it's in a testing phase, and we welcome the opportunity for Uber to test here.
Governor, the ADOT is still crafting the rules. They don't have any rules about liability, about who even gets the tickets. You know, how, if somebody gets into an accident with one of these driverless cars, are you prepared to accept personal responsibility?
Well, these cars are going to be insured, and ADOT and DPS, it's part of the reason we have the task force, and we'll be working with Uber, and there's other large influential companies that are also trying to be the first to market with this technology. We'll be putting those out there with consumer safety and public safety being the #1 priority. So there's more to be determined here. I mean, this is technology that's changing right before our eyes. The message today is Arizona's open for business. We're welcoming this technology. We're not pushing it out of our state. We're not telling these opportunities to go away.
Understood, but the question still remains, your own ADOT has yet to craft the rules. Isn't this a little premature?
These are going to be vehicles that actually have human beings sitting in the driver's seat, just like any other car. So the liability, the insurance, the permitting is the same. As the technology develops, those are questions that will be answered before the next iteration, the 2.0 stage of it, happens.
So who's liable if a car like this is in a serious accident? Is it Uber? Is it the driver? Who is it?
It would be the same rules as if it were any other car. It would be who owns the car, and there's liability, of course, for the driver of the car as well, depending on the situation.
So Uber is the owner of these cars?
Yeah, I believe Uber is the owner of these cars, yes.
Governor, do you think that technology like this could coexist with public transportation?
Oh, certainly. Oh, certainly. I think, this is something that the press, or many in the press, will say is decades away. I think it's sooner than that. I think it's much more developed. But until it's going to pass the smell test to the public, where they know that it's going to be safe, that it's going to be able to get people where they need to be, we're going to have mass transportation. We're going to have Americans love to drive. I love to drive. I also know that there's a great convenience when you have someone that can drive for you. In addition to that, the safety of it has to be proven out. The way it reduces congestion, human error, how it helps the environment with fewer cars on the road, less idling, fewer parking lots, more open green spaces. There's a lot that can happen with this that hasn't happened yet, but it's exciting to see the vision, and Arizona wants to be part of bringing it to life.
This technology will also put, ultimately, a lot of people out of jobs. Amen.
You know, I think that's the same mentality of the buggy whip manufacturers. The automotive technology has employed, the automotive industry has employed many people. This increase in technology is changing the economy and the environment, but we think there's many positives that can come from this. There are many new jobs that can come from this, and we want to see an economy that's ever growing and is adding opportunities. So I have that same concern. I want you to know my focus is going to be on public safety. My focus is on Arizonans, our economy, and employment. This is in the experimental stage. This is in the test stage, but I think that's something we should always be thinking about as business people and as elected leaders.
Hey guys, what kind of advice would you give to somebody who's thinking about driving for Uber or drives for Uber now if this isn't, their job's not going to be guaranteed to be there and be replaced by automation?
Well, I think if somebody wants to drive for Uber or Lyft and wants to do that now, I'd encourage them to do it. They can make some more money. They can add to their income, and they can also see firsthand what's going to happen next.
But Governor,
there's going to be a job for them in a few years?
Well, I think the world's changing. I think there will be jobs available. We're always going to have the service economy with us, and thank goodness we are. But we're going to see things change, and we're going to see new job opportunities as well.
But Governor, have you been at a point talking about how California, if they don't want this, you'll take it? Is this yet another example of Arizona poaching businesses from California? And if so, can we expect to see more?
I think this is a sign of Arizona being a welcoming place, not only to people but businesses. We're a low tax, light regulation involvement state. Plus, we try harder. I mean, we want to grow our economy. We've got 70% of our adults that live here that came from somewhere else. We want to see more opportunities for our kids and our graduates of our great universities and high schools. So this is something that I think a governor can affect. It's something that we're working with the business community, and ultimately it's to benefit Arizona workers and people that are looking for jobs.
Are there any jobs associated with these 3 cars?
This is just beginning. This is Uber. I mean, this literally happened 2 days ago, Bram, in terms of Uber making a decision, deciding where they were going to go, California making their decisions, and here we are celebrating it with much more to be determined. But I want people to know we will absolutely have a focus on public safety and growing the Arizona economy so it results in more jobs for our citizens. I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah, and I'll see you all sometime in the new year.
So safe, your DPS will let you be driven around in a driverless car, right?
Well, with a human being in it. And I've already driven in a driverless car. It did have a human being sitting in the driver's seat, and that's the same thing that will happen with these cars.
And it stopped short of where it was supposed to stop.
It was a very smooth drive. It felt very safe.
We're going to go ahead and put this on the back of the car now.
And we're going to put this on the back of the car. Your self-driving Uber is arriving.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Cars can't vote. Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
No Kwanzaa?
Pardon me?
No Kwanzaa?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, everyone, that was the end of that press conference from Governor Doug Ducey. We're going to be talking all things self-driving cars and more, some major headlines. Ron Hoon will be joining me in about 30 seconds. Stay tuned. And looks like we've lost that feed, so you guys, I'm gonna go on camera instead. Joining me now is Ron Hoon.
Hi.
He's just putting his coat on. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, season's greetings, whatever you decide to say. Wishing you a wonderful last few weeks of December. I have my festive attire.
I know, it's so festive that
Ron
I've
has his
asked
festive
Big
attire.
Mike Page to get a photo of us so that we can put it on social media because you guys can see it all across the world.
All
But
across the world.
Let's see where Mike's going to approach from. You never know.
All day, every day.
I think we're going to end up going this way.
All right, guys, we're just gonna take a picture really quick.
I'm trying to
Stand
show
by.
off the Santa tie is what's happening.
That's nice. 3, 2, 1. One more.
With the lightings that are here.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
See.
one of these, one more. Then we'll do one.
See, we're going to do it right here. Samia, she knows her lighting.
Well, you know.
Maybe
that's
we're
just
too
hard.
bright. Are we?
There's no such thing as too much light.
That is better lighting.
See.
Wow. is that
Wow. Take a bunch.
better? Got it.
You guys
Okay.
want some Christmas cards? We'll send it to you by posting it online, and you guys. That's basically our Christmas card to you once we post it online.
Really?
It's a virtual Christmas card to our viewers.
Nice. You look fabulous. Where'd you
thank
get this
you.
whole get up?
Well, the sweater I got from, I think, like a store.
Like a
regular store.
TJ Maxx type of store?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Where
what
did you
store.
get this get
But
up?
the hat I got at a Dwayne Reed, which is a drugstore in New York City.
I thought you were going to say Dwayne Wade.
No, no, no.
And then I thought, wow, there's a story we
I
could
know.
discuss.
I wish it was Dwayne Wade, but it was Dwayne Reed, which is basically, like, for those of you who aren't familiar with the New York area,
Right.
like a Walgreens or Rite Aid or a
Oh,
CVS
okay.
type of store.
They're just big in New York.
And New York, basically, there's this event that happens every year,
Yes.
SantaCon,
Okay.
where basically everyone dresses up as Santa and hits the town.
Okay.
And I like to stand out. I didn't want to be a regular Santa that just wore a red
No.
hat.
No,
And
no,
I
no,
saw
no.
that they had these blue hats, specifically they're for the New York Giants.
Oh.
And so I bought one. If you see the back of the hat, there's actually a Giants logo.
What? All right.
See, guys?
Okay.
But I just turned it around, and it's my festive, happy holiday
Very
hat.
festive. Funny thing is, since there was SantaCon in New York that you were talking about,
Right.
you don't mind if I show everybody the picture of, because this did not get a lot of play, but I took a picture and I thought, well, at some point I'll show it when I get back to Phoenix. Believe it or not, hold on. Believe it or not, there was, did I not get it? Oh, no, here it is. There was a gigantic SantaCon in London the day that I was there too.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
That's great.
I know. Isn't that cool? And that is in the Horse Guards Park, right as where the horses usually line up to get ready to go down to see the Queen at Buckingham Palace. I thought that was pretty neat. I especially like this Santa. Let me see if I can zoom in on him a little bit more.
That was your favorite Santa?
Yeah,
He
I
was
thought-
a very special Santa.
You know, he doesn't go with the beard or anything. He just has the sort of the overall look. And that was pretty cool.
Well, happy Christmas Eve, Ronald.
Thank you, Samia.
It is December 23rd. It's the end of the year. I always like this time of the year on News Now because it's a time to reflect. It's a bit different. We're not just taking you to Josh Earnest and the State Department briefing and the usual things we take you to every day.
Right.
It's a time to relax a little more, talk about some headlines, talk about some personal stories.
Okay.
Since you brought up your SantaCon experience in
Yes,
London,
right.
I think it's time that we do discuss your recent European adventure.
Okay. Well, it was fabulous. Like you, I love the UK, and I don't know why, but it always seems like we have a couple, 3, 5, 10, 20, who knows, viewers from the UK who are always watching.
Right.
I don't know. But anyway, it was fabulous being over there. The main reason was, I'll just show you this picture right here, if I can.
I love that they've got these lowlights fixed, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to go on camera anymore. A lot of people are like, why aren't you on camera? It's like, because the lighting.
Did you see this picture I put on my Instagram page? That's Hooner Fox 10. You recognize that castle, no doubt. Do you watch Downton Abbey? Yeah.
I only watch sitcoms that air on Fox.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, I
I
do
love
watch
the way
other
you
ones.
read that, just the way it says to read it. No. Anyway, that's the castle
Some
from
of my
Downton Abbey.
favorite Fox sitcoms include Brooklyn Nine-Nine
Oh.
and New Girl.
It's good that you can name them. It makes it seem
Last
legit.
Man on Earth is also a great Fox sitcom. I just need to catch up and binge watch that on Hulu because
Right.
I have not seen all of the latest episodes, but I highly recommend many of the Fox sitcoms on television.
You know, we used to have Employee of the Month here, and that you even got a parking space and everything for Employee of the Month.
Gosh,
we need to get that going.
I would love a parking space.
I know you could be Employee of the Month just for everything you said in the last minute. Let's see what people want to talk about.
Well, let's talk about your trip.
Oh, all right, fine. So, that was the main reason, is the Highclere Castle was open for business.
And that's why you decided to go all the way to London.
Believe it or not, yes, because
Why not?
I am a pretty big fan of that TV show. It's set in World War I, for those of you who haven't watched it. It just takes you into British history in such a real and believable way. So, anyway, that was the deal. Flew into London. The very first thing that happened was that the airlines lost our luggage. So we went 3 days with no clothes in Great Britain. No clothes.
Did you go shopping? Should we switch cameras?
Actually, yes. Look at that shot.
It looks great.
You know, here's what I realized about the whole scenario. Was that we flew from Phoenix to San Diego. I know this is a weird routing to get from Phoenix to London. You fly the opposite way to California, and then you catch a nonstop.
That makes more sense, though.
I guess.
Well,
But-
you can go nonstop from California.
But apparently, the TSA decided to look in our luggage a second time, even though there was about an hour and 45-minute layover. It wasn't enough to get our bags back on the plane. So we landed and we waited, and the carousel came around and around, and there were no bags. And so, anyway, you know, we had 2 friendly notes from. I didn't realize they could do that. I guess they can. If you change planes like 3 times on a long flight, I guess they can open it up and look at it every single time. So, anyway.
Well, better be safe than sorry, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was cool. We went out to Bath, and that is some kind of unbelievable city. I mean, to think that it's been there since the Roman times.
Wow.
That was awesome.
When I was in London in April, I really wanted to go there. It just didn't work out because it was so rainy and gloomy.
Oh, yeah.
But I failed to realize that that's just London all the time.
Oh, it's so
and
true.
so I probably screwed myself there.
I think you did. I'll just show you one more Instagram. I could show so many pictures, but I don't want to just bore you to tears. But I will show you this one, because this is kind of rainy and gloomy. Oh, wait a sec. Can I just... Yeah. Okay. Like so. Oh, maybe not. Well, anyway.
You want
There's
me to do
rainy.
a camera switch, don't you, Ron?
There you are. Oh, yes, right. There's rainy and somewhat gloomy. You love that shot, don't you? So I looked over. We were on that London Eye, which is expensive. $30 a person. 25
Yeah, you know, I've never
pounds
done
a
the
person.
London Eye. And it's 25,
Oh, you'd like it.
Well, 25 pounds a person. When I first went to London as a quote-unquote tourist,
Yes.
meaning the first time in my adult life in 2007,
Yeah.
it was 2 pounds to, or 1 pound equaled $2. So that would have been a $50 ride.
I know. That's what's beautiful about going right now. It's $1.23, $1.22.
No one's mad at that.
So, I mean, I remember the first time we went, it was $1.71. So it's simple enough. If you haven't been there, you just take whatever, you see the price of the pound, and you say, well, so you just add 70% to whatever the price is. If you are going to stay in a hotel for $100, you're really spending $170. If you're going to get a meal for $20, you're really spending $34. You just added 70%. Well, now you only add 20%.
It's not bad,
It's not bad.
relatively speaking.
And some people speculate it will go to even, because the euro is just about there. The euro's gone from $1.31.
Do you think Brexit has something to do with it?
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's interesting that the Brexit vote happened, and it looks so far like it's had such an impact on the euro. The fact that Britain, who was a pay-in country, not a take-out country, if you know what I mean, that by losing them, that it really rattled the euro. And so it really doesn't matter. If you're going to the UK, you get a good deal, but if you're going to go to Spain or Italy or Germany or any of those countries, you are going to get it's almost basically dollar for dollar now, dollar for euro.
Now's the time to travel. Flights are cheaper. I mean, granted, though, going to Europe, we've already talked about it here on News Now, but I'll just remind you all.
Right.
When picking a place in the world to travel, if you're going to travel internationally,
right.
Europe is not at the top of my list right now because of things like the Berlin terror attack, the Paris attack. And granted, this doesn't happen every single day,
right.
but you do hear of these cities being targeted more than you hear about, I don't know, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil being targeted.
Sure. Like I was just talking to a fellow employee here, and she said, I like to go on a big trip every year, and so we're thinking about maybe going to Amsterdam or Belize.
Oh yeah, Belize is supposed to be amazing.
Is it really?
Yeah, Amsterdam also would be great, but I also feel like because it's in the European continent that it's a risk.
Yeah.
And it's a Western city.
Yeah. So, the thing about it is, but you and I have talked about this in the past, you just cannot change your life because of the fear of terrorism.
Right.
I mean, you can be smart.
I'm just saying that there are other cities in the world that you could check out that might not be as prone to an attack.
Right. Well.
But then again, I mean, even here in the U.S., if someone were to target a city, it would be something like New York, and I'm not going to stop going to New York. I love New York.
Yes, that's right. That's a really good point. So what we're saying is it's a great time to go. SK, I walked into a bookstore around Piccadilly Circus, and there's a picture up of a guy who started that bookstore, and it says, "Today, I start my dream of opening a London bookstore with £5 in my pocket and the support of many friends." And it said, you know what the date on it was? 1797. This guy started
£5 actually was probably a lot worth more than.
Sure.
A lot.
I mean, it's probably worth 100 times now. It would be like £500, which would be like $700. Good luck opening a bookstore in London today with $700. Nevertheless, it's just that's what's so cool about it. If you love the stories of history, which I do, I mean, the fact that it was called Hatchard's bookstore. The fact that it was there, it's moved down the street from where it originally was, but I believe it's on the same street and within like a block of where it originally opened. That's pretty awesome. A bookstore that started in 1797. Some guy actually said to me on social media on one of my posts, he says, "I find it interesting that we have doorways in this country that are older than your nation." Oh,
gosh.
gosh.
Well, should we talk about some headlines?
I just want to answer halala. Favorite
place you visited?
Favorite place you visited? Over there, I would have to say that Highclere Castle. That is, if you are a fan of the TV show Downton Abbey, it's kind of surreal. And I use surreal as the Merriam-Webster word of the year.
Oh yeah, it was the word of the year. I heard about this. 2016.
It was sort of surreal to be parking on the lawn at Downton Abbey, here where they are, Highclere Castle, here where they walk around. So that clearly was, I would say the surprise was a little town out in the Cotswolds that I would go to over and over. I know it's weird that I have my shades on, but these are my current glasses.
Not weird.
Not weird, good. Was this little town called, doesn't sound like it's anything you'd want to take extra time to go see, but a little town called Burford.
We gotta do a camera switch again, guys.
Camera switch. Look at the ancient stone that they use there. And there's like a little church steeple. This was in the morning, looking out my bathroom window.
So pleasant.
And so I went for a little walk around town. And it's just, so that was the most the coolest surprise, I think. Like, look at this old building. That's like right out of a Shakespearean play. Are you humming?
Well, I'll be honest. When you said little town, the song from the Disney movie Beauty and the Beast started playing in my head.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Like it?
And so that's what I started humming. I've had a lot of Disney song stuck in my head recently.
Yeah.
And when you said little town, it reminded me of the song that Belle sings while going through her little town in France.
Okay.
Sorry.
So.
And this is what happens on Christmas Eve. Sure, there's news to be discussed, but why talk about the headlines when you can talk about holiday travel? That's what we're talking about. It's still relevant.
Go come down here to analytics. My only point being that that's only caused our numbers to grow.
You're right.
Because people do want to have a few ideas on holiday travel.
That's true.
And they
true.
love the
I'm
fact.
switching cameras again.
Okay, go ahead, do it. Ready? Don't you guys want to see what it looks like this way over here? Hold on, here it is. There, just like that. Look at that. Come on.
So festive.
I have a feeling that we could just sort of stare into camera one, and the analytics would love it. Look at you.
No. But no, seriously, there are headlines to talk about.
Yep.
We did talk about Europe, my fear of traveling there. One of the things that viewers at home might not know, maybe you have if you've been watching some cable news, but the suspect in the Berlin terror attack has been caught.
Right.
He was killed.
Yes.
Involved in a shootout.
Mm-hmm.
This is big news. This is the guy that everyone was looking for, and now he's dead.
Yeah.
It's an interesting scenario because obviously on one hand you don't want someone who's caused so much harm to live, but on the other hand you do want to be able to question them and get some answers, and, so it's comforting knowing that this guy isn't out there anymore. The manhunt has concluded, but at the same time we're not going to get all the answers that we wanted.
You guys can tell me if you agree with my thought on this or not, but when I heard the circumstances, because when it first happens, it sounded like, because we're up at the craziest hours, at 3 a.m. they were making it sound like he was trying to get on board a train because it was supposedly at the Milan train station. Then we found out it was a ways away from the Milan train station, and they just walked up to him. Here's when I heard that he was wandering around Milan at 3 o'clock in the morning, I said to myself, I wonder if this was not as an elaborate a plot as you maybe first thought, that it was sort of a lone wolf thing
and claimed
from
ISIS
from a sort of a crazed follower.
Right.
Yes, because
but not,
there's no getaway plan.
Right.
It's
so it wasn't
just
like
wandering around aimlessly at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're gonna get caught.
Right, so you're thinking it wasn't so much something that ISIS plotted, but maybe something that ISIS had said that inspired him. He did it on his own,
right? And
he didn't have like a post-attack plan in place.
Right.
Either way, they're both terrible scenarios.
They are, but it is interesting. Naturally, you want to do some of the post-detective work to try to figure out what you can figure out, especially now since he's dead. And it just that thought came to me that, wow, that's weird to be wandering around in the wide open in Milan when apparently Italy was where you first came from, where you were radicalized, according to the reports.
So he was Italian.
No, he was Tunisian.
But he lived in Italy.
Yeah, he got arrested in Italy, and his dad back in Tunisia said he was trouble. I think his dad said he maybe I'm wrong about that, but I thought I had heard a report that he. No, his dad did say that he was trouble and things like that. But anyways, so he commits this horrible, cowardly, selfish act and kills so many people, and then he just ends up back in Italy wandering around at 3 o'clock in the morning. It didn't seem to me like it was really much of a.
And then he pulled a gun.
Correct. Yeah.
And then ended in a shootout. He's dead.
Right. Which, when I heard that, I thought, well, that's why police officers travel in pairs, because the one officer, there's no word where he was hit, but he took fire when he reached around and pulled. But it was the second officer who then was able to open fire on him and kill him. So, anyway.
So that was the big headline this morning.
That was the big headline, and the Malta hijacking.
Right.
You
So
just
just
open what?
open Twitter just to see what's trending right now. The number one trend across the country is the word Libyan, which
Mhm.
has to do with that hijacking of a airplane.
Right. Because
so
the
you
fir-
were up all morning, so
Yeah.
I mean, you were covering this
That's
this
right.
morning.
And the first thing when you hear that there's been a hijacking in Malta, you think, well, why? I mean, that's just a quiet little island out there south of Sicily, off the boot of Italy, and further to the south.
But it is close to the North African coast.
Yeah. Correct. Then we come to find out it was an all-Libyan plot by supposedly Gaddafi, pro-Gaddafi sympathizers. There are still plenty of them in Libya. And I don't know exactly what... I sort of think it probably was a hoax. I think they claimed to have hand grenades, but who's going to be able to get a hand grenade on a plane? I don't. So,
Why are people trying to cause so much trouble?
I know.
Too many troublemakers out there.
There really are, but we say it all the time. If it weren't for anger issues,
The world would be a lot happier.
not only would the world be a lot happier, about half the news we cover would just fade away. Angry people.
Right. There's
Yeah.
like a road rage shooting.
There's
or
a road rage shooting.
a terror attack.
Yes,
or a
right.
murder. Or other terrible things that happen in the world. Brought to you by Fox 10. well, really all newscasts, not just us.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we don't want to cover them. We just have to cover them. So I keep kind of glancing over my shoulder because normally by now they'd come and get me for a little promo session.
You know what, though?
But
It's
hey,
Christmas Eve. They want you to stay on news now.
Maybe they do.
They want you to talk to the viewers.
Yes, I think you're probably right about that. So, what else do you want to talk about?
Well, we could talk about the Uber self-driving cars. So prior to
let's.
Ron joining us on air, we just heard that press conference from Governor Doug Ducey. Self-driving Ubers coming here to Arizona. What was interesting is apparently those self-driving cars arrived in Arizona on a self-driving truck.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, according to
I
the
didn't catch
Associated
the
Press.
first-
So that's just
Okay.
unique in and of itself
Yeah.
as well.
What I didn't hear was from anybody from Uber. I just heard from the governor. I missed the first 4 minutes.
I think it was just the governor
It was just
speaking.
the governor.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just the governor. Okay. So, nevertheless, what a great opportunity on his part to zing California to say, hey, Arizona's open for business.
If California doesn't want you, we want you.
Yeah.
I mean, does there really need to be a California-Arizona rivalry, though? Can't we just all get along? I just want everyone to get along right now. There's too much conflict in the world.
Yeah.
And as a Californian, I feel I took that
see.
attack
That's where it
personally.
comes
Like
from.
Governor
Right.
Ducey,
See, I couldn't relate.
as a native Californian
Yeah.
who really likes Arizona,
Right.
can't we just all get along? Can't we love two states?
Yes.
Do we have to pick one?
Well, so see, I was having a hard time agreeing with you, but then I thought, well, I grew up in Washington, and you have the same attitude toward California and Washington that you do in Arizona, which is like, who needs them? Sure, they got a great coastline and they got Disneyland, but other than that, who needs them? So
Disneyland's expensive, guys.
it's expensive,
Yeah.
and the other day I was talking to a Californian on our morning show, Troy Hayden. He's a fellow Californian, right? Just up the San Joaquin Valley from you, up
Sacramento.
right into Sacktown. And I said, we laugh at California over here. We mock California because.
Because what? Because Arizona's not in a drought, and we are.
Isn't that weird? We're a desert state, and we haven't been in anywhere near as severe a drought. And it's raining here today, and it's cold, and we have this thing called the monsoon that rolls into Arizona every summer and cools us off and gives us rain. And California just gets drier and drier. But no, when Elon Musk tweeted that he was fed up sitting in traffic, I thought, well, somebody finally said something. People over there are sheep. They sit in traffic for hours sometimes and just follow the next person in front of them like they're a flock of sheep instead of complaining to somebody at your city council or your state representative or something saying, fix the situation.
Well, as a native California, I can speak on this issue. Okay. I've lived in Central California. I was born and raised in Fresno.
There you go.
But I also lived in LA for a while, went to school at USC.
Okay,
and there's a big difference between LA traffic and the rest of the state.
Correct.
Granted, the Bay Area has some
is
traffic
also really
as
bad,
well.
too.
But it's not as bad as LA. And
Right.
if you live in other places like Sacramento,
Right.
Fresno, Bakersfield,
Right.
San Diego, you really have the same amount of traffic that Arizona has
So
during
here-
rush hour, and that's about it.
Right. So here's what Troy said to me. He said, well, I said, because we would never put up with that in Arizona. We, in fact, I believe, since a vote was taken in 1985 on whether or not to pass a tax, we're a low tax state, but we voted in a tax that has built many, many miles of this really cool light rail system that zips people around, and over 250 miles of freeway system. If LA could have built a super sleek, fast-moving light rail system that got people around, and 250 miles of freeways over the last three decades, people wouldn't be stuck in traffic on a system that was built for half the population that they have. Here's what Troy said. You'd have 25 lawsuits. I'm trying to remember if he said you'd have 25 lawsuits if they try to build the tunnel. I think he did. Either if you try to build a new freeway or if you try to build Elon Musk's tunnel. As forward-thinking as he is, there'll be 25 lawsuits and it'll get tied up for years. You can't get anything done. And we talked about that on Monday of this week because Elon Musk tweeted it over the weekend. Well, what do you know? Here we are on Friday and we already have the next story, which is there's so much bureaucracy and red tape and paperwork involved in Uber, which is from there. You'd think they'd sort of be friendly with companies that are actually from there. That Arizona just says, look, we do things completely different over here. We actually like to be kind of
Innovative.
forward-thinking and innovative and not sticks in the mud. And here's how it ends up.
So I do want to acknowledge some of the viewers' comments and questions. Gerald Morris wants to know, do self-driving cars need a self-driving license? Meanwhile, Daryl said, oh, I heard Sami and Ron were going to sing a Christmas song. I don't know where they got that memo, but
Is that right?
I guess we could.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. That was pretty good. You're a pretty good singer.
We could keep singing
I don't
songs.
think I've ever actually heard you sing here on News Now before.
Well, because it's a news show, not a karaoke show, Ron.
This is not a singing program?
We had American Idol for that on Fox, by the way.
The whole time for the last year and a half I've been up here, you're telling me now it's not a singing program?
No, I'm sorry, you didn't know. But I mean, we could. Is there a song? I know I was talking to the viewers yesterday. We were talking about our favorite Christmas songs. What are some of your favorites? I really like "Oh Holy Night" in terms of traditional Christmas songs.
Good for you, because I have an even more less played song on the radio than even "Oh Holy Night."
What's that?
That is a traditional Christmas song that you almost hear never anymore, and it's one of my real favorites.
Which is?
Good King Wenceslas.
I don't even know if I know that song.
Good King Wenceslas was born on the feast of Stephen, when the snow outside was light and crisp and even. Do 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 do. I forget the words from that point on. Does it not ring a bell with you at all? Good King Wenceslas? No, nothing. But I'm glad you like "Oh Holy Night" because that's pretty cool.
I think I just like that one because I like singing it. Also, in other songs, obviously, there's the classic Mariah Carey, "All I Want for Christmas Is You." Christina Aguilera's
That's
version.
not a class.
Yeah, it is. It's a classic. In the last 2 decades, that is a classic.
Okay, all right, fine.
That is the most classic mainstream song ever. No doubt that is the most played Christmas song on radios, in malls.
Sure.
I am telling you, in the
Mariah
last
Carey
2
first.
decades, "All I Want for Christmas Is
Good.
You."
I was thinking sort of like a White Christmas or.
No, I said those ones fall into more traditional.
Oh, okay, okay.
You know?
The classic
But
Maria.
my classic, hands down,
Ah.
Mariah Carey, "All I Want for Christmas Is You." Last night,
Yeah.
my friend and I were watching a movie.
Yeah.
Well, we watched 3 movies back to back. The third movie being Love Actually, in honor of the holiday season.
Nice. Don't you love that one?
It's a great one.
Yeah.
But they play that song as well in that movie.
Yeah. Well.
Daryl is demanding that we sing. Whoa.
Okay.
I don't like demands.
Really.
I'm
It
a
needs to be
rebel.
asked very nicely.
I'm a rebel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if it's not a singing
Halala
program.
loves "Oh Holy Night," hates "Rocking Around the Christmas Tree." "Rocking Around the Christmas Tree" always reminds me of Home Alone.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was one of the songs that Kevin McAllister had auto-playing when he was trying to trick the burglars during the first
Yeah.
Home Alone film.
Right. Have you had Macaulay Culkin trivia that you've done at all here on the program?
No. Would you like to do some?
No.
Okay.
What is the other song from Home Alone that I really like? Oh.
I can't read your mind, Ron.
No,
just
I
my
know.
popular opinion.
Just by popular. Well, it's because you got the hat on. It's putting extra
Weight on my head.
Correct, and it's not allowing your normal mind reading capabilities. I guess I gotta go. I gotta actually do the noon show. Did you know that?
I assumed that you were doing the noon.
Right.
Based on the fact that Troy's not here.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, right.
It's a fair guess.
Let me ask you this: are you going to be here next week?
I am.
Are you going to be here Monday?
Just for you.
It's a station holiday.
I know.
Because you still have to be able to get a holiday even though Christmas is on Sunday. You'll be here Monday?
I
Should we
will
hang
be.
out?
We can hang out.
Okay. It's kind of cool just interacting with you guys. So.
Yeah, it's fun hanging
See,
out.
here's
Daryl
Ian.
really wants us to sing "Oh Holy Night."
There went Ian, who says "Merry Christmas, USA" from England. We were just talking about it. Okay, so a very quick version. Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of the dear Savior's birth. How do you think we did there? Is that pretty good? Lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope. Listen to you.
What?
You're really good. You actually were warbling in that. You sing.
Okay. This is not a singing show, though.
Right. But that was really good. Your part.
I just love this song. No, we had a great thing going.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys.
Okay.
Ron's gonna go prepare for the noon show.
See, now.
I mean, really, today's the only day that we can do this, though, because on Monday, it's the day after Christmas.
Yeah.
Then.
See,
Today's
as soon
the
as
only
I
day
start
have the hat
singing,
on.
Nebu is like, Ron Hoon, goodbye for now. So, okay, fine. I gotta go. I gotta go do it. I knew we shouldn't have sang. I knew it. I'll see you Monday. Have a great Christmas weekend.
You too. Maybe I'll go visit Camelback Santa.
Ooh, you
We'll see.
should. That
That's
would be cool. That would
really
be
hard
post-worthy.
workout to commit to right now, but it would warrant a post.
Okay, I'll see you around.
All right, guys. So, Ron Hoon's going to be leaving us. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a quick look at our tower cam while I
Ooh,
prepare
nice, cloudy day.
our next segment for you guys. All right, guys, the UN talking about the situation in the Middle East this morning. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys to this feed now. UN talking about the situation in the Middle East.
The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Mr. John Ging, Director of the Coordination and Response Division in the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I wish to draw the attention of Council members to document S/2016/1057, the report of the Secretary General on the implementation of Security Council Resolutions 2139, 2165, 2191, and 2258. I will now give the floor to Mr. John Ging.
Mr. President, I provide this update to the Security Council today on behalf of the Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and the Emergency Relief Coordinator, Mr. Stephen O'Brien. As we meet today, the evacuation of eastern districts of Aleppo may have concluded, but the situation in Syria remains catastrophic. Some 13.5 million people within Syria are in dire need of humanitarian assistance, including nearly 9 million who are food insecure. 2016 has been marked by horrific suffering and loss of so many lives in a conflict characterized by ever-increasing inhumanity against the civilian population. Attacks on civilian infrastructure, including schools, medical facilities, settlements for the internally displaced, and public markets, have destroyed institutions otherwise relied on by Syrians for food, shelter, education, and medical care. At least 126 attacks were recorded against medical facilities this year. More than 770 medical personnel have been killed during the conflict, and 1 in 4 schools has ceased to function, with some 2 million children out of school. And despite calls for an end to besiegement as a tactic of war, we end 2016 with hundreds of thousands of Syrian civilians, 700,000 to be precise, still trapped in besieged locations where humanitarians continue to struggle to gain access for aid. Mr. President, the conflict in Syria has recently been most devastating in Aleppo, where near complete destruction of large parts of the city has subjected its civilian population to unspeakable horror. The United Nations welcomed the passing of Resolution 2328 earlier this week, in the hope that it would finally ensure that civilians in Aleppo were afforded all necessary protection and assistance. The UN role in Aleppo and in supporting the evacuation of the city has 4 main elements. Number 1, to observe the evacuation itself. 2, to support the evacuees once they have left. 3, to seek access to the retaken areas of eastern Aleppo to provide assistance to those remaining in those areas. And 4, to continue with the ongoing humanitarian operations to support those across the remainder of the city. The operation to evacuate people from eastern districts of Aleppo drew to a close late last night. Overall, more than 35,000 people were evacuated, including some 20,000 people since the adoption of Resolution 2328. Those evacuated included civilians and fighters and their families. Some 734 people were medically evacuated by ambulances, according to the World Health Organization. To achieve this, the International Committee of the Red Cross and the Syrian Arab Red Crescent were in the lead, working to ensure people waiting to leave could do so. Overall, 308 buses, 61 ambulances, 1,231 private vehicles were used in the evacuation, crossing numerous checkpoints from besieged eastern Aleppo through the western part of the city and into western rural Aleppo and onwards to Idlib. In parallel, an estimated 1,300 people were evacuated from besieged villages of Foa and Kafraya in Idlib. Due to a lack of government of Syria approval, the UN team had not access to the eastern Aleppo in recent months, but since the 15th of December undertook a monitoring and observation function stationed around the clock close to the Ramush checkpoint in the government-controlled part of Aleppo. Additional UN staff were sent from Damascus in support, and in accordance with Resolution 2328, the UN team observed the evacuation of buses and ambulances, and to the extent possible monitored whether anyone was forcibly disembarked, detained, or otherwise mistreated as they crossed through the checkpoint area. ICRC and SARC teams were present directly at the evacuation points and accompanied the convoys as they crossed each of the checkpoints. Further humanitarian organizations were present on the non-state armed group side to receive those evacuated and ensure they received essential assistance. The evacuation operation was an extremely complex undertaking and was punctuated by frustrating stops and starts due to negotiations between the relevant parties who were setting the terms and conditions for the evacuations, including insisting on synchronizing evacuations from eastern Aleppo and evacuations from besieged Foya and Kefraya. Mr. President, once evacuated from the besieged areas, civilians had the option to go where they wished. The overwhelming majority went to non-state armed grouped areas. 2 reception centers in Atarb in Aleppo and Samada in Idlib were set up to receive those evacuated, and information centers in Orem al-Kubra and Kafa Naha continue to provide basic services and details about additional humanitarian support. While the majority opted initially to go to reception sites, many have subsequently moved on to be hosted by families and friends. Humanitarian organizations have recorded the arrival of 23,615 people to the reception centers and to more than 60 villages. Approximately 1,000 people were reported to have arrived in camps along the Turkish border. Meanwhile, a small number of those evacuated also chose to go to government areas in western Aleppo city. Those evacuated from Foa and Kefraya were initially moved to IDP reception centers in Aleppo city. While some stayed in Aleppo, others have moved on to sites prepared by the government in Tartus, Homs and Latakia. The United Nations teams in Homs and Tartus have been providing humanitarian support. Mr. President, humanitarian needs among the evacuees arriving in reception centers have been acute. This is a displaced population who have endured months with little access to food, medical care, or other essential items, so many of whom have been physically and psychologically traumatized by the deprivation and bombardment that they've endured. Children are particularly badly affected. Families have been separated throughout the evacuation movement, and there have been reports of at least 75 children being separated or unaccompanied upon departure from eastern Aleppo. Multiple cases of moderate and severe malnutrition have also been reported. The evacuation process itself was difficult and many times dangerous. A number of security incidents were reported during the evacuations. The UN received credible reports of non-Syrian allied forces in western Aleppo stopping a bus of 800 people on the 16th of December, detaining and beating 10, and reportedly killing another. Further, 20 buses were reportedly attacked and burned on the 18th of December by non-state armed group while en route to the evacuation site. Other protection issues were reported, including people stranded in buses in harsh security and weather conditions, prevention of evacuation of some civilians by non-state armed groups, sporadic cases of detention of people at checkpoints, and ill treatment and harassment of some people as they were being evacuated. Mr. President, the United Nations and its partners mobilized a comprehensive response to make sure that evacuees have basic essentials. Over 30 partner NGO organizations are on the ground in Idlib. Evacuees at reception centers are provided basic services to meet immediate needs, including food, winterized shelter, and non-food items, as well as hygiene and sanitation products. Medical and psychosocial services are also available. Health partners are serving the reception centers and neighboring villages through 22 mobile clinics. Specialized services for individuals with specific needs, including women and girls, as well as for separated or unaccompanied children, are also available. some 95 serious medical cases have been transferred to Turkey. The humanitarian teams on the ground will continue to scale up and respond as necessary to ensure urgent and life-saving needs are met. Mr. President, I would like to update and notify the Council of the arrangements undertaken pursuant to paragraph 7 of Resolution 2328. While supporting the evacuation process was our immediate priority, the United Nations Humanitarian Coordinator in Syria has also submitted a formal written request to the government of Syria seeking a blanket travel authorization to Aleppo for all UN senior staff in country, as well as humanitarian access to parts of Aleppo retaken by the government yesterday. There are currently 105 UN staff members in Aleppo. Of these, 34 have been fully dedicated to monitoring the evacuations from eastern Aleppo within the framework of Resolution 2328, while the remaining staff have been carrying out their humanitarian response duties throughout the rest of the city. As part of the ongoing surge support to Aleppo, the UN is also requesting agreement from the government of Syria to surge up to 100 additional staff, including 30 international staff, to strengthen monitoring and response in eastern Aleppo. Mr. President, under the auspices of Resolution 2328, we are ready to implement a plan for all districts of eastern Aleppo in the coming days, as soon as we receive agreement from the Syrian government to deploy. To date, the UN and partners have been able to access nearly all formerly besieged neighbourhoods of eastern Aleppo, except those retaken by the government of Syria as of yesterday. A team of 16 UN staff, along with 4 armoured vehicles, are on standby to deploy to these last inaccessible areas as soon as government permission is granted. For all areas formerly besieged, in the first phase of assessments will be conducted of the number of civilians in these areas, their needs and their status, and the infrastructure, including housing, food, medical care, and other essential services. Medical teams are on standby to evacuate all remaining critical medical cases, and life-saving items are available for those in urgent need. In the second phase, the UN and its partners will launch a comprehensive multi-sector response in conjunction with partners and other relevant institutions, as well as the deployment of additional surge staff as needed. This will include emergency assistance to residents, including shelter, rehabilitation, solid waste and debris removal, livelihood support as soon as is possible, as well as the rehabilitation of basic services. Throughout, UN teams would be on the ground in neighbourhoods as much as possible to monitor and observe the situation and ensure well-being of civilians. But all of this is subject to the consent of and coordination with the Syrian government, which is pending. Mr. President, I take the opportunity to pay particular tribute to the heroic staff of ICRC and the SARC, as well as to the NGOs and United Nations colleagues working diligently on providing life-saving response. All who have been on the front.
All right, guys, we're going to take you now to a live feed of the United Nations. They're going to be talking about Israel and the situation there.
These notes are okay? Muy buenas tardes. Declaro abierta la sesión número 7853 del Consejo de Seguridad. En el orden del día provisional para esta sesión figura el siguiente tema: la situación en el Oriente Medio, incluida la cuestión palestina. Queda aprobado el orden del día. De conformidad con el artículo 37 del Reglamento Provisional del Consejo, invito al representante de Israel a participar en esta sesión. Así queda acordado. Propongo que el Consejo invite al observador permanente del Estado observador de Palestina ante las Naciones Unidas a participar en esta sesión de conformidad con el Reglamento Provisional y la práctica establecida anteriormente a este respecto. No hay objeciones, así queda acordado. El Consejo de Seguridad iniciará ahora el examen del tema 2 del orden del día. Los miembros del Consejo tienen ante sí el documento S/2016/1100 que contiene el texto de un proyecto de resolución presentado por Malasia, Nueva Zelanda, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela y Senegal. Daré ahora la palabra a los miembros del Consejo que deseen formular declaraciones antes de la votación. Doy la palabra al embajador de Malasia.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this important meeting at such short notice. Malaysia, together with New Zealand, Venezuela, and Senegal as co-sponsors of the draft resolutions on the issue of illegal Israeli settlements, are calling for this meeting to put the draft to vote. As representatives of various regional groupings at the United Nations, the Asia-Pacific Group, WEOG, the African Group, and GRULAC, we are bound by similar aims and sense of responsibility to take effective actions on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, especially on the issue of settlements. In numerous council meetings on Palestine and at the ARIA Formula meeting on settlements last October, we listened to repeated calls by council members, the United Nations Secretary General, the Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, the civil society, as well as other UN member states for urgent council actions to halt settlement activities and reverse the negative trends that are threatening peace and the viability of the two-state solutions. The latest unprecedented attempt by the Israeli parliament to legalize outposts on private Palestinian lands added further urgency for the Council to send a clear signal on the issue of settlements. Malaysia acknowledged the efforts by Egypt and the Arab League for engaging in consultations with Council members over the past 2 months on this issue. We fully support their effort, and we share their aim for Council action. We also observe an emerging consensus among Council members on the issue of settlements. We thus believe that it is urgent for the Council to seize the opportunity for effective Council action without any further delay. The draft resolution being put to vote today calls for the cessation of all Israeli settlement activities and for affirmative steps to reverse the negative trends on the ground that are endangering the two-state solutions. It also calls for immediate steps to prevent all acts of violence against civilians, including acts of terror, and calls for accountability. The text further urges all parties to intensify their efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East and to end Israeli occupations. On the implementations of the resolutions, the text is requesting that the Secretary General report to the Council every 3 months. Mr. President, we realize that some Council members may have legitimate concerns on the short period of time in which the draft was officially circulated, put to blue, and tabled for adoption. In normal and ideal circumstances, we too would have preferred a more transparent and inclusive process. However, we realize that this is anything but a normal situation and that we need to tread carefully in view of the sensitivities of the issue. Exceptional circumstances require bold action and exceptional measures. Ultimately, our aim is to bridge the gap in the respective positions of Council members in order to reach a consensus. The last time the Council adopted a resolution on settlement was over 36 years ago. Since then, the situation on the ground has worsened to a point where the very prospect of the two-state solutions is now in question. There is no doubt that this falls under the responsibility of the Security Council under the United Nations Charter to maintain international peace and security. We thus appeal to all Council members not to lose this opportunity for peace and to exercise our legal, political, and moral responsibility to vote in support of the draft resolutions, which is based on previous Council resolutions, the values and the principles of the United Nations Charter, international law, and international standards of human rights. The time for action is now to prove our long-held commitment and to reinforce that the two-state solutions is not a merely empty slogan. I thank you, Mr. President.
Le agradezco mucho su intervención y a continuación daré la palabra al embajador de Nueva Zelanda.
Thank you, Mr. President. New Zealand has made no secret of its frustration that it has been almost 8 years since the Security Council passed a resolution on the Middle East peace process. New Zealand has worked hard over the last 2 years to try to advance a resolution on this issue, which we consider to be one of the most pressing and unaddressed issues on the Council's agenda. New Zealand has floated its own ideas for a more comprehensive draft than that is before us today, and we are grateful for the willingness of other Council members to engage with us on that text. It became apparent to us, however, that the balance of the Council wished to focus on the more pressing issue of the settlements, which, as my colleague from Malaysia has said, is threatening the viability of the two-state solution. This message was very clearly delivered to us in the last Quartet report and in regular reports of the Secretary-General. For these reasons, we supported the text circulated on Wednesday and joined the group calling for a vote on that text today in order to ensure that this Council has a chance to consider it. Thank you.
Le agradezco su intervención y a continuación daré la palabra al embajador de Venezuela.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr.
Quisiéramos agradecer a usted
We would
por
like to thank
convenir
you, sir,
esta
for
importante
convening this
votación de una
important
resolución que
vote
puede ser histórica
on a
como un
resolution
aporte
which
para la
may
paz.
well be historic
Nuestro país, la
as a
República
contribution to
Bolivariana de
peace.
Venezuela,
Our
conjuntamente
country,
con
the
Malasia,
Bolivarian
Nueva
Republic of
Zelanda y
Venezuela,
Senegal,
together
ha
with
decidido
Malaysia, New
copatrocinar y
Zealand, and
pedir
Senegal,
votación
decided
a este
to
proyecto de
co-sponsor
resolución
and call for a
relativo al
vote
proceso
on
de
this
paz en el
draft
Medio Oriente,
resolution
on the
en
peace
particular
process in
sobre
the
la
Middle
cuestión de
East,
los
especially
asentamientos
on the issue
israelíes
of
ilegales.
the illegal
La decisión de
Israeli
presentar este
settlements.
proyecto de
The
resolución a
decision
la
to
atención del
present this
Consejo
draft resolution
obedece a
to
la
the
necesidad
Council
urgente e
responds
impostergable
to
de que
the
este órgano se
pressing,
pronuncie
urgent need
respecto
for
de la
this body
preocupante
to
situación
speak
que se
on
vive en
the
los territorios
concerning
ocupados del
situation
Estado de Palestina
in the
como
occupied
resultado de la continua expansión
Palestinian
ilegal de los
territories
asentamientos
as a
de
result of
colonos
the
israelíes
continued illegal
que constituyen la
expansion
amenaza
of
más seria en el
settlements
momento presente
of
a la
Israeli
posibilidad
settlements,
de la solución
which is the
política
most
de los dos
serious
estados.
threat to
Al
the
someter esta
two-state
propuesta nos anima el firme
solution at
compromiso de
present.
revertir esta peligrosa
When we
tendencia
submit this
para
proposal, we
salvaguardar
are
los intereses
driven
del
by the
pueblo
firm commitment to
palestino
reverse
y
this
la viabilidad de
dangerous
su
trend
Estado
in
y
order
para
to safeguard the
revitalizar el
interests of the
proceso de paz
Palestinian people and
que
the
se ha visto
viability of the
estancado
state,
por más de
and to
20 años.
revitalize the peace
Ya es
process, which
hora
has been at a
que este
standstill
Consejo
for
de
over
Seguridad
20 years.
asuma la
It is high
altísima
time
responsabilidad
for the
que tiene en
Security
el origen
Council to take
y
the
en
very
la
great
extensión de
responsibility
este
it
conflicto.
has in the origin and the
Consideramos que el
extension
proyecto de
of this
resolución es
conflict.
un texto
We believe
balanceado
that the draft
que
resolution is a
reafirma el
balanced
derecho de ambos
text,
países de
reaffirming the
coexistir
right of both
pacíficamente en el
countries
marco de
to
fronteras
coexist peacefully
internacionalmente
within
seguras
the
previas a
internationally secure
1967, conforme a la
pre-1967
resolución 242,
borders,
con
pursuant
arreglo
to
al derecho
Resolution
internacional y tomando en
242
consideración la opinión consultiva emitida el
to
9 de julio de
international law
2004
and
por la
bearing
Corte
in
Internacional
mind
de
the
Justicia.
advisory
Al mismo
opinion
tiempo,
of the
esta
International Court of
propuesta aborda de
Justice
forma
of
objetiva la
July 9,
problemática de los
2004.
asentamientos
At
y
the
sus
same time, this
efectos
proposal objectively
desestabilizadores
deals
para
with
la
the
región
problematic of
y condena la
settlements
violencia
and their
contra la población
destabilizing
civil
effects on the region,
independientemente de quién la
condemning
cometa
violence
y
against the
cualesquiera
civilian
sean sus
population,
motivaciones.
no matter who
Venezuela
commits that violence
reconoce
and
los
whatever
esfuerzos
their motives
realizados
may
en este
be.
Consejo para llegar a
Venezuela
esta sesión,
recognizes the
en
efforts
particular
that the
aquellos
Council has
países
made
que han
to hold
abogado
this meeting,
por la discusión
especially
abierta,
for those
transparente y
countries
franca
which
en
have
este
called
órgano
for
y por
open,
una acción del
transparent,
Consejo de
frank
Seguridad
discussion
que
in
reimpulse
this
el
body
proceso de paz.
and an action of the
Al
Security
igual que los
Council
países
which
que han
will
presentado iniciativas
reinitiate the
para
peace
salir de la
process,
inercia. Especial
as well as the
atención
countries
debe
which have
hacerse
presented
al denodado
initiatives
esfuerzo de
to emerge
Egipto
from this
y el
stalemate.
apoyo de la
Special
Liga
mention
Árabe
must be
por
made
lograr
of the
avances
tireless efforts of
efectivos
Egypt
en
and
el
support
abordaje
of
de la
the
cuestión
Arab League
palestina. También va
to
nuestro
achieve effective
reconocimiento a la
progress in
presidencia
dealing with the
española del Consejo
Palestinian
por su
question.
continua disposición a
We
facilitar
also
la
wish to
celebración
thank
de
and
la sesión,
acknowledge
esta sesión de
the Spanish
votación
presidency of the
y a Nueva
Security Council
Zelanda
for
por
its
ser
continued
el
availability to
elemento que
hold
motorizó
this vote,
que esta
and
resolución
New Zealand,
pudiera
which
presentarse antes
led
del final del
this
año. Los
this
países que
resolution to
somos
be presented
proponentes
before the end of the year.
representamos
The
diversas
proposing
regiones
countries
del mundo entero.
represent
Nos
diverse
sentimos alentados
regions
a
of the
actuar por el
entire world.
consenso emergente en
We
relación
feel
al tema de los
encouraged to act because of the emerging
asentamientos. Todos los
consensus
países miembros
on the issue of
reconocen que los
settlements.
asentamientos
All
ilegales
countries
son un obstáculo al
recognize that
proceso de paz y una
illegal
amenaza a la
settlements are
solución
an
de los dos
obstacle to the
estados.
peace process and a threat to
Igualmente,
the
nuestra
two-state
acción responde a los
solution.
múltiples
Our action
llamados
also responds
de
to the
los
many
miembros del
calls
Consejo,
of the
del
members of
mismo
the Council,
secretario general,
the Secretary
del
General
coordinador
himself,
especial
the
para el
Special
proceso de paz en
Coordinator
el
for
Medio
the peace
Oriente,
process
del
in the Middle
cuarteto
East,
del Medio
the Middle
Oriente,
East
entre otros
Quartet,
Estados miembros y actores relevantes,
amongst other
en el
member
marco de
states
superar los
and
escollos que
relevant
confronta el proceso
prominent
de paz
stakeholders in the
palestino-israelí.
framework of overcoming the
Estamos en el
obstacles
umbral de
facing
una decisión
the
histórica que puede
Palestine-Israel
representar el
peace
inicio de una
process.
nueva fase
We
en
are
el
on the
proceso de
threshold of a
paz
historic
tras
decision,
casi 4
which can
décadas de
represent
fallidos intentos.
the opening of
Por
a new
ello,
phase
este
in the
Consejo,
peace
en su
process.
condición de representante
After
de la
almost
comunidad
4 decades
internacional
of failed
y
attempts,
garante de la
this
paz
is
y
why
la
the
seguridad
Council, as a
internacional, debe
representative
actuar con
of the
espíritu
international
de unidad,
community and the guarantor
aprobando el
of peace and
texto que hoy
international
se
security,
presenta.
must act
El mundo hoy
with the spirit
centra
of
su
unity,
mirada al
approving
Consejo
the
de
text
Seguridad
submitted
y
today.
tiene puestas sus
The world
esperanzas en
today
que sus miembros
has its
procedan en
eyes on
favor
the
de la
Security
paz y
Council.
conscientes
It
que la
has
historia
its
juzgará
hopes
sus acciones con
in its
agradecimiento
members,
y
proceeding for
contribuimos,
peace and
aunque
aware
sea
that
en una
history will
pequeña
judge our
forma,
actions with
a
thanks
restablecimiento de
if
un
we
proceso
can
político.
contribute,
Estamos forjando
even
el
in a small
camino
way,
para que las
to
nuevas generaciones,
reinitiating this
tanto de
process.
israelíes
We are
como
opening
de
the path
Palestina,
so that
tengan la
new generations,
oportunidad
both
de
in Israel and
construir
Palestine, will
un
be able to
mundo
build
de paz.
a better,
Gracias, señor
peaceful world. Thank you very much,
Le
Mr. President.
agradezco su intervención.
Thank you for your statement.
El Consejo está listo para
Council
someter a votación el
is
proyecto de
ready to
resolución
proceed to the vote
que
on
tiene
the
ante sí.
draft resolution before it.
Procederé ahora a someter a
I shall
votación
put the
el
draft
proyecto de
resolution to the
resolución.
vote now.
Quienes estén a favor
Will
del
those in
proyecto de
favor
resolución
of the
que
draft
figura en el
resolution
documento
contained in document
S-2016-1100, sírvanse levantar la mano.
S/2016/1100, please raise their hand.
¿En contra?
Those against.
¿Abstenciones?
Abstentions.
El resultado de la votación
The
es el
result of the
siguiente.
voting is as
14
follows.
votos a favor,
14
una
votes in favor,
abstención.
1
Queda
abstention.
aprobado el proyecto de
The draft
resolución como
resolution has
resolución
been adopted as
2334.
Resolution 2334.
Daré ahora la palabra a
I
los
now give
miembros
the
del
floor
Consejo
to those members
que
of the
deseen
Council
formular
who wish to make
declaraciones
statements
después de la
after
votación.
the vote.
Doy la palabra
I give the floor
al embajador
to
de
the
Egipto.
Ambassador of Egypt.
السيد الرئيس
Mr.
السيدات والسادة
President, ladies and gentlemen,
منذ بداية الصراع
since the
العربي
beginning
الإسرائيلي
of the
عام
Arab-Israeli conflict
1948
in 1948,
وعدم تلبية حق الشعب الفلسطيني
since the
في
rights
دولة
of the Palestinian
مستقلة
people to an
ذات سيادة
independent sovereign state
يمارس
have
فيها
not
حقه
been
الطبيعي
met,
في الحياة الكريمة
a natural
والحرة
life of
ورغم الصمت
dignity and
الدولي
freedom,
الواضح
despite
وصدور العشرات
clear
من
silence in
القرارات
the
من
international
مجلس
community
الأمن
and
والجمعية
dozens of
العامة للأمم
resolutions
المتحدة
of the Security Council
دون
and the General
إنفاذها.
Assembly of the
قد
United
اطلعت
Nations
مصر وما
that remain
زالت بمسؤوليات
unimplemented,
انقسام
Egypt has taken on
وجابها تحديات
its
كبرى
duties. It has
وخاضت
confronted
حروبا
many
عسكرية
challenges.
ومعارك
We
دبلوماسية
have had
على
many
كافة
wars,
الأصعدة
both on the
للدفاع عن
ground
الحق
and in
الفلسطيني
diplomacy in defense of
والدفع
Palestinian
قدما
rights.
نحو إقامة
To
الدولة
move
الفلسطينية
forward to the
المستقلة
creation of an
وعاصمتها
independent
القدس
state of
الشرقية
Palestine with its
في إطار
capital in
تحقيق
East
السلام الشامل
Jerusalem.
والعادل في
Steps
منطقة الشرق
towards
الأوسط.
just and durable peaceful settlement in the Middle
السيدات
East.
والسادة إن مشروع القرار
Ladies and
الخاص
gentlemen,
بالاستيطان
the
الإسرائيلي
draft
الذي
resolution
اعتمده
on
المجلس
Israeli
اليوم
settlements adopted by the
يعبر بلا
Council
شك
today
عن واقع أليم
undoubtedly
ناتج عن سياسة
expresses a
الاستيطان غير
painful
القانونية
reality of illegitimate
وناتج أيضا عن
settlement.
سياسة مصادرة
It is also
الأراضي
born of a policy
الفلسطينية
of
بما
confiscation
يتعارض
of
مع مبدأ
Palestinian
راسخ
land against
أقره
a
المجتمع
clear
الدولي
principle adopted by the
وعدم جواز
international
ضم أراضٍ
community,
بالقوة
the
المسلحة
inadmissibility of the acquisition
إلا أن
of
عمليات السلام
territory by armed
بتعقيداتها
force.
وتفاصيلها
This
تقتضي منا جميعا
requires
بالحكمة
all of us to be
والواقعية
wise,
السياسية
to be politically
لمعالجة
realistic
قضاياها
in order
دون
to take
مزايدات
up this
من أي
issue
طرف على
without
النحو الذي
any
شهدته
excesses from
مداولاتنا في
any
المجلس
party,
بشأن مشروع
just as
القرار
we have seen during our
وبقصد
deliberations on
قضية
the draft
الاستيطان
resolution.
التي
I
ترتبط
mean
بشكل
specifically
مباشر
settlements. It
بأحد
is an
أهم
issue that
مكونات
is
قضايا
related
الحل
to one
النهائي
of the
وهي
most
قضية
important
الحدود.
components of the final settlement,
إن
the
الظروف التي
issue
ارتبطت
of borders.
بالتشاور حول مشروع القرار وتوقيت
Consultations
التصويت
on the
خلال
draft,
الساعات
the
الأخيرة
timing of the vote
عكست
in the
أنها
past
قد
few hours
تحد من
have
حركة أطراف
showed
دولية
that
ترغب في الانخراط
some
بشكل مباشر
international parties
لحل
want
القضية
to
الفلسطينية
intervene
بشكل
directly
كامل
to
ونهائي
resolve the question
وفقا
of Palestine
لقرارات مجلس
finally
الأمن
in
ذات
accordance
الصلة
with relevant Security
وأهمها
Council
القرار
resolutions,
242
most
لعام
notably 242
1967
of
والقرار
1967 as well
338
as
لعام
338 of
1973 والقرار
1973
446
and
لعام
446 of
إن العمل على إتاحة
1977.
الفرصة لتحركات دولية
Any
مقبلة لا يعني
opportunity
بأي
for
حال من
future
الأحوال
steps can
التخلي
in
أو
no way
التراجع
mean
عن ثوابت
that
ومحددات
we
السياسة
can
الخاصة
stay
بالقضية
away
الفلسطينية
from the
بما
fundamental
فيها
requirements
قضية
of a
الاستيطان.
settlement to the question of Palestine, including
كون
the
تلك
issue of
الثوابت
settlement.
والمحددات منصوص
These
عليها
pillars
في
are
قرارات
well
دولية
known. They
سابقة
are set out in
صادرة عن
previous
مجلس الأمن
international resolutions of
فضلا
this
عن
Security
مواقف
Council,
الأطراف
as
الدولية
well as
المنخرطة بشكل
positions
مباشر في
of
القضية الفلسطينية.
international powers and
السيدات
the
والسادة
Palestinian leadership. Ladies and gentlemen,
لقد وجدت مصر نفسها اليوم
Egypt
مضطرة
found
لسحب مشروع
itself today
القرار المقدم
compelled
منها
to
من
withdraw
الناحية
its
الإجرائية
own draft
على
resolution.
خلفية
This
المزايدات
was
التي تعرضت
procedural
لها
because
منذ طرح المشروع
of the
بالحبر
pressures
الأزرق
that the draft has met since it was tabled
والتي
in blue.
وصلت إلى حد ما يشبه
This
الإنذار من
led
جانب بعض أعضاء
to
المجلس
even a warning by some members of the Security
وأمر
Council.
غير مقبول
This
شكلا
is
وموضوعا
utterly unacceptable in form and substance in view of firm Egyptian positions that cannot be placed in doubt pertaining to legitimate Palestinian rights. Let it also be known that those pressures took place in the absence of Egypt through active political efforts 24 hours a day ever since the draft was set out in blue, in order to maintain legitimate Palestinian rights through a just and durable settlement in accordance with international resolutions relevant to the issue. We did so. Nevertheless, Egypt has voted in favor of the draft resolution just voted on. This is based on our firm principled positions that cannot be put in doubt. It ought not be subject to negotiation or pressure from any. We were the first to bear arms to protect legitimate Arab and Palestinian rights. We were the first to make peace with Israel as we believe in peace rather than armed conflict. Egypt has been and continues to be one of the strongest believers in the possibility of just, durable peace in the Middle East based on the principles of a two-state solution and land for peace as recognized by international legitimacy. I thank you, Mr. President.
Le agradezco su intervención. A continuación daré la palabra a la embajadora de los Estados Unidos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin with a quote. The United States will not support the use of any additional land for the purpose of settlements during the transitional period. Indeed, the immediate adoption of a settlement freeze by Israel, more than any other action, could create the confidence needed for wider participation in these talks. Further settlement activity is in no way necessary for the security of Israel and only diminishes the confidence of the Arabs that a final outcome can be freely and fairly negotiated. That's the end of the quote. This was said in 1982 by President Ronald Reagan. He was speaking about a new proposal that he was launching to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. While ultimately, of course, President Reagan's proposal was not realized, his words are still illuminating in at least two respects. First, because they underscore the United States' deep and long-standing commitment to achieving a comprehensive and lasting peace between the Israelis and Palestinians. That has been the policy of every administration, Republican and Democrat, since before President Reagan and all the way through to the present day. Second, because President Reagan's words highlight the United States' long-standing position that Israeli settlement activity in territories occupied in 1967 undermines Israel's security, harms the viability of a negotiated two-state outcome, and erodes prospects for peace and stability in the region. Today, the Security Council reaffirmed its established consensus that settlements have no legal validity. The United States has been sending the message that the settlements must stop privately and publicly for nearly 5 decades. Through the administrations of President Lyndon B. Johnson, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and now Barack Obama. Indeed, since 1967, the only president who had not had at least one Israeli-Palestinian-related Security Council resolution pass during his tenure is Barack Obama. So our vote today is fully in line with the bipartisan history of how American presidents have approached both the issue and the role of this body. Given the consistency of this position across U.S. administrations, one would think that it would be a routine vote for the U.S. to allow the passage of a resolution with the elements in this one, reaffirming the longstanding U.S. position on settlements, condemning violence and incitement, and calling for the parties to start taking constructive steps to reverse current trends on the ground. These are familiar, well-articulated components of U.S. policy. But in reality, this vote for us was not straightforward because of where it is taking place at the United Nations. For the simple truth is that for as long as Israel has been a member of this institution, Israel has been treated differently from other nations at the United Nations. And not only in decades past, such as the infamous resolution that the General Assembly adopted in 1975 with the support of the majority of member states, officially determining that Zionism is a form of racism, but also in 2016, this year. One need only look at the 18 resolutions against Israel adopted during the UN General Assembly in September, or the 12 Israel-specific resolutions adopted this year in the Human Rights Council, more than those focused on Syria, North Korea, Iran, and South Sudan put together, to see that in 2016, Israel continues to be treated differently from other member states. Like U.S. administrations before it, the Obama administration has worked tirelessly to fight for Israel's right simply to be treated just like any other country. From advocating for Israel to finally be granted membership to a UN regional body, something no other UN member state had been denied, to fighting to ensure that Israeli NGOs are not denied UN accreditation simply because they are Israeli, to getting Yom Kippur finally recognized as a UN holiday, to pressing this council to break its indefensible silence in response to terrorist attacks on Israelis. As the United States has said repeatedly, such unequal treatment not only hurts Israel, it undermines the legitimacy of the United Nations itself. The practice of treating Israel differently at the UN matters for votes like this one. For even if one believes that the resolution proposed today is justified, or even more necessitated by events on the ground, one cannot completely separate the vote from the venue. And member states that say they are for the two-state solution must ask themselves some difficult questions. For those states that are quick to promote resolutions condemning Israel, but refuse to recognize when innocent Israelis are the victims of terrorism, what steps will you take to stop treating Israel differently? For those states that passionately denounce the closures of crossings in Gaza as exacerbating the humanitarian situation, but say nothing of the resources diverted from helping Gaza's residents to dig tunnels into Israeli territory so that terrorists can attack Israelis in their homes, what will you do to end the double standard that undermines the legitimacy of this institution? Member states should also ask themselves about the double standards when it comes to this council taking action. Just this morning, we came together as a council, and we were unable to muster the will to act to stop the flow of weapons going to killers in South Sudan who are perpetrating mass atrocities that the UN has said could lead to genocide. We couldn't come together just to stem the flow of arms. Earlier this month, this council could not muster the will to adopt the simplest of resolutions, calling for a 7-day pause in the savage bombardment of innocent civilians, hospitals, and schools in Aleppo. Yet, when a resolution on Israel comes before this council, members suddenly summon the will to act. It is because this forum too often continues to be biased against Israel, because there are important issues that are not sufficiently addressed in this resolution, and because the United States does not agree with every word in this text, that the United States did not vote in favor of the resolution. But it is because this resolution reflects the facts on the ground and is consistent with U.S. policy across Republican and Democratic administrations throughout the history of the State of Israel that the United States did not veto it. The United States has consistently said we would block any resolution that we thought would undermine Israel's security or seek to impose a resolution to the conflict. We would not have let this resolution pass had it not also addressed counterproductive actions by the Palestinians, such as terrorism and incitement to violence, which we've repeatedly condemned and repeatedly raised with the Palestinian leadership, and which, of course, must be stopped. Unlike some on the UN Security Council, we do not believe that outside parties can impose a solution that has not been negotiated by the two parties, nor can we unilaterally recognize a future Palestinian state. But it is precisely our commitment to Israel's security that makes the United States believe that we cannot stand in the way of this resolution as we seek to preserve a chance of attaining our long-standing objective, two states living side by side in peace and security. Let me briefly explain why. The settlement problem has gotten so much worse that it is now putting at risk the very viability of that two-state solution. The number of settlers in the roughly 150 authorized Israeli settlements east of the 1967 lines has increased dramatically. Since the 1993 signing of the Oslo Accords, which launched efforts that made a comprehensive and lasting peace possible, the number of settlers has increased by 355,000. The total settler population in the West Bank, East, and Jerusalem now exceeds 590,000. Nearly 90,000 settlers are living east of the separation barrier that was created by Israel itself. And just since July 2016, when the Middle East Quartet issued a report highlighting international concern about a systematic process of land seizures, settlement expansions, and legalizations, Israel has advanced plans for more than 2,600 new settlement units. Yet rather than dismantling these and other settler outposts, which are illegal even under Israeli law, now there is new legislation advancing in the Israeli Knesset that would legalize most of the outposts, a factor that propelled the decision by this resolution sponsors to bring it before the Council. The Israeli Prime Minister recently described his government as, quote, more committed to settlements than any in Israel's history, end quote. And one of his leading coalition partners recently declared that, quote, the era of the two-state solution is over, end quote. At the same time, the Prime Minister has said that he is still committed to pursuing a two-state solution. But these statements are irreconcilable. One cannot simultaneously champion expanding Israeli settlements and champion a viable two-state solution that would end the conflict. One has to make a choice between settlements and separation. In 2011, the United States vetoed a resolution that focused exclusively on settlements, as if settlements were the only factor harming the prospects of a two-state solution. The circumstances have changed dramatically. Since 2011, settlement growth has only accelerated. Since 2011, multiple efforts to pursue peace through negotiations have failed. And since 2011, President Obama and Secretary Kerry have repeatedly warned, publicly and privately, that the absence of progress toward peace and continued settlement expansion was going to put the two-state solution at risk and threaten Israel's stated objective to remain both a Jewish state and a democracy. Moreover, unlike in 2011, this resolution condemns violence, terrorism, and incitement, which also poses an extremely grave risk to the two-state solution. This resolution reflects trends that will permanently destroy the hope of a two-state solution if they continue on their current course. The United States has not taken the step of voting in support of this resolution because the resolution is too narrowly focused on settlements, when we all know, or we all should know, that many other factors contribute significantly to the tensions that perpetuate this conflict. Let us be clear, even if every single settlement were to be dismantled tomorrow, peace still would not be attainable without both sides acknowledging uncomfortable truths and making difficult choices. That is an indisputable fact. Yet it is one that is too often overlooked by members of the United Nations and by members of this Council. For Palestinian leaders, that means recognizing the obvious, that in addition to taking innocent lives, the incitement to violence, the glorification of terrorists, and the growth of violent extremism erodes prospects for peace, as this resolution makes crystal clear. The most recent wave of Palestinian violence has seen terrorists commit hundreds of attacks, including driving cars into crowds of innocent civilians and stabbing mothers in front of their children. Yet rather than condemn these attacks, Hamas, other radical factions, and even certain members of Fatah have held up the terrorists as heroes and used social media to incite others to follow in their murderous footsteps. And while President Abbas and his party's leaders have made clear their opposition to violence, terrorism, and extremism, they have too often failed to condemn specific attacks or condemn the praise heaped upon the perpetrators. Our vote today does not in any way diminish the United States' steadfast and unparalleled commitment to the security of Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East. We would not have let this resolution pass had it not also addressed counterproductive actions by the Palestinians. We have to recognize that Israel faces very serious threats in a very tough neighborhood. Israelis are rightfully concerned about making sure There is not a new terrorist haven next door. President Obama and this administration have shown an unprecedented commitment to Israel's security because that is what we believe in. Our commitment to that security has never wavered, and it never will. Even with a financial crisis and budget deficits, we repeatedly increase funding to support Israel's military. And in September, the Obama administration signed a memorandum of understanding to provide $38 billion in security assistance to Israel over the next 10 years, the largest single pledge of military assistance in U.S. history to any country. And as the Israeli Prime Minister himself has noted, our military and intelligence cooperation is unprecedented. We believe, though, that continued settlement building seriously undermines Israel's security. Some may cast the U.S. vote as a sign that we have finally given up on a two-state solution. Nothing could be further from the truth. None of us can give up on a two-state solution. We continue to believe that that solution is the only viable path to provide peace and security for the State of Israel and freedom and dignity for the Palestinian people. And we continue to believe that the parties can still pursue this path if both sides are honest about the choices and have the courage to take steps that will be politically difficult. While we can encourage them, it is ultimately up to the parties to choose this path, as it always has been. We sincerely hope that they will begin making these choices before it is too late. I thank you.
Agradezco a la embajadora de los Estados Unidos su intervención y a continuación daré la palabra al embajador de Francia.
To the Ambassador of France.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
l'adoption de la résolution 2334 marque un jour important et à bien des égards historiques dans l'histoire du Conseil de sécurité. Il s'agit en effet de la première résolution adoptée par ce Conseil sur le règlement du conflit israélo-palestinien depuis 8 ans.
on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in 8 years. And it's the first time that the Security Council is making its position known as clearly as this to state what is obvious, and that is that Israeli settlement building undermines little by little the possibility of having a viable and independent Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel. So it was necessary for the Security Council to recall the collective and unanimous attachment of the international community to the two-state solution and to express its position clearly on the threats to that solution. Unless we act resolutely toward that end, the two-state solution will disappear like a mirage in the desert, even though there is no credible alternative that could meet the legitimate aspirations of both parties. Mr. President, over the past few decades, Israeli settlement building has been accelerated. This only fuels tensions on the ground and undermines the aspirations of the international community. Settlement building, which is illegal under international law, is part of a deliberate policy which aims at putting the international community and the people on the ground before facts on the ground in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank. The expansion of settlements beyond the Green Line and the de facto annexation of Zone C, forced transfer of population, demolition of Palestinian homes, restriction to movements, the building of a separation wall. This is all part of this policy. Now, this policy is not only illegal under international, it also threatens the prospects for the creation of a viable and independent Palestinian state, which is in fact the best guarantee for Israeli security and for a lasting solution to this conflict. That is the message that France, by voting in favor of this resolution, wanted to send today. Now, while settlements are the main threat on the ground to the two-state solution, unfortunately it is not the only threat. Acts of violence, incitement to violence and terrorism also undermine the chances of having two states, a Palestinian and Israeli state, live side by side peacefully one day. They destroyed trust and dialogue among the people that are meant to live together side by side. From this point of view, Resolution 2334 strongly reiterates its condemnation of all acts of terrorism, of incitement of violence, and all deliberate attacks against civilians. The resolution calls on the Palestinian Authority to continue to do everything possible to discourage terrorist undertakings. Now, to identify and to point out threats to a two-state solution is important, but it's not enough. It's also important to work on recreating, after 2 years of impasse, the conditions for resuming negotiations. Israelis, just as the Palestinians, have a vital interest in peace, and that peace can only be based on a two-state solution. That is the aim of the French initiative, to try to relaunch the peace process. In this framework, after the important ministerial meeting of the 3rd of June of this year, France decided to organize in Paris on the 15th of January an international conference, the goal of which will be to present the contribution of the international community to relaunching the negotiation process and towards reaching a peace agreement. Of course, with the understanding, and everyone agrees on that, only Palestinians and Israelis will be able to achieve that peace in direct negotiations. The resolution we adopted today and the Paris International Conference are two sides of the same coin, aimed at reiterating our joint attachment to the two-state solution and towards creating the conditions that make it possible to achieve that solution. This resolution and the French initiative are, we hope, will be the first and very important steps towards relaunching a credible political process, a process that we will need to collectively pursue over the weeks and months to come. This resolution, to sum up, certainly is not the end of the road. It's an important stage, an important step, potentially a historical step on the very difficult and demanding path that should lead us to peace and security in the Middle East. Mr. President, colleagues, let us together assume the very heavy responsibility that is incumbent on all of us on this difficult path. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Ambassador of France for his statement, and I now give the floor to the Ambassador of Venezuela.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela expresses its satisfaction at the adoption of Resolution 2334, with the conviction that this is a unique opportunity to push forward the peace process and reestablish confidence between parties. At the same time, it allows the Security Council to leave inaction behind and emerge from it, committing itself to building an environment which will favor negotiation between the parties, taking into account the aspirations and concerns of both peoples, and in defending the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to a free, sovereign, independent state in accordance with the Resolution 181 of the General Assembly. Of course, this resolution is just one step forward. But this conflict is a very complex one with many obstacles. There is an urgent need to decisively respond to the greatest challenge, to the two-state solution, the continued expansion of illegal Israeli settlements on the occupied territory of the state of Palestine. Illegal settlements are against international law. It injures the rights of the Palestinian people, depriving them of their lands, their homes, their means of life, their free circulation, and limiting their social and economic development. And this is why this Council must speak categorically on this terrible problem. The United Nations, the General Assembly, and this Security Council have the obligation and the mandate to defend peace and international law. Furthermore, the United Nations and the Security Council have the moral obligation to support the Palestinian cause because they have a very great responsibility for the Nakba, the tragedy of the Palestinian people. This is why they must issue all the resolutions they can to protect the Palestinian people and force Israel to respect international law and, frankly, openly enter a peace process based on a two-state solution. The resolution we adopted today is the first step on the path to a peaceful negotiated solution between Israel and Palestine with the support of the international community. It is therefore necessary for Israel, the occupying power, to put an end to the policies derived from the prolonged occupation of the territories of the State of Palestine, as well as the inhumane blockade of the Gaza Strip, which has gone on for almost a decade and is a flagrant violation of international law. These are essential conditions for what we have achieved today to be consolidated and move forward towards a political solution in which Israel and Palestine, as a full member of the United Nations and with East Jerusalem as its capital, will be able to coexist peacefully within internationally recognized pre-1967 borders. The members of the Council have recognized that illegal settlements are a systematic obstacle to the peace process and a threat to the two-state solution. Hence, the increasingly urgent need for Israel to take its responsibility and comply with the resolutions which this Council and the General Assembly adopted, urging it to put an end to this pernicious practice which denies the human rights of the Palestinian population. Furthermore, Venezuela reiterates its condemnation of terrorism in all forms and manifestations, no matter who the authors may be and what their motives are. With the same emphasis, we condemn the continued violation of the most elementary rights of the Palestinian people in the occupied territories and in the blockaded and besieged Gaza Strip through the use of indiscriminate, disproportionate force by the military and Israeli security. We repudiate the violence of extremist settlers against the Palestinian population, the policy of the occupying power subjecting Palestinian men, women, and children to prison and administrative detention. We call once again for the release of all children who are unfairly languishing in Israeli prisons. As you can appreciate, a lot remains to be done in order to reverse this negative situation and ensure that Israel complies with its obligations as an occupying power. However, we recognize that with today's decision, the necessary space to renew dialogue has been opened, and a negotiated settlement to this conflict, which has marked the history of the Middle East for over almost 70 years. We are pleased that at the end of our membership of the Security Council, the Council has had the vision and the courage to adopt this resolution. This is why we acknowledge the contribution of all those who contributed to this historic outcome, especially Egypt, New Zealand, and the countries who co-sponsored this resolution. Venezuela reaffirms its firm commitment to peace and international security and with the Palestinian cause. We will remain vigilant at the development of the inescapable task of assisting in a negotiated solution to this conflict in accordance with Article 2 of the Charter of the United Nations. We will also support all efforts and initiatives oriented towards reaching the two-state solution in accordance with international law. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your statement, Ambassador of Venezuela. I now give the floor to the Ambassador in charge of the Affairs of China.
Mr. President, China welcomes the adoption by the Security Council Resolution 2334 on the Israeli settlements and appreciates the important role played by the sponsors in promoting its adoption. The question of Palestine has been the crux of the Middle East issue. It is also the underlying cause of the situation in the region. Safeguarding the legitimate national interests of the Palestinian people is the shared responsibility of the international community. Recent years have seen the stalled peace talks between the two sides, the ever-expanding Israeli settlements, ongoing violence and conflicts, the ever-deteriorating humanitarian situation, and the more intense tension between Palestine and Israel. All this has threatened the two-state vision and regional peace and stability. China has all along supported the Council in playing a still role on the question of Palestine. Resolution 2334 adopted by the Council today is significant in that it reflects the common aspiration and wish of the international community and heeds the just demand of Palestine and the Arab countries. We urge Israel to practically implement Resolution 2334, immediately end its settlement activities, and stop demolishing Palestinian homes in order to create conditions for the relaunch of the peace talks. China encourages both sides to honor their respective obligations, keep calm, exercise restraint, and gradually establish mutual trust so as to come back on the right path of peace negotiations. China has been a firm supporter of the just cause of Palestinian people. China supports the Palestinian people in establishing a fully sovereign and independent state based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. China welcomes and supports all efforts that help ease tension between the two sides and achieve the two-state vision and the peaceful coexistence between the two sides. China is ready to work with the international community in scaling up the diplomatic efforts to promote an early, comprehensive, and just solution to the question between the two countries. I thank you, Mr. President.
I'd like to thank you for your statement, and I now would like to give the floor to the Ambassador of the United Kingdom.
Mr. President, the United Kingdom welcomes the adoption of Resolution 2334 today. It's the first Security Council resolution on the Israel-Palestine issue in over 7 years. The adoption of this resolution is first and foremost a clear reinforcement of the international community's conviction that a two-state solution remains the only viable route to sustained Arab-Israeli peace. As the Quartet report in July highlighted, the foundations of peace, trust and goodwill, are being corroded for all sides because of violence, incitement, demolitions, and settlement activity. Ultimately, as long as terrorists are treated as martyrs, peace will be distant. The scourge of anti-Semitic, racist, and hateful language must be excised from the region. It is critical that the Palestinian leadership implement the recommendations of the Quartet report and continue their efforts to tackle terror and incitement, strengthen institutions, and develop a sustainable economy. And the United Kingdom will continue to provide the Palestinian Authority with professional support in helping develop its security institutions. But goodwill alone will not secure peace. Today's resolution is a sober recognition that the two-state solution is slipping away. By undermining the prospects for a contiguous Palestinian state, settlement construction is corroding the possibility of a two-state solution. Since the Oslo process in 1993, the population of settlements has doubled to 570,000, including 85,000 settlers deep in the West Bank. The Quartet report warns of sliding into a one-state reality of perpetual occupation and conflict. That is no future at all. The United Kingdom is a dear and close friend of the State of Israel. We reject all efforts to delegitimize or undermine Israel. The movement for boycotts, divestment, and sanctions, rooted as it is in a culture of prejudice and hostility to Israel, is a barrier to peace, and my government will never support any resolution that advances the cause of boycotts or delegitimization in any way. It is because of our steadfast and stalwart commitment to Israel's security and its existence as the Jewish homeland that we voted for today's resolution and worked tirelessly to to secure a balanced final text. We believe that Israeli settlement activity represents a clear and present danger to our shared vision of two states for two peoples. The United Kingdom's long-standing view is that settlement expansion is illegal, and this is not in Israel's long-term interests. Today's resolution also takes important and balanced steps to support peace through, first of all, calling for immediate steps to prevent incitement and all acts of violence against civilians, including terror. It also calls for a strengthening of efforts to combat terrorism, including through existing security coordination, as well as clearly condemning all acts of terrorism. Second, Mr. President, this resolution calls upon both parties to act on the basis of international law and to refrain from provocative actions in order to build trust and create the conditions for peace. And third, this resolution calls upon all parties to exert collective efforts to launch credible negotiations on all final status issues, urging the intensification and acceleration of international and regional efforts to support a comprehensive peace. We have long held that for negotiations to be successful, they will need to lead to a safe and secure Israel living alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state based on 1967 borders with agreed land swaps, Jerusalem as the shared capital of both states, and a just, fair, agreed, and realistic settlement for refugees. In closing, Mr. President, we recognise that the passing of this resolution will not change the situation on the ground overnight. 2017 will not be an easy year for the Israel-Palestine issue, 50 years since the Six-Day War and the subsequent occupation of Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and 100 years since my country issued the Balfour Declaration. However, we must all uphold our responsibility, as this Council has finally upheld its responsibility today, in order to deliver the long-term security that Israelis deserve and the statehood and end to the occupation that Palestinians are calling out for. Thank you.
Agradezco al embajador del Reino Unido su intervención y a continuación daré la palabra al embajador encargado de negocios de la República Oriental del Uruguay. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Uruguay voted for this resolution, convinced that after 8 years, we had before us a historic opportunity to break with the stalemate in the inaction of the Security Council, which seriously threatened the two-state solution and peace negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians. Resolution 2334, adopted a few minutes ago, responds to the constant call of members of the Security Council to break the status quo and reverse the negative trends on the ground, especially in this case with regard to the illegal settlements built by Israel in occupied Palestinian territory. Today, we are at a very important moment for the peace process in the Middle East and the two-state solution. We hope that this resolution will be a call for action by both Israel and Palestine to promptly resume bilateral negotiations which will lead to a just and lasting peace, responding to the interests of both parties. Uruguay reaffirms its support for the possibility of both Israel and Palestine living in peace side by side within internationally recognized borders and free from any action which might breach the peace. We also reaffirm our support to this two-state solution. We are convinced that it is the only possibility which will make it possible for Israel and Palestine to coexist peacefully. It is very important for the authorities to give political signals to get out of the quagmire created by misunderstandings, hatred, and violent confrontation. In the same way, they must both refrain from adopting unilateral decisions which will hamper dialogue, and they must comply with good faith with their obligations under international law and with the resolutions of this Council. Uruguay reaffirms its willingness to continue working in order to reactivate the peace process in the Middle East as quickly as possible and make the two-state solution a reality for once and for all. Two states living in peace, cooperating. We owe this to many generations of Israelis and Palestinians who are exhausted, worn out after so many years of conflict. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your statement, and I'll give the floor to the Ambassador of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. The delegation of Russia, as I'm sure many others who are in this room, is puzzled by the process that unfolded around today's resolution. Although the draft has been worked on for many months, the seeming haste in its adoption does not benefit the purpose of the resolution. Our country, for many years, has been involved in the Middle East peace process. First as the co-chair of the Madrid process, then as a member of the Quartet, and of course as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. The experience we have gained confirms that resolving this issue is only possible through direct negotiations without any preconditions between Palestinians and Israelis. That is precisely what dictated the work we did on arranging in September in Moscow a meeting between Prime Minister of Israel Netanyahu and President of Palestine Abbas. The Palestinian side was ready for this meeting, to take part in this meeting. Today we voted on the draft resolution on Israeli settlements on the premise that it is based on tested language that reflects the general position of the international community on the illegality of Israeli settlement activity on occupied Palestinian territories. We think it's important that the document also condemns violent acts against civilians and acts of terrorism. It contains an appeal to both sides to put an end to violence and to put an end to the rhetoric of incitement and provocation, which only fuels an atmosphere of distrust and confrontation between Palestinians and Israelis. These kinds of actions no doubt undermine the possibility of having a two-state solution. Russia will continue working on relaunching negotiations on and also on restoring Palestinian unity based on the political platform of the PLO and the Arab Peace Initiative. In this connection, we confirm the importance of the continued work of the Quartet as an effective and approved mechanism of the UN Security Council on the Middle East peace process. We also note that the report of the Quartet published in July on the situation in the Palestinian-Israeli track is still very much relevant as a consolidated signal of the international community to both sides of the conflict. By implementing the recommendations contained in that report would contribute to returning the process back to the political track. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Ambassador of the Russian Federation for his statement, and I now give the floor to the Ambassador of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Japan is deeply concerned about the current stagnation in the peace process and is alarmed that a two-state solution may be slipping from our reach. We have been consistent in our position that the settlement activities is in violation of international law and that it has been steadily eroding the viability of a two-state solution. With this in mind, Japan has voted in favor of the resolution. It is important that parties commit themselves to the resolution just adopted so as to make meaningful progresses in the Middle East peace process. The Council also must reaffirm its commitment to a two-state solution and support the parties to that end. Japan remains firm in its belief that peace in the region can be realized only through negotiations and will not recognize any unilateral change by either party which may prejudge the final resolution. I would like to conclude by stressing that Japan will continue to engage in this matter, both in and out of the Council, to facilitate the peace process with a view to achieving a two-state solution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Le agradezco su intervención.
Thank you for
Y
your
a continuación
statement.
doy
I
la
now
palabra
give the floor
al embajador de Malasia.
to the Ambassador of Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, after decades of paralysis in the Council on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the Council finally exercises its legal, political, and moral responsibility to take effective actions to reverse the negative trends that are threatening peace and the two-state solutions. With the historic adoptions of Resolutions 2334, we prove our sincere commitment to peace and to the two-state solutions. We sincerely thank all Council members who voted in support of the draft resolutions today. We are also encouraged by the exemplary restraint shown by the permanent members of the Council. Malaysia also appreciates the full support and solidarity shown by New Zealand, Venezuela, and Senegal in carrying out these resolutions forward. Mr. President, we have been persistently warned that the settlement enterprise constitutes the single biggest threat to peace and the two-state solution. It is illegal under international law, as reinforced by the 2004 advisory opinion of the ICJ and in various Council resolutions. They also lead to settlers' violence, home demolitions, land confiscations, discriminatory policies, as well as denial of development, infrastructure, and natural resources. Decades of great injustice and gross violations of human rights have perpetuated anger and frustrations for those who have nothing to lose, leading to further radicalizations in the region and beyond. Recent developments have made it even more urgent for the Council to act, particularly the brazen attempt by the Israeli Parliament to legalize outposts on private Palestinian lands. We need to send a strong and clear signal that this is simply not acceptable. Today, the Council has redeemed itself to stir the parties in the right directions, away from violence, unjust, and illegal acts. We are giving hope to both the people of Israel and Palestine, the majority of whom still believe in the two-state solution and still want peace. This is not just a victory for Palestine. It is a victory for the Security Council, for the United Nations, for the rule of law, for peace, and for humanity as a whole. It is also a victory for the people of Israel, who still believe in living side by side in peace and security with the Palestinians and their Arab neighbors. In the next few months, the Council should continue to exert pressure on both sides to ensure compliance with Resolutions 2334. We also urge all member states to abide by their obligations under the resolutions to halt settlement activities. Mr. President, as we enter into 50 years of Israeli occupation next year, we need to take a step back to reflect on our collective failures for the past half a century that had led to our current predicament on the viability of the two-state solutions. Although our actions today is significant in halting settlement activities, we need to recognize that we are addressing the symptoms and not the root causes of the conflict. In the long term, the Council and the international community must galvanize their efforts to end the longest occupations in modern history, which had given rise to and sustain the settlement enterprise. We thus urge all parties to intensify their efforts to resume the peace process in order to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East on the basis of the relevant United Nations resolutions and various initiatives, including the Arab Peace Initiative. We also reaffirm our support for all diplomatic initiatives towards this end, including by France and Russia. Lastly, although Malaysia's days in the Councils are coming to an end, we will continue to play an active role in creating the necessary conditions for peace in the region and in defending the two-state solution, in line with our principal positions on the Palestinian questions. I thank you, Mr. President.
Le agradezco al embajador de Malasia su
To thank the
intervención y a
ambassador of
continuación
Malaysia
daré la
for his
palabra al
statement. I now
embajador de
give the
Angola.
floor to the ambassador of Angola.
Mr. President, Angola welcomes the adoption today of Resolution 2334, and I would like to thank the promoters, Egypt, Malaysia, New Zealand, Senegal, and Venezuela for presenting it to the Council. Mr. President, for far too long, a source of deep frustration and despair to the international community as a whole has been the continued expansion of illegal settlements by the Israeli authorities, which have perpetuated an atmosphere of mistrust, hostility, and violence among Israelis and Palestinians. There is no doubt that these settlements are illegal under international law, so we find it disappointing that Israeli authorities dispute this and believe that their final status should be determined in talks on Palestinian statehood. Palestinian statehood will not be possible if settlements are expanded and any possibility of contiguous Palestinian state is eliminated. There is, therefore, and we urge both parties to refrain from any negative unilateral actions which could hinder the prospects of the two states living side by side in peace and harmony. Mr. President, a resolution by this Council represents only a positive contribution to peace and security in the world, which is again the primary raison d'etre also of this body, the Council. If the resolution is implementable, I hope that Resolution 2334 we just adopted will be effectively implemented, particularly by all the key parties. This calls for unity of the Security Council, unity by the Palestinians, unity in Israel. Above all, this Resolution 2334 calls for commitment to peace, particularly by the two main parties, Israeli and Palestine. In closing, Mr. President, let me say that this resolution is not an imposition on terms by the United Nations, but rather a measure to salvage the prospects of the two-state solution. Therefore, we hope that we will definitely see this a step in the right direction, as we have several times reiterated in this Council. Thank you, Mr. President.
Le agradezco su intervención al
I
embajador
thank
de
you
Angola
for
y a
your
continuación
statement,
daré la
Ambassador of
palabra
Angola.
al
I now
embajador
give
de
the
Nueva
floor to the
Zelanda.
Ambassador of New Zealand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a significant day for this Council, as the applause ringing around this chamber earlier this afternoon attests. I was so very pleased that in this last meeting for the year we are able to adopt a very positive step in this very difficult issue. The applause reflects the pent-up frustration that this Council has been unable for so long to pass a resolution on the Israeli-Palestine issue, despite regular reports from the Secretary-General and his Special Coordinator that the two-state solution was slipping away and that urgent action was necessary to arrest it. As I noted earlier, the focus of Resolution 2334 is on settlements, the primary threat to the viability of the two-state solution. However, as others have pointed out, the resolution also includes welcome elements on the need to stop violence and incitement and lays the groundwork for a return to negotiations. There is no question that ongoing Israeli settlement activity in the occupied territories is a significant obstacle to a return to negotiations and a grave threat to the very viability of a future Palestinian state. As my Foreign Minister said earlier this month, these settlements violate international law, and these settlements have created enemies where there should have been neighbours. Every settlement creates false hope for the settlers that the land will one day be part of a greater Israel. Every settlement takes land away from Palestinians needing homes or farmland or roads. Today's resolution provides important signals to the parties and to the international community about the way forward. It reaffirms the central importance of preserving the two-state solution as the only model we have for achieving a negotiated peace. The resolution also prepares the ground for a return to negotiations as soon as possible. The resolution reaffirms through the United Nations' most powerful organ that settlements in the occupied territories are contrary to international obligations, Israel's obligations under international law, and a major obstacle to peace. It condemns the acts of violence, provocation, terror and excitement that have driven the two sides apart and hardened feelings of hostility and mistrust on both sides. The reporting mechanism this resolution establishes should provide a firm foundation for this Council to continue to encourage the parties towards negotiations on a viable two-state solution. We recognise that there is much more that this resolution might have done. This Council must stand ready to provide additional support to the parties, including by setting out the parameters for negotiations when the time is right. But today, we focused on what is achievable right now, and that is what we believe today's text represents. I thank you.
Agradezco al embajador de Nueva Zelanda su intervención y a continuación daré la palabra al embajador encargado de negocios del Senegal.
To the ambassador in charge of the affairs of Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you,
Monsieur le
Mr. President.
En décidant de se
Mr.
porter
President,
co-auteur de cette résolution 2334,
by deciding to co-sponsor this resolution 2334, along with New Zealand, Malaysia, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Senegal wished to reaffirm its principled position on the settlements, which are illegal from the point of view of international law. Indeed, whilst the peace process is at a stalemate, we see continued, indeed a speeded up process of settlement of the areas of the West Bank and East Jerusalem. The settlement and occupation encourages the violence affecting both Israelis and Palestinians, and affects their rights, the right of both peoples to live peacefully side by side within internationally recognized borders. Together with the Israelis and the Palestinians, with whom we, as members of the Council, share the same aspirations to peace and stability, we must find the path to negotiation in order to reach a peaceful, happy solution to this dispute. That said, we avail ourselves of the opportunity to renew our condemnation of acts of terrorism and incitement to violence, no matter who the authors or what the motives may be. We reaffirm the urgency of relaunching the peace process. This is why we encourage the ongoing initiatives such as that of France and diplomatic efforts undertaken by Egypt and the Russian Federation. All of these initiatives deserve, we believe, greater coordination. To conclude, Mr. President, it is up to the international community, first and foremost, to the Security Council as a guarantor of international peace and security, to work on this two-state solution. Our faith was reaffirmed by Macky Sall during the International Day of the United Nations in solidarity with the Palestinian people, and I quote what he said: "Despite the stalemate of the peace process, I have a strong conviction that efforts must be continued, strengthened, and intensified in order to realize the two-state solution. The two states, Israel and Palestine, should be able to live side by side in peace and security. each of them within its own internationally recognized border, in accordance with all the relevant resolutions of the United Nations and the efforts of the Quartet. On that basis, Senegal, faithful to its principles and orientations for foreign policy, and as chair of the United Nations Committee for the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, continuous dialogue and consultation in order to reach a two-state solution. Thank you, sir. I thank the representative of Senegal, and I now shall make a statement in my national capacity.
Quiero comenzar agradeciendo a todos los promotores sus esfuerzos y también a las delegaciones que han trabajado intensamente para lograr este histórico resultado. España ha votado a favor del proyecto de resolución porque estamos convencidos de que ayudará a preservar la solución de los dos estados, que consideramos es la única que puede llevar a una paz justa, comprensiva, duradera para palestinos y para israelíes. Esa paz nunca podrá ser determinada desde fuera, sino que ha de ser negociada por las partes. Pero la comunidad internacional ha de cumplir su obligación de hacer todo lo posible por propiciar un acuerdo. Con la votación de hoy, este Consejo de Seguridad ha hecho lo que debía. A lo largo de los últimos 2 años, como miembro no permanente de este Consejo de Seguridad, España ha reiterado en numerosas ocasiones que estábamos a favor de que el Consejo se pronunciase sobre la cuestión palestina cuando llegase el momento adecuado y siempre que se diese la posibilidad de adoptar un texto que pudiera ser objeto de consenso y que realmente ayudase a avanzar hacia la paz. Ese momento ha llegado hoy, y el texto de la resolución que hemos adoptado cumple, en nuestra opinión, con los requisitos necesarios. Es un texto equilibrado que solo pretende actuar a favor de la paz. En estos 2 años también hemos reiterado en numerosas ocasiones, en esta misma sala, cuál es la posición de España en la cuestión de Palestina. Hemos mantenido siempre que los asentamientos son contrarios al derecho internacional y uno de los obstáculos principales para la materialización de la solución de los estados. De modo que Israel y Palestina puedan convivir en paz y seguridad en unas fronteras mutuamente reconocidas. Por otro lado, también hemos mantenido que la incitación al odio y las acciones de terrorismo no solo son moral y jurídicamente rechazables, sino que socavan los esfuerzos para conseguir una paz justa y duradera entre israelíes y palestinos, y deben ser condenados firmemente. La resolución que acabamos de votar es plenamente compatible con esa posición. Como el secretario general Ban Ki-moon recordó la pasada semana, también en esta sala, en los últimos 10 años el Consejo de Seguridad solo se ha pronunciado en 2 ocasiones sobre la cuestión palestina. La última vez hace 8. Nos felicitamos por el hecho de que se haya roto ese silencio y no podemos dejar de ver ese logro como el fruto del trabajo realizado por el Consejo mes tras mes a lo largo de los años. Un trabajo al que España ha contribuido, movida exclusivamente por su sincera voluntad de ayudar a la causa de la paz. España seguirá trabajando mientras sea necesario con esa misma voluntad de contribuir a alcanzar una paz justa y duradera entre Israel y Palestina, que sea resultado de un acuerdo negociado entre estados. Retomo ahora mi función de presidente del Consejo de Seguridad y le daré la palabra al embajador de Israel.
Mr. President, today is a dark day for this Council. The resolution you just voted on is a peak of hypocrisy. While thousands are being massacred in Syria, this Council wasted valuable time and efforts condemning the democratic state of Israel for building homes in the historic homeland of the Jewish people. We have presented the truth time and again to this Council and implored you not to believe the lies presented in this resolution. By voting yes in favor of this resolution, you have in fact voted no. You voted no to negotiations. You voted no to progress and a chance for better lives for Israelis and Palestinians. And you voted no to the possibility of peace. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon addressing this very council 1 week ago, said that the UN has, and I quote, a disproportionate volume of resolutions, reports, and conferences criticizing Israel. This resolution today will be added to the long and shameful list of anti-Israel UN resolutions. Instead of charting a course forward, you are sending a message to the Palestinians that they should continue on the path of terrorism and incitement, that they should continue to hold their own people hostage, that they should continue to seek meaningless statements from the international community. The sad truth is that today's vote will be a victory for terror. It will be a victory for hatred and violence. By continuing to provide excuses for the Palestinians to avoid recognizing our right to exist, you are only maintaining the status quo. The world is undergoing great change, and the new Secretary General will soon assume office. I call on this Council to take this opportunity to turn a new page, put an end to the bias and obsession with Israel, stop this endless attempt to blame all the problems of the Middle East on the one true democracy in the region, and make clear to the Palestinians that the only way forward is to end incitement and terror and to enter into direct and meaningful negotiations with Israel. Just 2 months ago, UNESCO approved an absurd resolution denying the connection between the Jewish people and Jerusalem. Today, this Council, including many of the world's leading democracies, the beacons of liberty, voted to condemn the state of Israel. You voted to condemn the Jewish people for building homes in the land of Israel. You voted to ban us from building in our historical capital of Jerusalem, the heart and soul of the Jewish people. Read the resolution. Tomorrow night, Israel and the entire Jewish community around the world will celebrate the holiday of Hanukkah. Over 2,000 years ago, King Antiochus banished the Jewish people from our temple in Jerusalem and issued decrees trying to sever us from religion and our heritage. But we prevailed. The Jewish people fought back. We regained our independence and relight the menorah candles in the temples. I ask each and every member of this Council who voted for this resolution, who gave you the right to issue such a decree, denying our eternal rights in Jerusalem? Would this Council have had the nerve to condemn your country for building homes in your capital? Would you ban the French from building in Paris? Would you ban the Russians from building in Moscow? Would you ban the Chinese from building in Beijing? Would you ban the British from building in London? Would you ban the Americans from building in Washington? We overcame those decrees during the time of the Maccabees, and we will overcome this evil decree today. We have full confidence in the justice of our cause and in the righteousness of our path. We will continue to be a democratic state based on the rule of law and full civil and human rights for all our citizens, and we will continue to be a Jewish state, proudly reclaiming the land of our forefathers, where the Maccabees fought their oppressors and King David ruled from Jerusalem. This holy book, the Bible, contains 3,000 years of history of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. No one can change this history.
Le doy las gracias al representante de
thank the
Israel y a
representative of
continuación
Israel
le
for his
daré la
statement,
palabra
and
al
I now give the
representante
floor
del Estado Observador de
to
Palestina.
the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank you for convening this meeting. This important meeting, and express the State of Palestine's sincere appreciation for the principled efforts you have exerted in both your national capacity as well as in Spain's capacity as President of the Security Council for this month. The Council's action, while long overdue, is timely, necessary, and important. The resolution adopted reaffirms the Council's decades-long position that Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the State of Palestine, is, 1, have no legal validity, 2, constitute flagrant breaches under international law, namely the Fourth Geneva Convention, and 3, constitute a major obstacle to peace, gravely diminishing the viability of the two-state solution based on the 4th of June 1967 borders and the possibility of realizing it. We express our appreciation to all Council members supporting this resolution. They have adopted this resolution on behalf of the international community, reflecting the long-standing global consensus on the matter. Here, we must express our gratitude to the 4 co-sponsors, Malaysia, New Zealand, Senegal, and Venezuela. They have acted in line with their constant calls for action to redress this unjust situation, firm in their responsibilities as Council members. We also thank Angola, among the NAM caucus members, of their abiding support. And of course, we also thank our brothers in Egypt, the Arab representative on the Council, for all efforts exerted throughout this process. Let me also thank all those who have applauded the adoption of Resolution 2334 in this chamber, and the millions who have applauded in all corners of the globe, including, especially, in the State of Palestine. Over the years, we have made countless appeals to the Council to uphold its charter duties, convinced in its central role and the primacy of international law, insisting on the need for concerted action to confront Israelis' oppression of the Palestinian people and relentless colonization of our land under its half-century foreign occupation. Our appeals have sought in the immediate to alleviate the suffering of our people, a defenseless civilian population denied their rights, dignity, and humanity. But our appeals have also been calls for the Council to contribute to the cause of peace for the long term. Peace for Palestine, peace for Israel, peace for the Middle East region, and peace for our world. We have not been alone in our appeals. They have been echoed by Security Council members themselves and by the states, organizations, international civil servants, and civil society that have come before the Council, all imploring the Council to act, including in specific to address the illegality of Israeli settlement activities in occupied Palestine, including East Jerusalem, and the erosion of the two-state solution based on the 1967 borders and the prospects for a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace. That the Council has finally chosen to act is significant. Let me repeat, that the Council has finally chosen to act is significant. After years of paralysis
as is the fact that this resolution has been adopted with majority support, overwhelming majority support. But this step requires vigilant follow-up if it is to be meaningful, to stem further deterioration and salvage the two-state solution from relegation to history's archives. Urgent efforts are needed to reverse the dangerous negative trends on the ground and to advance our collective efforts to end the Israeli occupation that began in 1967 and achieve freedom, rights, and justice for the Palestinian people, including the Palestine refugees, leading to Palestinian-Israeli peace and security, as well as the goal of Arab-Israeli peace. Mr. President, there is no bashing as repeatedly claimed by the Israeli government, not by Palestine, not by the Council, nor by any who have time and again urged the Council to act in the interest of peace and security. Claims of bashing are beyond offensive because in reality today's action may be too little, too late. After years of following the law to be trampled and the situation to spiral downward, today's resolution may rightly be seen as a last attempt to preserve the two-state solution and revive the path for peace, to keep the hope alive. For many, this seems virtually impossible at this point, as Israel, the occupying power, has been permitted to entrench its occupation and a one-state reality with absolute impunity, at times even being rewarded for its violations and intransigence. Against this backdrop, one Council resolution in nearly 8 years is not disproportionate. It is shameful, but today's vote rectifies this record and set us on a new course. The facts are that the only bashing being done is by Israel. Of this Council, you heard what he said, and entire UN system, you heard also what he said, of the Charter and international law. For 5 decades, despite Resolution 242 of 1967, calling for Israelis' withdrawal from the territories it occupied in 1967, and all the resolutions thereafter, Israel has persisted full force with its occupation. Its illegal settlements and the wall have severely fragmented our land, undermined its contiguity, and isolated East Jerusalem, the heart and capital of our state, and de facto Israeli annexation of which the international community has never recognized and continues to reject. It has destroyed convictions in the rationality, feasibility, and fairness of the two-state solution, as reflected in the growing negative sentiments among Palestinians, whether those besieged and inhumanely blockaded for nearly a decade in the Gaza Strip, or those enduring the colonization onslaught and daily settler terror in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, or those in the diaspora, including in our refugee camps across the region, whose patience in awaiting justice and a peaceful solution is legendary, yet now so frail. The audacious claims of bias, we say that the only bias taking place is that against the law, against reason, and against the vision of two states as the most viable solution to this prolonged illegal occupation and disastrous tragic conflict. We have heard it loud and clear in the gleeful boasts by some Israeli officials that, and I quote, the two-state solution is dead, end of quotation. And I quote, there will be no Palestinian state, end of quotation. We witness it in the constant Israeli schemes, including Knesset ploys, attempting to prevent the law, to accommodate the unlawful, and the pretext used to expropriate and colonize our land and deepen the occupation. We witness it in the Israelis' blatant contempt of the global demands to comply with its obligations under the law, as is expected of every single other state in the international community, and to finally commit to the path of peace. But today, this Council has said enough. And we thank you for that. Mr. President, this resolution represents a necessary step for addressing one of the most critical aspects of the longest issue on the UN agenda, a 70-year open wound, precluding peace and stability in our region, with far-reaching consequences, not least of which is fueling the anger and despair that injustice breeds, especially among youth who see no present or future, and undeniably fueling much of the radicalism and extremism plaguing our region and the world. The Security Council must stand firm by this decision, stand by the law, and stand by the right side of history. It should not be cowed by negative threats or spin. The Council is doing the right thing by adopting 2334. We hope this global call for cessation of Israeli settlement activities and violations will serve to compel compliance with the law, de-escalate tensions, bring an end to the violence, including all acts of terror, provocations, and incitement, and reverse the negative trends on the ground. This is vital for salvaging the prospects for peace. Led by responsible action by the Council, including follow-up of the reports requested of the Secretary General on the resolution's implementation, we hope that the coming period will be one of serious effort to set the course for a credible political horizon and help the parties advance towards a peaceful solution. Here, we recognize fully the Arab states' effort in the context of the Arab Peace Initiative, which remains a cornerstone for peace, as well as the efforts of France and the Quartet, Egypt, and the Russian Federation, and hope that these collective efforts with international support will come to fulfillment. We remain firm in our belief that peace, the central purpose of this organization, is more than worthy of both international legislation and action. We thus urge intensification of international and regional efforts to achieve, without delay, an end to the Israeli occupation that began in 1967 and a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the relevant UN resolutions, Madrid's terms of reference, including the principle of land for peace, Arab Peace Initiative, and Quartet Roadmap, whereby the Palestinian people will realize their rights and justice, including a just solution for the Palestinian refugees on the basis of Resolution 194, and can finally live in freedom and dignity, exercising their inalienable right to self-determination in their independent, sovereign, and contiguous state of Palestine, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in peace and within secure and recognized borders. And happy holidays to all, and I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Le agradezco mucho su intervención.
Thank you for your statement.
Antes de levantar la sesión, deseo expresar el sincero agradecimiento de la delegación de España,
I would like to express a sincere appreciation of the delegation of Spain,
a mis colegas,
to the
los
members of the
representantes
Council,
permanentes,
especially
así
my
como a
colleagues,
sus
the permanent
colaboradores y a sus
representatives,
equipos, y
their
así
respective
también a la
staff and
Secretaría del Consejo
teams,
por
and
todo el
also
apoyo que
to
nos
the
ha brindado.
Secretariat of the Council for
Ha
all the
sido un mes
support they
de
have
gran
given us.
actividad y no
It
hubiera
has
sido
been
posible
a very
tener
busy
este resultado
month, and
sin
it would
el
not have
aporte
been
de las
possible to have
delegaciones,
these
los
results without the
intérpretes, los
contribution
traductores, los
of
oficiales de
the
servicios de
delegations, the
conferencias,
representatives of the
los ingenieros de
Secretariat,
sonido y
the
del personal de
interpreters, the
seguridad que ha
translators, meeting
protegido
services,
este
and sound
consejo
engineers,
día a día.
as well as security officers who kept the
Dado que
Council
podría
safe
ser la
day after
última
day.
sesión pública del Consejo de Seguridad del mes de diciembre de 2016, me gustaría expresar en nombre del Consejo el sincero agradecimiento del Consejo de Seguridad a los 5 miembros salientes: Angola, España,
Spain, following the Spanish alphabetical order, especially,
Malaysia, Nueva Zelanda,
New Zealand,
y la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Deseo elogiar su ardua labor y las contribuciones que realizaron durante el mandato que desempeñaron en el Consejo de Seguridad durante el periodo 2015-2016. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Dado que no hay más
There are no further
intervenciones previstas,
speakers
se levanta la
inscribed
sesión.
on my list. The meeting is adjourned.
We're here also to hear about how these public servants have done a number of extraordinary things, saving taxpayer money, reuniting families, improving how we buy goods and services, improving how we hire people, and delivering better customer service overall. Before we hear these stories, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Sean Donovan, who has dedicated his career to public service. Welcome, Sean.
Thank you, Andrew. It is great to see all of you here today. It is a full house. I hear we have some White House Leadership Development Program fellows in the house. Where are you? All right. Give it up for them. We have winners of the 2016 President's Customer Service Awards in the house. Where are you guys? Come on. We've got OMB, OPM, OSTP, PPO staff who have made all of this work possible. Give it up for them. And all the other partners who have worked with us to make today possible, but to make great contributions to public service possible. I'm pleased that every one of you could be here today. I'm also glad that we have lots of people who are watching us today by webcast. So if you're out there watching, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your public service. Now, I often say as the budget director, I spend time worrying about the fiscal deficit. But I also spend time worrying about the trust deficit that we have in this country. And the truth is that we all believe in the federal government and the mission that we have here. But the work that we're all doing to make government better and stronger and faster and more efficient is also building the faith of the American people in their own government and in this institution, the institutions of the federal government that we all work for. And if we all go back, for all of us, there's a reason somewhere back in our past that we decided to be committed to public service. I know my own story. I grew up in New York City in the 1960s and 1970s when, frankly, we thought our cities were falling apart. I remember as a kid walking to school past families sleeping on the street, thinking to myself, how is it that in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country on earth, we can have kids and their parents sleeping on our streets? And so I committed myself to working on housing and homelessness, but I never imagined that one day I would get to be President Obama's HUD secretary and to work on issues of homelessness all around this country. I also would never have believed that I'd be able to stand here today and say that under the president's leadership, under the work of people like Ann Oliva and many others across this federal government, we've been able to cut the number of veterans sleeping on our streets or in shelters by half since 2010. That we've been able, since the president came into office in the middle of the worst economic crisis of our lifetimes, reduce the number of kids and families sleeping on our streets by 2/3 since he came into office. That makes me enormously proud to be a public servant. And every one of you here has your own story of what brought you to public service. What made you think, if I want to change the world, I should go be a public servant, because that's where I can make the most difference for the most people. And just thinking about what some of the folks in this room have done to serve the American people. Just one thing this year that we should be enormously proud of. We now have 21 million hours that we've saved for American citizens by setting up the Trusted Travelers program. That's making Americans safer when they travel. We know how important that is, but also saving them precious time. As the father of 2 boys, that extra hour I may have to be home with my kids, the flight I didn't miss to be able to get home to a game or whatever it might be, those are precious hours for every American family. And you've done that. You've saved 21 million hours for our travelers. You're making it easier for small businesses to get started by helping them access loans. 35,000 small businesses have been able to access loans through the new lending platform that you all in this room have set up. Think about what that means for those 35,000 folks that started a business, what it means for their future and their kids' future and the communities where those businesses have been set up. Think about the 60 million families who've been able to get access to their own energy data to be able to both make their wallet a little heavier in this holiday season. Maybe that means, because of the savings they've gotten, that they can buy an extra gift for under the tree, or put money towards saving for their kids' college or whatever it might be. And at the same time, know that they're contributing to making the planet a little greener, a little healthier. Folks in this room have done that. So I'm incredibly proud of the work you've done, your commitment to public service. And I also know that the president himself is proud of that work and has your back. He has made it an absolute priority that while you're taking care of the American citizen, we're all taking care of you. What does that mean? That means we set up a White House Leadership Development Program for aspiring SES to help make sure you're getting the training and development that you need. And the second cohort of that fellowship is here today. 1 year ago today, we released an executive order to strengthen the SES, and over the last year, agencies have been speeding up hiring, improving the application process, strengthening onboarding, initiating talent and succession management practices, all of those things to make sure we have the best possible talent that is in the SES and that we grow in the SES. And finally, just last week, the president submitted to Congress an alternative pay plan that implements a 2.1% pay increase for federal employees. Nothing says thank you better than recognizing the work that you do. We know this has not been an easy time with sequestration and shutdowns, and the president, in one of the last days of his administration, wanted to make sure that he sent a message to each and every federal employee, to everyone in this room today, that you've had his back and he's got your back. So thank you. Thank you for your public service. Thank you for the remarkable work that you do each and every day on behalf of this country. Speaking of someone who does remarkable work on behalf of this country, and someone who cares deeply about public service and public servants, I have had the pleasure to work closely with the gentleman I'm about to introduce, our remarkable Chief of Staff. Give it up for Dennis McDonough.
Thanks, Sean, very much. Thank you, Andrew, our newly confirmed Deputy Director of OMB. That's a big piece of business. Welcome to the White House, and thanks for the opportunity to say good morning. I just want to say one thing before introducing some remarks from the President, and that's to say how proud I am to have been associated with each of you and the mission that you carry out every day. I see it as a dad every day in the things that my kids rely on, that all of you work on. And you know what that is. It's everything that Sean just talked about. It's also food safety, medical safety, transportation to school. And that work is remarkable. But I also see it elsewhere, in the sit room where we can talk about it, in the Chief of Staff's office where, routinely we're seeing performance scores way off the charts. And that's because of each of you, and that's because of the huge sacrifice that you make. And I just want you to know what a great blessing it is to be associated with you and your fine work, and how proud I am of the terrific work that you do to carry out the mission of working in an office every day where we get to fly the flag. And you do the flag great honor. You do the President very proud in the way you carry out your work each and every day. So a particular thanks to our Presidential Rank Award winners, the President Consumer Service Award winners, and as Sean said, to the second class of White House Leadership Development Fellows, and to everybody here joining this morning. And just know, please, at least on behalf of this Chief of Staff, what a great honor it is to be associated with you and your fine work. So with that, I have the nice honor to introduce a message to each of you from the President. So thank you very much, happy holidays, and congratulations.
Hi, everybody. Before I leave office in a few weeks, I just wanted to thank you one more time for stepping forward to serve this country we love. I want you to know how much I admire the work that you do, day in and day out, and how deeply I appreciate your passion for public service, your professionalism, and the career path each of you has chosen. The American people have high expectations of their government. Trust me, I know. Your jobs aren't easy. Believe me, I know that too. I see you perform them with skill. But as I know you've experienced, the reward is in the opportunity to help your fellow citizen. So many of the vital services that the American people depend on cross your desk every day. Your work is essential to our national security and to families' economic security. You are the folks who help strangers after a storm or in the face of tragedy. You guard our borders and protect our civil rights. You keep our food and our workplaces safe and protect the air we breathe and the water we drink. You help businesses expand and enter new markets. You push the boundaries of science and space and guide hundreds of thousands of people each day through the glory of America's natural wonders. You promote diplomacy and development and defend our homeland from threats, foreign and domestic. And over these past 8 years, you have hauled our government to a place where it is smarter and faster and more responsive to the needs of the American people in the 21st century. So whatever or whoever inspired you to join public service, whether you're a young person who just signed up because you want to make a difference, or a career employee who has dedicated your life to that pursuit, I want you to know that it has been my privilege to call you my colleagues. This precious experiment in self-government only works when we have selfless citizens like you. And it's when our politics feels most divisive that we're the most in need of people like you. It's times like now when we need people who show the rest of the country what it means when we say we are all Americans first. By choosing public service, you carry on a proud tradition at the heart of some of this country's greatest and most lasting achievements. So keep doing it. Your good work has never been more important. Public service has always been a noble calling, and it will always be a noble calling. I'll always be grateful for what we've accomplished together, and as a citizen who will continue to rely on the enormous differences you make, I'm excited to see what all of you do next. On behalf of Michelle and myself, thank you again for working so hard every single day in service of this country that we love so much.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Dennis. Thanks to the President of the United States for joining us today. And now we have that opportunity to hear directly from people who have taken up that noble call, people who are showing every day that we are all Americans first. So I'm pleased to welcome to the stage the following folks: Anne Marie Oliva, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Special Needs from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, with 15 years of federal service. Welcome. Tracy Walker is also here. Tracy is the Director of Digital Services Procurement at the U.S. Digital Service, also with 15 years of federal service. Welcome, Tracy. And lastly, Kyle Hare, Director of Lean Management at the Food and Drug Administration. Welcome, Kyle. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ann.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Again, my name is Ann Oliva. I am the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Special Needs at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which means that I have oversight of the department's portfolio on homelessness under my purview. And I'm particularly proud to be here today to talk with you all because I think not only is this a perfect topic to point to when we're celebrating our federal workforce, but it's a testament to the power of public policy and the impact it can have on people's lives. So I'm here today to tell you the story of our work on ending homelessness among veterans in the United States. And I think the most important place for us to start is with the fact that this initiative included both top-down and bottom-up components. On the operational side, it was driven by a team of career staff in headquarters as well as in the field. And that staff was dedicated to developing and implementing policy and programs that are geared towards ending homelessness among veterans. We were able to make the kind of progress that Sean sort of stole my thunder on, but I won't take it personally. We were able to make that kind of progress in part due to the focus of our leaders and the ability to count on our leadership when we, the staff, got stuck. And at the end of the day, we all knew exactly what our goal was and each of our roles in achieving that goal. So let's take a quick moment to look at the problem that we were actually trying to solve. In 2010, over 76,000 veterans were experiencing homelessness on a single night across the United States. We enumerate that through something called our point-in-time count, and many more veterans experienced homelessness over the course of a year. As you can see by the chart, we actually didn't have enough housing to help all of those veterans, and frankly, we actually didn't have a comprehensive or collaborative mechanism to help those veterans. So when the administration adopted the goal of ending veteran homelessness by 2015, the teams at VA, HUD, and the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness tried to figure out how we could possibly meet that audacious goal. And we decided that the only way that we could do it was through clear, consistent coordination and collaboration between agencies. And that meant overcoming differences in agency cultures, deciding on what data to use, what metrics were important to us, and most importantly, that meant that each agency would be giving up just a little bit of its own autonomy to benefit veterans who are experiencing homelessness across this country, because we knew that none of us could get there alone. Our agency leaders were willing to back us up, to not just back us up, but to walk the walk literally. It showed commitment on part of the agencies, from the top of our agencies and from the staff. And we, the staff, didn't sugarcoat the problem or tell our leadership only the good news. We aired it all in front of our leaders, and our leaders appreciated both our honesty and our hard work. So I'm sure you're asking yourself, what does this sort of mean operationally? And what it means is that the staff got together and created the notion of a virtual single agency. We called ourselves Solving Veteran Homelessness as One. And in the simplest of terms, it means that on the issue of veteran homelessness, HUD, VA, and the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness work as a single unit in making program and policy decisions. We created a charter and a formal structure that includes a core group of decision makers, including myself, who are supported by a talented team of subject matter experts that work on day-to-day operations. Our teams in the field, which number in the thousands, execute the vision by working with veterans every day to get them into housing. And then we meet monthly with an agenda that's set by the support team so that we can tackle critical barriers, review a monthly dashboard of key metrics, and problem solve together. Every other quarter, we meet with our leaderships so they can hold us accountable for for the work that we're doing. And obviously, this has evolved and been refined over time. We don't always agree, we don't always get along, but we have a structure that we're all bought into to work through all of these problems and issues constructively and quickly. And in looking back, I think that our success can be attributed to some key factors. And the first is that we're clear, the staff is clear on the mission, and all of our activity is oriented towards that mission. We agree on common benchmarks and common data sets. We understand the need in the field and our capacity to meet that need. We've created mechanisms for communication and decision making. We hold each other accountable and talk to each other every day. And the most important piece of this is that we are always looking for ways to improve and to execute on those ways to improve. Because this is the reason right here, what we're doing is so important. We see it at the staff level, and our leadership makes sure that they see it as well. So in January 2016, on a single night in January, I'm happy to report that we saw a decrease in homelessness among veterans of nearly half since 2010. That included a decrease of over 56% in the number of veterans who are sleeping on our streets. And to date, more than 35 cities in 3 states have declared an effective end to veteran homelessness. So, really, these are the reasons that we're all here today, because without the dedication, compassion, and ingenuity of our federal workforce, we wouldn't have made this progress, and we wouldn't have the confidence, I wouldn't have the confidence to stand here in front of all of you today and say that we will see an end to veteran homelessness soon. So thank you for your time.
Good morning. So we all know that the government struggles with delivering digital solutions to our citizens. With the launch of healthcare.gov, initially we had a problem with not only the technology, but in also the way that it was contracted for. We focused on service contracts with compliance instead of working software solutions. So the U.S. Digital Service was created in 2014 to help the government with not only the way that we build, but also the way we buy digital services. Now, the federal acquisition regulations and the community around this struggles with the fact that contracting is hard. We have to leverage taxpayers' dollars and make sure we're a good steward with them. We have to uphold competition. We have to make sure we're looking at socioeconomic categories and making sure that we also help agencies with their missions and being able to deliver on that. We also rely on traditionally software development methods called waterfall, which really is characterized by upfront requirements which go through a process of delivery. The problem with defining all of your requirements up front is that technology changes quickly. And so in order to change the contracts, it usually involves extending the schedules, extending the cost of this, and so all of a sudden we're delivering in years instead of months. But the good news is the government is changing, and we're adopting industry models and methods such as agile software development, lean UX, human-centered design, and this will make it easier for us to get into the hands of our end users solutions that make sense for them. And if they work, great, we can keep going and scaling that, and if they don't, then we can pivot quickly without a lot of sunk costs. But in order to change not only the technology solutions, we also have to relook at the way that we do the contracts for this. If we try to put an agile software development system into a structured and compliance-based contract, it's going to fail. And so the TechFAR handbook was released alongside with the Digital Service Playbook in order to demonstrate the flexibilities that already exist within the federal acquisition regulation space that is saying go ahead and innovate and go ahead and adopt commercial practices and industry practices while still maintaining the rules and regulations. These are some of the strategies that we're applying within the TechFAR handbook as well as at the U.S. Digital Service in order to make these acquisitions better. We really want to focus on modular contracting and paying for working products. We want to make sure that we're not driving industry participants who want to come and work for the government away with the fact that we have long acquisition lead times and costly solicitation processes. And we also know that you can design the perfect contract, but it won't be successful unless you have people that know how to both negotiate it and know how to implement it back in the agencies. So I started my federal career in Kansas City, Missouri, and so I'm a show-me kind of girl. And so in our acquisition community, it's very important for us to not only hear what people are telling us to do, but to actually know how to do it. So show me how this can actually be done. So the digital service procurement team is composed of contracting officers, contracting officer representatives, and industry specialists who've actually been developing and designing digital service acquisitions in the space over the last 5 years. And we've been successful most of the time. We've made some mistakes, and we have a body of knowledge that we want to share with the rest of the federal government in order to help you all adopt these strategies faster. With the launch of the Acquisition Gateway, GSA's knowledge portal for the acquisition community, which addresses all of federal procurement, we carved ourselves out a niche, and we're calling this the TechFAR Hub. This is available both on the public and the private side of the Acquisition Gateway. And what the TechFAR Hub is really a way for us to communicate with our end users, which is the acquisition community, how we can do these types of procurements, and also to share the success stories in this area. It's broken down into 3 main places, which the first one is Discover It. So this includes training opportunities, Ann Rung's podcast series on digital service acquisitions, as well as field guides and also information related to events that are going to be upcoming. The Discuss It is a community space for us to have the practitioners not only interact with the community internal, but also with our the federal workforce and the people that are selling those services to us. And then Do It, this is the really exciting part. This is where we're actually building tools, such as the Solicitation Builder, which translate the digital service playbook into a statement of objective, or an IGCE calculator, so you understand how to buy agile teams instead of just individual labor categories. This also includes the samples and the templates that I know every single contracting officer I've ever engaged with, their first question is, can I get a sample? Yes, you can, and here they are. So the case studies that we're trying to put up there relate similarly to one of the case studies we did with SBA.gov when we did a USDS discovery sprint. Right after we finished that and gave them recommendations, they wanted to implement that in a contract. And so we were able to work with them to compete an acquisition on basically in 3.5 months. And after the kickoff in July, they had a environment ready with it was based on cloud, open source software, which is something new to the agency, and they delivered something in 9 months after deciding that they actually needed to conduct and put this out. And so that was the Am I Eligible tool, which tells women-owned small business whether or not.
Good morning. What an honor it is to be here. I feel compelled to share with you that I'm a second-generation career civil servant, so any opportunity that I have to honor federal excellence in public service is just indeed an honor for me. So congratulations to all the awardees, and thank you for having me. Again, my name is Kyle Hare, and I'm the director of an in-house process improvement and consulting team called Cedar Lean at the Food and Drug Administration's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Our mission at the FDA and Cedar is simple: using the best possible science available towards our regulatory activities. And our mission is far-reaching. Over 25 cents of every dollar spent in the U.S. is spent on an FDA-regulated product. And sometimes, when a patient takes a medicine, those drugs can cause an adverse reaction. And when that happens, we get a phone call. The FDA gets notified. And when the FDA gets enough data, we need to deliberate what to do, just what to do. So as we know, every drug has both its risks and its benefits. So this deliberation can take some time. Meanwhile, many people continue taking drugs or continue taking that product and can have adverse events happen to them. So sometimes the FDA is referred to as a black box, and that's because we don't have transparency into how our process works or when we go through a process or the timing with the deliberations for these adverse events. So our mission in this project was very clear. The sooner that we could let the public know our thinking, then the fewer people that would be harmed. That was our goal. So the Drug Safety Communication, or DSC, is our formal communication mechanism within the FDA to let patients and healthcare providers know of the potential adverse events that can happen with these drugs. And these DSCs are actually published on our website, so we know that those reach over millions of users. So the sooner that we can get those drug safety communications onto our website and cleared, then we can translate that into fewer adverse events for patients. So, in this project, what do you get when you have over 25 organizations and 5 levels of bureaucratic review? You have an over 9-month-long process that it takes for a drug safety communication to be issued to the public. That was just simply too long. So, in this project, we use the lean process improvement design approach of continuous improvement, and it has 4 phases: plan, do, check, and act. So, in the first step, many of our projects and our project team members would say something like this: well, in our organization, we do this process this way. And normally somebody, on the other side of the room would say, huh, that's interesting. In our organization, we thought you did it this way, and we do it that way in our organization as well. So that simple dialogue with people focusing on the process and not on each other was really the first step in gaining towards efficiencies. And once that entire process was well documented, the real work of finding and eliminating those inefficiencies could begin. So the team had 4 targeted solutions within this project. The first being the message variability and quality of drug safety communications. Second, being the number of review cycles, or the cycles with which those communications were cleared. Third, the total process time, or lead time, end-to-end time that it took to clear those. And lastly, duplication of effort or any inefficiencies. So there was a 9-month-long pilot, and the team realized several things. First being that one of the suggested solutions was simply not being used by the subject matter experts, or the people who actually do the work. The second thing was that we found that there were simple inefficiencies and redundancies and duplications of effort that could be eliminated right away. So those were quick wins for the team. So what do you get when you have an over 9-month-long process and you have a process improvement team where you have subject matter experts and senior leadership involved? You get a 2-month reduction and a reduction in the total lead time that it takes to have a drug safety communication issued to the public. That's an over 75% improvement and a direct benefit to the patients in the United States. But the indirect benefit was even more reaching: increased collaboration, increased communication and awareness, and a cohort of process improvement experts that could come and lead this process going forward. So what did we learn? Several things. The first, communication at all levels, having that crosstalk and that dialogue between senior leadership and subject matter experts. Strong change advocates across organizations as well, and empowered staff, people feeling that their voice would be heard, and real-time collection of metrics so we could tell whether our project was successful or not. And of course, none of this would have been possible without the key stakeholders and the senior leadership involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann, Tracy, and Kyle. Kyle, I think I might be following up with you on presentation prep. Some very cool slides there, and very compelling. And in addition to these 3 that have answered that noble call, want to introduce our next partner who answered the noble call from California and Silicon Valley to come join the President and his administration. Megan Smith, the U.S. Chief Technology Officer and Assistant to the President in the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Megan is going to share with us the very interesting concept of legal theft and within the federal government, the stealing of ideas, and 5 more people who are having impact across the federal government. Welcome, Megan.
Hi, everybody. So we're going to do rapid-fire Spark Talks. And we're going to show some amazing things that people have been doing, these guys have been doing. And we could have taken anyone in this room and put you up here. Like, it is extraordinary to have read some of the things that you all are doing. And the thing that's true, one of the things that's hard in government is that we're so big that we often talk about what we're doing and this policy and stuff, not as much who. But if you really think about venture capitalists, when they're going to, fuel our best companies, our best ideas, they're looking for what idea do you have and who's the team, right? So you find Twitter and what's the team, that kind of thing. And so it's really helpful, I think, to sometimes see our colleagues, what they're up to, and connect with them and think about the kind of collaboration you were just talking about that we can have. Also, one of my favorite inventions is actually the Pony Express. And that's a funny thing, but it's so cool and innovative that people just figured out how to get this done. Do you know how long it lasted? Anybody? 18 months. And then it was disrupted. Telegraph, right? So this country has an extraordinary skill at upgrading ourselves constantly. And if you even go, like we're standing in the building, we're today together in this building that marks the beginning of the American century and the industrial age, right? So 1871 was the beginning of this building. And so at each moment, we, the Americans, in our American experiment, the president was talking about step up. And so whether it's the founding fathers and mothers and the beginning and the fact that President Washington started the Army Corps of Engineers before the country was founded, or whether it was FDR innovating the fireside chat to connect better with our community of all the Americans, or whether it's President Kennedy, who figured out how to really do all hands on deck, everybody in, let's go. Sputnik started teaching science and tech everywhere and really getting all Americans into the game, which led us to Apollo. I got to see the Hidden Figures movie this weekend, which is extraordinary, which includes some of the stories that were untold. So we have this history. And so without further ado, we're gonna start off. First off, no one better to serve than our veterans, Mary Ann Brody.
Good morning, everybody. I am happy to be here. I'm Mary Ann Brody, and I'm going to talk to you about vets.gov. So the first thing that I want you to do is imagine Dominic. Dominic is a real person. He is a 35-year-old veteran of the United States Army. At the time this picture was taken, he was working at a discount retail store to pay the rent on his new apartment and to support his children. He hadn't seen a doctor since 2008, and if you asked him if he'd apply for health care at the VA, he would have said, yeah, I've applied dozens of times. This isn't unusual. A lot of people try to access services from the government, and sometimes they struggle because it can be really hard. Users who are trying to access services from the VA have to muddle through over 1,000 websites, close to 1,000 phone numbers, and even sometimes still they can't find what they need. In the case of the healthcare application, on a good day when Dominic was able to get where he needed to go, when he clicked on the healthcare application form, he would get this message that he needed to update his PDF reader. So imagine empowering a small team of technologists to build better government services using modern development practices. Imagine that they worked alongside veterans and alongside career civil servants at the agency. Enter vets.gov. Vets.gov is a single platform that enables veterans to discover, apply for, track, and manage the benefits that they have earned. Today on vets.gov, a veteran can apply for health care, refill their prescription, send their doctor a secure message, check the status of their disability claim, and search for a VA facility, all using one single secure login. Our team has spent countless hours over the past year talking to veterans of all abilities and backgrounds to learn about them and incorporate their feedback to make the site as easy to use as possible. In addition, we've spent just as much time with our partners at the VA to understand the plumbing that goes into the systems that we are working with. So imagine designing with users, not for them, and what could happen when user needs and not the limitations of government structures and silos can create and inform decisions in technical and design work. Thank you.
Awesome. We get so many letters into the White House from folks, and one of the creative ideas was the White House correspondence team was part of your group because they helped find him. So, it takes a whole group of us to do this work. The president was at South by Southwest. And he said to that group, I need you to come serve in the government, and I want you to team up with my incredible team who knows these topics, knows how to do this, and together we're going to solve the harder problems. He kind of teased a little bit about love all the restaurant delivery apps, but we need some help over here. And the thing that's been interesting about coming is I feel like some of my skills are like pumping up the tires on extraordinary things that you guys all know. And it's when we get really cross-functional, like we do when we're at war, and other times, can we do that at peacetime against all of our hardest problems? So one of the things that I know, Beth is in the room, hiring is something that you have really worked on innovating on. And so next up, Angie Bailey, an extraordinary result that happened on behalf of cyber. Go.
Hello, good morning. So I'll start out just like every federal agency, DHS had an issue. We had tons of vacant positions within our cyber and our technology workforce. And then you couple with that all of the myths that go around hiring. It's too hard to hire. You can't make on-the-job job offers. You can't, nobody actually even wants to work for the federal government, and especially millennials. So we decided to take all of that and debunk most of those myths. We pulled together as one agency. Every single component came together under one umbrella, and what we decided to do was announce those job announcements across all of DHS rather than component by component. And as a result of that, we had over 14,000 people apply to our jobs online. Over 2,000 people walked in the door to help us fill 350 cyber and tech jobs. As a result of that, we pulled together 400 DHS volunteers from across every single component. We brought in every cool toy that DHS has to offer, including the President's limo, and we even managed to get a Coast Guard cutter not only across to Washington, D.C., but into a hotel and did not damage one chandelier. And as a result of that, we pulled together every HR specialist and every cyber technology person that we had. We sat them side by side just like this. As the people walked in and the applications came in, we qualified them on the spot. We ran them down to a hiring manager who took them into an interview room. We interviewed over 850 people that day. We made 200 on-the-spot job offers that particular day, and we weren't done then. We know that most people leave and actually don't go through the security process, so we fingerprinted them and put them into the security process. As a result of that, and as a result of that, we kind of call it the gift that keeps on giving. We're up to 430 plus job offers already. Over half of those folks have already reported to work. 60 of them came on the job within 6 weeks, and these are with TSSCI clearances. So the bottom line is that when you believe that you can't do something, all you really have to do is just sit down, come together, and you actually can get it done. Thank you.
Next up, John's going to be at the podium. There's a great idea called community of practice. It's just simple peer-to-peer learning. And so we've formed all kinds of community of practice. Sometimes we call them interagency. But there's ways to accelerate them, having listservs and having all different ways of connecting more rapidly and sharing content. And one of the things we have is we have a CTO team community of practice. And so I got to know John through that. And what I love, just like you guys I'm sure experience, when you're together with the people who have similar jobs to you across the government, somebody's doing something that you need, right? It's always true. And so if we can figure out how to really scale our communities of practice of like stealing ideas from each other in our same roles and then seeing the cross-cut stuff that we could do anywhere, we would really accelerate our stuff. And one of my favorite ones is, of course, the greatest asset of the federal government is our talent. And so John had a wonderful innovation for how to bring more of our talent into the digital age. So go.
At the Social Security Administration, we believe in securing today and tomorrow. We have been taking plays out of the digital playbook and focusing on IT modernization. We have been focused on code, data, and infrastructure modernization. We have also been focused on human capital modernization and decided to run an experiment where we sent 100 employees to an immersive software engineering boot camp. 60 of these employees were entry-level new hires and 40 were experienced developers. The 60 entry-level employees were sent to a 12-week boot camp. This is a short story about the experience of those 60 entry-level employees. At first they were confused. Some of them wondered why they got themselves into. Others thought they would never be programmers. Then there was information overload, like drinking through a fire hose. Frustration set in. Many of them thought things were moving too fast. There was no way they could keep up. By week 6, they were exhausted. Many of them didn't know what day it was. Then things started to make sense. The pieces started to come together. Then it was time to team up and apply what they learned and develop a project in just 2 weeks. Then it was time to demo the project to SSA leadership. Despite all the challenges the teams had to overcome, utilizing open source solutions and harvesting the API economy, these teams created an amazing set of applications. They truly blew us away. One team created a ride-sharing application utilizing Google Maps APIs. Another team created a Slack-like application that was truly impressive and fully functional. Another team created an application using weather.com APIs that would play a song based on your mood and the local weather conditions. And there were several others. These teams are now back at SSA applying the modern software engineering skills that they learned at boot camp and creating amazing applications for us and the American public. Human capital modernization is one way we are securing today and tomorrow at the Social Security Administration. Thank you.
I love what John has achieved, and the thing that I know also is that you not only took the technical folks, and you had different forms. I know you had a 12-week for the folks who were new hires, but also a 4-week for upgrading your current team. And then you also, I know, had analysts and the managers in. So it was sort of respecting everybody and how a team works and getting everyone this fluency. And I'll tell you, upstairs on the 4th floor, there's actually a code boot camp going on, a one-day burst class that my colleague Alex McGilvery is teaching, who came to government. He used to be the general counsel of Twitter. He's a coder lawyer. So we can do this if we just do it, right? So that's the way that's what we're thinking about. The other thing is, Avi Bender couldn't be here, but he was one of the leaders at Census and created a physical lab space with the Census team. It's right next to the cafeteria. And so one of the things that's an interesting thing to think about is status quo as a policy decision. And so if you don't do something, you're actually making a decision. And so what is cool about what Avi figured out is it's sometimes hard to start. But what he did was they created this space with the administrator next to the cafeteria that was really welcoming. And anyone could walk in and have their idea and start to think of sprints and how to debug, how might I do that or that or that? Or I have this problem. They had 400 projects go through. So just brilliant, brilliant work. And we're working right now, we're going to have the State Department library, the original State Department. In this building, our librarians are going to make it a little louder librarian space so that we can have an innovation space here in EOP. And I hope all of you are thinking about where is our space that's the community innovation space and that helps us upgrade our talent and get them in the flow, both through really rapid, cool training, which is very similar to President's Tech Hire initiative now has 70 cities. Ironard just came into DC and they're working with you guys, as well as physical spaces in flow and then the collaboration tools that we need to make it move really quickly.
All right, everybody, you are taking a live look right now at Times Square, and take a look at that traffic. We are just days away from Christmas here. A little bit later in the show, our very own Fox 10 reporter Marcy Jones is going to be talking live to Mary Kate about what it's like at the malls just days before Christmas. The rush is on, everybody, and let me tell you, I'll give you a little hint. A lot of people are buying gift cards. A lot of people. It is now gift card mania. That gift card is like that great option that you can have that you need to buy a bunch of them for a lot of people, and you're going to get it done in about an hour compared to going out and trying to get individual things for that person that they might not like. When you get them a gift card, they could buy whatever they want.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. After months of promising to engage more with Russia, President-elect Donald Trump vowed to enhance America's nuclear capabilities, warning Russian President Vladimir Putin to avoid circumstances that may set the two global powers on an alternate path. Trump passed along a very nice letter, his transition team says, was sent to him by Putin, which urges Trump to act in, quote, a constructive and pragmatic manner to restore the framework of bilateral cooperation. Putin's letter, dated on December 15th, also notes that serious global and regional challenges show that the relations between Russia and the U.S. remain an important factor in ensuring stability and security in the modern world. Trump said in response to the letter that Putin's thoughts are so correct, noting that he hoped both sides are able to live up to these thoughts and we do not have to travel an alternate path. The Russian government did not immediately respond to a request for confirmation that Putin sent the letter. The Kremlin does not always report the letters Putin sends to foreign leaders. Trump's transition team said the English language letter was an unofficial translation. The exchange comes on the heels of comments by both Trump and Putin about the need to strengthen their country's nuclear arsenals. Trump reopened the debate over nuclear proliferation Thursday, declaring on Twitter that the U.S. should greatly strengthen and expand its nuclear capability until the rest of the world comes to its senses regarding nuclear weapons. Those comments echoed an earlier statement by Putin, who said this week that strengthening his country's nuclear capabilities should be a chief military objective in the coming year. But Putin downplayed the significance of Trump's comments today at a marathon end-of-year news conference, saying he sees nothing unusual in Trump's pledge to strengthen the U.S. nuclear forces, calling the statement in line with the president-elect's campaign promises. In his wide-ranging remarks, the Russian leader claimed that his country's military is stronger than any potential aggressor, but acknowledged that the U.S. military is bigger. He also cast the modernization of Russia's nuclear arsenals as a necessary response to the U.S. missile defense system. Trump extolled Putin's leadership during the campaign and called for a tempered approach to U.S.-Russia relations. And while Putin had described Trump as a bright and talented during the campaign, observers say Russia's interest is centered around relief from crippling sanctions implemented under the Obama administration, which is viewed as a gateway to bolstering Russia as the political and economic equivalent of the United States. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Just a little bit, Mary Kate's going to come up here and have her show from 3 to 5. Then it's going to be Samia from 5 to 7, and Mary Kate once again at 7 to 9. You guys are well supported here. A wealthy businessman who co-chaired President-elect Donald Trump's state campaign confirmed to the AP today that he told an alternative newspaper he hoped President Barack Obama would die from mad cow disease and that the First Lady would return to being a male. Carl Paldino, a millionaire real estate developer who unsuccessfully ran for governor in 2010 as a Republican, made the comments in response to a survey by Art Voice, a Buffalo publication that asked local artists, performers, and business owners for their New Year's wish list. Asked what he would most like have happen in 2017, Paldino responded that he hoped Obama catches mad cow disease after being caught having relations with a cow, dies, and is buried in a cow pasture. Asked who he would like to see go away, he said Michelle Obama. Quote, I'd like her to return to being a male and let loose in the outback of Zimbabwe, where she lives comfortably in a cave with Maxie the gorilla, he wrote. Reached at his Western New York office by phone, Paldino, a member of the Buffalo School Board, confirmed to the AP the answers published in Art Voice were his. In a subsequent emailed statement, Paldino, who is 70, claimed his comments had nothing to do with race, but instead reflected his opinion of the president's performance in office. He said, Merry Christmas and tough luck if you don't like my answer, he wrote. Wow. All right, continuing on here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we're going to give you a live shot right now of Times Square. All right, everybody. I just got a couple more moments for my week here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Wishing everybody a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all. Hope everyone is going to have a very special weekend with their loved ones or family members or whoever you'd like to celebrate that special couple days that we have coming up here in just a little bit. And also, I want to wish a very Happy New Year to everyone as well as we get very close to the big 2017. What a year it's been this year in 2016. So many, unfortunately, celebrity deaths, so much really bad things I felt were happening in the news, but there were a lot of good things as well, and I'm glad that we were able to share some of those moments right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I will be back on Monday and all next week for you, and we are going to be counting down next week the top moments on News Now as far as the news that we covered. And, you know, we're going to go back for a year in review. All next week, we're going to take a look at, you know, the best political moments. We have a lot of them since it was campaign season. Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders, put them all in the mix. We're going to have a look back at that. Also, look back at your top car chases that we covered, because we know we covered those a lot too. So it's been a very, very crazy and fun year on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and we're going to look back and take a look at some of those top moments here on the stream. It's going to be a fun look back. I'm excited to do that. In a little bit, about a half an hour, I'll be back on with Mary Kate and Samia. We're going to be talking a little bit about Lyft and Uber drivers. We want to know, do you think they just talk too much to you? When you get in the car, does it seem like they're controlling the whole conversation and you're just stuck? You just want to get where you want to go and just kind of, you know, be quiet. We'll get to that and hear some of your comments in just a little bit. I'll see you in a little bit, but Mary Kate is coming up next for you. Here's a look at beautiful Times Square in New York City.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We're just only a day away from Christmas Eve. Can you believe that tomorrow is Christmas Eve and then Sunday is Christmas Day? So holidays are just around the corner. I'm going to take you guys to an event now where Secretary Kerry is hosting a holiday reception, and then coming up later in the show, I'm going to have Mike Paish and Samia Khan up here with me to talk about Uber driver experiences. And of course, we want you to join us in on this segment. Let us know in the live chat, have you had a weird Uber experience or a great Uber experience? We're going to be talking about that today at 3:30. So let me take you to this event where Secretary Kerry is hosting a holiday reception.
Good afternoon. Oh, come on, you can do better than that. Hi. All right, all right. Now he's getting excited again. Whoa. Let me just make sure. So, hello, everybody, and welcome. I am really happy to welcome you all here to the Ben Franklin Room of the State Department. And happy holidays to all of you. My wife, Teresa, is over here, and she welcomes everybody with me. And I won't embarrass my granddaughter by pointing her out, but she's over here. So, and I'm really happy that everybody could be here. I really want to congratulate and I want to thank the Family Liaison Office and all of our friends from Protocol for helping to put this event together, and we're really delighted to welcome you all here, and especially all of you kids. You are the guests of honor here, and we're really happy to have you here. I also want to welcome all of our guests from the diplomatic community, Ambassador Garang Akwong from South Sudan, and Ladi Magba, the Chargé d'Affaires of the Central African Republic. We're very grateful that you took time to be here today. This guy hiding behind the podium, folks, who is pulling me around occasionally, is Ben. And Ben is the closest thing that we have to a reindeer, okay? He actually, Ben is my dog, but he prefers to think that I am his human. And as you know, dogs are really fabulous creatures. If you feed them, if you scratch them, if you play with them, then they'll be absolutely committed to you. They'll be loyal to you alone until somebody comes along with a treat, and then see you later. It's all over. But I did not come here to talk about Ben. I wanted to welcome every one of you here and say, I'm going to let him go over there. Whoa. Well, I'll let you say hi to him. In a minute, I say a few words, and then I promise you, you'll wish that you had never let him lick you hello and say hi. It'd be really horrible. But I especially want to welcome you young folks here as we celebrate the holidays because you guys are doing it a little bit differently from a lot of people in our country, and that's very special in its own way. But first thing I want to know, you happy to be here? You okay? You having fun? All right, good. And for those of you who should be in school, you absolutely made the right choice to be here. Even though you might want to be in two places at the same time, which is kind of what today is all about. Because during the holiday season, sometimes we find ourselves separated from our families, from the people we love. And this is obviously a hard time of year to do that because this is a time of year when families are together. And I know that that's a very difficult time of year. I back in 1968, I spent Christmas in Vietnam, and believe me, I remember what it's like. I got a great package. By the time I got the package, all the brownies were stale, but they tasted great because they were from the family, right? So it's an important time, and I know it doesn't feel quite right to be apart, as some of you are now or might be over the holidays themselves. I know that Skype is a great invention, but Skype doesn't decorate the tree, and it doesn't help somebody go to sleep if you're kind of restless. So even when a hug is needed, it's kind of hard to get out of the screen and give a big hug, and I know that. So I just want to emphasize to all of you that representing America abroad is what the State Department is all about. And it's more than just a job, it's a calling. And everybody here is the member of a family. We're all part of the same family. And often there are places that demand our presence. When I say that, in many cases, your mother or your dad are required to be somewhere in order to serve their country. And it's not the most suitable place for a lot of different reasons for the whole family to go and spend some time. So knowing and accepting that does not make the fact of separation any easier. And we all know that. So there are now, unfortunately, because of some of the issues we face in the world, there are more places where people are now not with their families just because of the way the world is. And I think there was an increase from 200 to 900 places where that is true today from just the past 15 years. So that means that most of our professionals, most of the people who work in this department will, at some point in their career, be assigned to such a post for 1 year or more. And those are not ordinary deployments. As we prepare our holiday celebrations here at home, our thoughts and our prayers are very much with them. And they're with the men and the women in today's world on duty in some very friendly but troubled land, a place like Iraq or Afghanistan or Tunisia or Pakistan or South Sudan. So the assignments that your parents, in one case or another, are off serving in now reflect the importance of the missions that we are involved in. And the duties that our people perform in these places show what America is really all about as we work for peace and for security. We're helping local populations to be able to strengthen their communities, to be able to go to school, to be able to have health care, to be able to take care of their lives. And so your parents are standing up for freedom, and they're standing up for human rights. And I hope you are as proud of them as we are proud of them everywhere. And now, I know this because I've had the privilege as secretary of visiting them all over the world, and I see what they're doing. I've met many of them. But I also hear from foreign governments. When I go somewhere, people say thank you for what the United States is doing here to make a difference in our country. And I hear very, very grateful people saying thank you. And when I say thank you, they're saying thank you to you. Now, whether we're defending the rule of law or we're advocating for the environment, this department is exhibiting leadership that is desperately needed in this world of ours, and it helps to make everybody here safer. So the people that we have posted overseas, they're doing a great job, but so are you, each and every one of you, because your love and your support are a source of strength for them. And when I visit embassies and consulates, I see pictures on virtually every single desk and every wall, from wedding portraits, photos of soccer teams, grinning babies, boys and girls with big smiles, gaps in their teeth. And missing somebody, especially at this time of year, is never easy. But having someone to miss is actually a great blessing. So having friends and colleagues who can make the waiting easier or make the holiday a little better, a little warmer, as long as you are part of the State Department family, you are not alone, and you never will be alone. So we look out. I told you we're a family, and as a family, we all look out for each other, we take care of each other. That's why President Obama is so very grateful to you, and that is why you are, each and every one of you, entitled to the thanks of our nation. Now, speaking of thanks, Ambassador Selford said I'd say a couple words. There's some people who really deserve our thanks for helping to make this such a beautiful display today and create some fun. And it takes a lot of generous support. I want to express my appreciation to our event partner. I've gotten to know him through these few years now, Farouk Kathwari. Where's Farouk? And they have provided the furniture. His company has provided the furniture for our Storytime Corner in the unique Ethan Allen Disney style. And I also want to thank our other sponsors, including Sue Pyatt and Kinderhouse Toys. I want to thank the National Building Museum, Caterpillar, the Hershey Company, 20th Century Fox Home Entertainments, and sweetest of all, Dole Gelati, for our very own gelato cart with all of the holiday flavors. So now I have a very special treat for all of you. We have members of the cast of the Kennedy Center production of the musical Wicked. And Ben, you didn't get as big a cheer as they did. They are here to perform for all of you, and in my home state of Massachusetts, the fact that they are going to be performing, we would say, that's wicked awesome. Actually, we'd say wicked awesome. You know. But so join me in giving a great big State Department welcome to our guests from the merry old land of Oz. All right? Thank you.
All right, everybody, here's a live shot of New York City right now. That was John Kerry hosting a holiday reception. You're live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Mike Page and Samia Khan up here with me discussing Uber driving experiences. Let's actually give you a better shot of New York. Here is the holiday shot. Look at all those Christmas lights and that heavy, heavy traffic there in New York City, and you know it's cold. You're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And again, in a few minutes, I'm going to have Samia and Mike up here with me to discuss Uber experiences, and we want all of you guys to join in with us. Share your Uber stories. If you don't use Uber, share your cab stories. This is just going to be a fun segment. We want to read your stories live on the air as well. right, everybody, we're going to take you to some breaking news right now where Carrie Fisher, we're told, had a massive heart attack on an airplane today. Sources say Carrie was on a flight from London to LA when she went into cardiac arrest. People on board were doing CPR on her. We're told the emergency occurred 15 minutes before the plane landed in Los Angeles. A flight attendant asked if there were any medical personnel on board, and luckily an EMT who was sitting in the back of the plane came up to first class and administered life-saving measures on Carrie Fisher. The plane landed just after noon in LA, and paramedics rushed her to a nearby hospital. Carrie Fisher, who became famous, of course, as Princess Leia from Star Wars, has been on a book tour. The story is still developing. I'll take you back now to a live look of New York City. You're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. We'll bring you the latest details on that as soon as we can. But again, we just want to let you know, Carrie Fisher, the actress known for playing Princess Leia from Star Wars, has suffered a massive heart attack on an airplane from London to LAX, where she went into cardiac arrest. We're going to bring you more information about that as soon as we learn more. I'm going to take you to a video now from NASA, where space station crew members show us what it's like to celebrate Christmas in space.
Hello from the Expedition 50 crew. We'd like to share with you today a little bit about what Christmas means to us in this time of year. For me, it's a lot about family. We always travel, typically, to meet up with our family because we're dispersed all over the country. We go home to Georgia quite a bit, or Florida, or sometimes Colorado, to meet up with all of our immediate and distant family members. Always a great time just to get together and share with each other. This season is typically thought of as all about getting things around Christmas, but we in our family try to think of it as the giving aspect, giving of our many talents and of our resources and of our time to others less fortunate. It's also a season that I loved. I just love kind of the Christmas season and all the lights and the music and everything that kind of leads up to it. And my family, I think, shares the same thing. I'll now pass off to Peggy Whitson.
Hi. Well, I think being on board the ISS gives us a slightly different perspective of Christmas. Obviously, friends and family are important to all of us. But besides funny hats, there is another very important aspect of being on ISS, and that's seeing the planet as a whole. And it actually reinforces, I think, that the fact that we should live as one people and strive for peace.
And I can only second what's been said before. I remember growing up, I was born in a very big family. I had 25 cousins, and for most of them, the only time we could catch up was around Christmas time. So I was very much looking forward to that. This year, I won't be able to be there, of course, but I'll think of them. I'll try to give them a call, catch up as much as I can, and make the most of this opportunity to look at the Earth, reflect about what Christmas means to us as individuals, to the world in general, and I think we'll have a good time on board the ISS and share a Christmas meal together.
Thanks, Tomas. Speaking of a meal, we'd like to share with you some of the items we're going to have up here for Christmas dinner. Tomas has some special European food. I'll let him show you that and talk about it.
So I'm lucky enough to have recipes that have been prepared for me by French chefs, and they're all based on ingredients that I used to love when I was a kid, that my grandmother used to cook for the big family dinners that we had around Christmas time. So as a main, I'll have a chicken supreme with morels, which is a delicacy that we'll share together, and have enough, not just one can, but enough for everybody in the crew. As dessert, we'll have gingerbread, which is also a special one that I remember from way back when, and that's going to make me travel down memory lane, and I hope you guys will like it. And as a starter, because we don't do things in order on the ISS, we'll have ox tongue, which is also typical of the region I was born in, the region I'm from, and I hope everybody's going to like it on board the ISS.
And to go along, we'll have some beverages. I've got some packaged cider and cocoa. Hot cocoa is one of my favorites, especially growing up in Iowa when you wanted to stay warm.
And for some of the traditional U.S. meals, we're going to have turkey. It comes in a pouch up here, but we'll have turkey for us to eat along with fruit salad. And what else do we have? I know we've got some green beans and potatoes and some mashed potatoes, which are coming out there dehydrated, and some cornbread stuffing. And we have plenty of desserts to go along with these things as well. We have cranapple dessert, which is like a cobbler, as well as some chocolate cake. So we're going to eat very well up here at Christmas. And of course, we're all going to miss our family members and wish we could be with them, but we're going to have a great time up here. And like Tomas said earlier, we're going to reflect on what this whole season means to us and our families. So from the Expedition 50 crew, we want to wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
All right, everybody. Well, that was space station crew members showing us how they celebrate Christmas in space. Here's a live look of New York City right now. Want to give you guys the latest updates on Carrie Fisher, who you see in the video here. You might know her as the actress who played Princess Leia in Star Wars. We do know right now that Carrie Fisher suffered a massive heart attack today on an airplane. Sources say Carrie was on a flight from London to LAX when she went into cardiac arrest. People on board were administering CPR. We are told the emergency occurred 15 minutes before the plane landed in LA. A flight attendant asked if there were any medical personnel on board, and an EMT who was sitting in the back of the plane actually came up to first class and gave Carrie life-saving measures. Now, the plane landed just after noon in LA today, and paramedics rushed Carrie Fisher to a nearby hospital. That's all we know right now. This story is still developing, but we do know she suffered a massive heart attack. No details on her condition yet. This happened 15 minutes before her plane was just about to land in Los Angeles. Again, you guys might know her best from Princess Leia in Star Wars. Very famous actress, suffered a massive heart attack today. Let's hope she's okay. We do know she's been taken to the hospital. We'll be sure to bring you guys the latest information on this as we get it. Let's take you to a live look of New York City. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Mike Page and Samia Khan up here with me to discuss Uber driving stories. And again, let me know in the live chat, you guys have any interesting Uber stories, good ones or bad ones. And if you don't use Uber, maybe a cab story. We want to know. This is going to be a little bit of a fun segment here today on the show. We'll be chatting live here in just a few minutes, starting at 3:30. All right, everybody, it's the 3 at 3. We've got Samia Khan, Mike Paish, and Mary Kay Gaffney here to discuss a great story today, Uber stories. Good, the bad, and the ugly.
Oh, you know what? It's the time of the year where a lot of people are going to be using, ride shares because they're going from holiday party to holiday party. But
Or home to the airport.
yeah, the home to airport thing is a big time too. But you know what? I've been noticing, and I think a lot of people have been noticing, when you get in an Uber or Lyft, why does it seem like all drivers seem like they have their own talk show and they just want to talk to you the whole time?
So I'm guessing that Mike doesn't like talking to his Uber driver.
Not
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Not that much. I like to say, if I do like to talk, I like to say, how was your day? And I just want him to have a response, and that's it. Or she. I've seen Uber.
That's what someone brought up in the meeting. There's two types of drivers. There's the one that wants to talk to you the whole time, and the one that's more of a, hey, how's it going? And they just stay silent the whole way.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I like that.
Well, it also depends. I mean, for example, if you're doing UberX or Uber Regular, there's a high likelihood that it's a quiet car. The thing is, when you do Uber Pool, which they don't have here in Phoenix, but they have it in other major cities, where multiple people share your car with you as long as they're going to the same destination, that's when you end up having just a full-on conversation. What's annoying to me is when you're in an Uber Pool, and not the driver, but the other passenger you're riding with is on the phone the whole time. I'm like, okay, really?
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Or they try to strike up a whole conversation with you the whole ride, and you're just like, okay, come on, we're gonna get out of this car soon, and I'll never see you again.
And
anyway.
does it bother you that? Are you thinking this, like, if they're talking so much, how are they so focused on driving? Does that bother you a little? Are you worried about that?
Well, I feel like we're able to talk and drive at the same time. Like, that's a little bit of multitasking, as long as your eyes are focused on the road.
Yeah. The only thing that bothers me is when they talk about how much they hated their past passenger. They're like, gosh, I just had the worst passenger.
I get that.
I've never experienced
I had a couple
I always
of those.
get my Uber drivers complaining about their recent passengers. They're like, this guy tonight, he was just so drunk, I couldn't handle him. And so we talk about that. Usually that's funny, but then you think,
then you wonder,
if
is
you
he gonna
misbehave, he'll talk about you. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're that bad Uber driver. And some of you guys might be wondering, well, why are we talking about this? Well, earlier today we held a live press conference with the governor of Arizona, Governor Doug Ducey, who announced that Uber would be bringing their self-driving cars.
The Volvos are coming.
Right here to Arizona. And so then we started talking behind the scenes here, like, well, would you get in a self-driving car? Do self-driving cars mean that you have to pay them less since you're not paying a driver? I mean, will that affect how much we pay? I don't know. Like, Mike, Mike would go in a self-driving car because then the self-driving car wouldn't talk to you.
Well, here's the issue, that I was all for this self-driving car until I found out that, no, there would still be a person in the car.
So it's like a driver supervisor.
Yeah, so now here's the problem. Now they'd be talking even more because now they're not driving. That's
so then
the
they're
issue.
just sort of sitting in the back with you like, what's up? I'm here to supervise your whole trip.
Well, you know what?
I want to ask you 21 questions.
Well, what's
Go.
annoying is you can't even take care of your own work. Like, when I'm in an Uber, if I have stuff on my phone to do, I can do it. But I can't make a phone call because I'm worried that the Uber driver is going to be eavesdropping on me. Then they know too much about me and my life. What if you're on the phone with, like, the bank and they're like, what are the last 4 digits of your social?
Right.
And the guy's listening. There's just too much at stake.
Yeah,
in an
that's a
Uber
good
ride.
point. I think definitely when you're on the phone, it's a little awkward.
And the small talk, too, it's always like, oh, like, how long have you lived in Arizona? Blah, blah, blah. What do you do here? I had the worst Uber driver, or my worst Uber story had to be coming home from the airport. It was like 11 o'clock at night.
Oh.
My mom doesn't like it when I take Ubers at night by myself. And obviously, it's from the airport to my apartment. And when they start asking too many personal questions, it's like they know where you live. Then they ask if you live with anyone. I'm like, are you trying to rape me? Like, I'm like freaking out.
One time I said,
Like,
oh, I have a boyfriend. He's a Marine.
Like,
He's
you
very
just
strong.
as a woman, you have to end up coming up with these lies. It's like, oh yeah, my significant other lives with me. He's just working late. He's actually just getting home right now, so we figured might as well Uber. But you have to make it seem like there's
He's a Navy
someone
SEAL.
at home working for you. Definitely believes in the Second Amendment. Definitely.
Oh, because I used to be gullible and just say, oh yeah, I'm all alone. I leave my doors unlocked. Yeah, that's just me. You don't want to tell your Uber driver that. You never want to be. You gotta protect yourself. But it's not to say they're dangerous.
No, not to say, because you know what? You could say the same thing to somebody at the bar, and they could be the bigger creep. You just don't know. It could be anybody in life.
Right.
There's actually, I found a whole chat room, not for Uber passengers, but for Uber drivers to complain about us. Not us specifically,
But like
us as
different passengers. Well, they also rate you, by the way. You know how we can rate the driver and they ask you
Yeah,
how many stars?
yes.
We are also rated. For a while, I had a perfect 5-star rating.
How do you know what your rating is?
So
You just ask them?
Uber drivers will tell you. Or if you pay attention to the screen and look really closely at their phone from the back seat, which I've done before.
I can totally see you doing that.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, so let me just see. Yeah, I've dropped to a 4.8.
And what happens if you get too
Probably
low?
because
They don't pick you up?
Maybe,
Maybe because you didn't feel like chatting or something.
I think it was more like I was annoyed that they were late, so I kind of showed some sass.
Oh.
And do they have comments about you, like
Like a Yelp review?
Sassy Samia.
yeah, like tends to rip up the back of the seats, like after 1:30 in the morning, like something like that? Do they have like that detailed of like,
I don't
do not pick this
know.
person up
I'm
after
usually-
2:30
Oh,
at a
that.
bar? It's gonna end up real bad.
I
I wonder if
mean-
they have those detailed descriptions for the drivers.
Can we leave descriptions? I don't know.
I don't know. We
No.
can leave comments. Yeah,
Can
what do
we?
you like
Okay.
about it? Yeah, whenever you give a 5 or a 4, if they want to know more. They can
Wow.
ask.
Right. Yeah. So
That's
if we can,
true.
they probably can. But again, there's this site called uberpeople.net. It's an independent community of rideshare drivers. And the first thread was another unwanted advance and a reaction he did not see coming. So sometimes Uber drivers get advances from the passengers.
Yeah, that's true.
Isn't that weird?
Wow.
You know, because you know how you said your mom doesn't want you to go home alone.
And my
In
mom
an
doesn't
Uber.
like me getting picked up from Uber late at night.
Right. But sometimes, so these Uber drivers are complaining that they get advances from the passengers. Mike.
Whoa. So you're saying the passenger is hollering at the Uber driver?
Right.
Well, you know what the best line could be? It's like, well, you're already taking taking me to my home. Want a couple extra steps to my apartment? You know, you could say it like that.
I know.
If you like your Uber driver a lot.
If you really like your Uber
Yeah.
driver. That's true.
I want to see what people are saying in the chat. I was asking people earlier to share their stories. I'm not seeing much right now. But again, I've had some great Uber experiences too. So
Like nice Uber drivers.
yeah.
Good Uber drivers. Not all Uber drivers are bad, guys. We can't generalize here.
No, we can't.
It's really wrong to generalize. Uber drivers, not all of you are bad people. There's some great Uber drivers out there with really interesting stories if you choose to talk to them.
Yeah, my motto is for the drivers, just drive more, talk less. That's my motto.
I like the ones that put candy in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that nice?
Or water bottles.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, water bottles. The ones that are fully stocked with all types of cell phone chargers.
That's cool.
I had a great
I'm like-
Uber driver in Austin, Texas. I was there for a wedding, a comedian's wedding, and we learned that the Uber driver himself does stand-up comedy, but also has a bakery, and then pulled out these like baked cookies for us. We survived. They were not poisoned. They were delicious. He was just like the kind of Uber driver you want that then takes you through their drive-through late
Yeah.
night.
Nice, nice.
I think that's nice. Yeah, I think so. Basically, you just don't want them to talk to you too much, because then you just sort of feel that forced.
It depends at the time of the day too. The worst is when, like when I go to an early morning flight in the morning, that's when I don't want anyone talking to me. I'm barely awake. Just get me to the gate. I just want to get on the plane. Like when I wake up, I really don't want to talk to anyone for the first hour and a half to 2
And they
hours.
should be able to read that vibe from you. When you get in with your sunglasses on, your coffee, they shouldn't be.
I think, you know what? I
What?
think my goal for 2017 should be learn some Russian and just go in there and say a couple things in Russian, and then they won't talk to me.
Because they don't even think that you're. Why Russian?
Like,
Why?
I kind of look maybe like a Russian German, you know?
Let us know in the chat. Do you think Mike looks Russian? I think that'll be the next.
Hey, look it. I'm just gonna smile for a little bit so you guys could get it.
Because that's the thing. Like, if you picked a language that more people knew, they might understand you and then start conversing.
Yeah.
I see. So
So
you can't
do
pick
Russian.
like French.
Can't do Spanish.
Or Spanish. Or anything that
Do Russian.
people learned in school. No one learned Russian
And
in
Russian's
school.
a hot thing now with Trump.
Yeah.
It is.
Putin's writing them Christmas
For
letters.
the next
and
4 to 8 years, kids are going to be learning Russian in class.
you never know. All
Maybe
right.
not by choice.
Well, let us know your
So we're
Uber
gonna have pen
stories
pals in Russia?
the comment section. And if you think Mike looks Russian, also let us know that in the comment section as well. Is that what a Russian looks like to you when you smile?
Well, no,
like
I'm just
that?
trying to get a, like
Like freeze frame?
Yeah, a little freeze frame.
All right, you guys, thank you so much. The 3 at 3, Samia Khan, Mike Page, Shmirki Gaffney. We're going to give you guys a live look of the White House right now. All right, you guys, where you're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream, we want to give you an update on Carrie Fisher. So, as you know, she has suffered a massive heart attack on a plane from London to LAX. We're trying to bring you guys the latest information. Obviously, you guys know Carrie Fisher as the actress who played Princess Leia in Star Wars. Carrie Fisher suffered a massive heart attack today on an airplane. Sources say Carrie was on a flight from London to LAX when she went into cardiac arrest. People on board were performing CPR. United Airlines says its crew reported Carrie as, quote, unresponsive when they landed. So that's an update for you guys. We just found out now. United Airlines says Carrie was unresponsive when they landed the plane. Now, we're told the emergency occurred 15 minutes before the plane landed in LA. A flight attendant asked if there were any medical personnel on board, and luckily an EMT who was sitting in the back of the plane actually came up to the first class where Carrie Fisher was and performed life-saving measures on Carrie Fisher. Now, witnesses at LAX tell us Carrie's eyes were closed and she appeared unconscious as EMTs rushed her through the terminal. She had an oxygen mask on her face. So that's a bit of an update. Now we know she just landed at LAX. Witnesses there say Carrie's eyes were closed and she appeared unconscious as EMTs rushed her through that terminal, and she also had an oxygen mask on her face. The plane landed just after noon in Los Angeles, and paramedics rushed her to a nearby hospital. Again, you guys, this happened today, just moments ago. This is breaking news. Fisher became famous, of course, as Princess Leia from Star Wars and has been on a book tour. So that's where she was coming from, London, heading into LAX. And that's the latest information that we know right now on Carrie Fisher, but we'll be sure to bring you guys the latest details on her as we get them throughout this show. The Los Angeles Fire Department spokesman Eric Scott added that at 12:11 p.m., rescue crews responded to a call from LAX regarding a patient in cardiac arrest. LAFD personnel and paramedics were standing by for the plane's arrival and provided advanced life support and aggressively treated and transported Carrie Fisher to a local hospital. A rep for Fisher has not responded to requests for comment at this time. Fisher, who is 60 years old, tweeted on December 19th that she had been filming the series Catastrophe while in Europe. Her bio on the social media page indicates that she splits her time between London and Los Angeles. Now, many of you know Carrie Fisher as an American actress, best known for her role as Princess Leia in the original Star Wars trilogy. Again, if you're just joining us, this is breaking news about the actress Carrie Fisher, who suffered a massive heart attack on an airplane today from London to LAX. Sources say Carrie was on a United Airlines flight when she went into cardiac arrest. People on board were performing CPR, and United Airlines says its crew reported Carrie as, quote, unresponsive when they landed. We're told the emergency occurred 15 minutes before the plane landed in Los Angeles. A flight attendant there asked if there were any medical personnel on board, and an EMT, who just happened to be sitting in the back of the plane, came up to first class where Carrie Fisher was seated and administered life-saving measures. Now, witnesses at LAX, where they landed, tell us that Carrie's eyes were closed and she appeared unconscious as EMTs rushed her through the terminal. She had an oxygen mask on her face. The plane landed just after noon in Los Angeles, and paramedics rushed her to a nearby hospital. Los Angeles Fire Department spokesman Eric Scott added that at 12:11 p.m., rescuers responded to a call from LAX regarding a patient in cardiac arrest. LAFD personnel and paramedics were standing by for that plane's arrival and provided advanced life support and, quote, aggressively treated and transported the patient to a local hospital. Carrie Fisher, who is 60 years old, tweeted on December 19th that she had been filming the series Catastrophe while in Europe. Her bio on the social media page indicates that she splits her time between London and Los Angeles. Now, you know Carrie Fisher is best known for her role as Princess Leia in the original Star Wars trilogy and Star Wars The Force Awakens. Fisher is also known for her semi-autobiographical novels, including Postcards from the Edge and the screenplay for the film at the same time. Now, Carrie Fisher has publicly discussed her diagnosis of bipolar disorder and her addictions to prescription medication, including an appearance on a TV show where she discussed her addictions and her bipolar disorder. She said that her drug use was a form of self-medication, using pain meds to dial down the manic aspect of her bipolar disorder. So when she was probably having upswings, she felt that the pain meds helped her keep a little bit calm. As she said, quote, helped her dial down the manic aspects of being bipolar. She said, quote, drugs made me feel normal. They contained me. She also discussed this in her 2008 memoir, Wishful Drinking, and various topics in it that same year. She also revealed that she would have turned down the role of Princess Leia had she realized it would have given her such celebrity status that made her parents' lives very difficult. She also had an appearance on a show where she discussed electroconvulsive therapy treatments, and at one point she did receive these treatments every 6 weeks to, quote, blow apart the cement in her brain. In 2014, she said she was no longer receiving the treatment. She also said, quote, slowly I realized I was doing a bit more drugs than any other people and losing my choice in the matter. In 1985, after months of sobriety, she accidentally overdosed on a combination of prescription medication and sleeping pills. She was rushed to the hospital, creating the turn of events that led to much of the material in her book and screenplay known as Postcards from the Edge. So we do know that Carrie Fisher has been very outspoken about addiction and mental illness. Again, 60 years old. Breaking news, this happened just today. Carrie Fisher suffered a massive heart attack Friday on an airplane. Sources say Carrie was on a United Airlines flight from London to LAX, where she went into cardiac arrest. People on board were performing CPR, and United Airlines says its crew reported Carrie as, quote, unresponsive when they landed. We are told the emergency occurred 15 minutes before the plane landed in Los Angeles. A flight attendant on board asked if there were any medical personnel on the flight, and luckily an EMT just happened to be sitting in the back of the plane and came up to first class and performed life-saving measures on Carrie Fisher. Then after the plane landed, witnesses at LAX tell us that Carrie Fisher's eyes were closed and she appeared unconscious as EMTs rushed her through the terminal. She did have an oxygen mask on her face. The plane landed just after noon in Los Angeles today, and paramedics have rushed her to a nearby hospital. And that is the latest that we know on Carrie Fisher right now. We'll be sure to bring you guys more information on this as we get it. We are constantly checking for details, and we will update you as soon as we can. I'm going to give you guys a live look now out of Phoenix, Arizona, live from the News Chopper. Last minute shopping, Paradise Valley Mall, and then we're headed to Arrowhead Mall. Are you one of the people out there doing last minute Christmas shopping right now? We're streaming live here from the News Chopper on the Fox News Now stream. We'll be sure to bring you guys the latest details on Carrie Fisher as soon as we get it. Looks like we might have momentarily lost that feed. Stick with us here for just a few seconds. All right, looks like we got it back. All right, everybody, we're going to take you to some breaking news right now where we have aerials of a shooting that happened in Southern California. We're working to get you guys the latest information, but again, this is breaking news out of Southern California where we do know there has been a shooting. All right, everybody. Well, if you're just joining us here on the Fox News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, this is live in Southern California right now, where the news chopper is over a shooting that just happened there. Emergency crews are responding. We're working to get you guys the latest information, but again, we do know there has been a shooting in Southern California. And you're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. You're able to see all those emergency vehicles there on that street. Again, these are emergency crews here responding to this shooting in California. This is the news chopper hovering over the scene here. We're working to get you guys more information on exactly what happened, but we're seeing all the firefighters and police officers there at the scene where the shooting happened in Southern California just moments ago. Well, we're just live here right now over this situation here in Southern California where a shooting just happened and emergency crews are there on the scene responding to this situation. We're working to get you guys more details, but this just happened moments ago. We're waiting to hear back from officials about what exactly happened here. You can see there are some emergency crews on the scene, the news choppers zooming in on several of these houses here to get more details for us about what happened during the shooting that happened just moments ago in Southern California today. And you're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Also want to give you guys an update on Carrie Fisher. We're told when the plane landed, paramedics worked on Carrie for 15 minutes with CPR before they were able to get a pulse. She's currently at UCLA Medical Center on a ventilator. That's an update on Carrie Fisher, who suffered from a massive heart attack earlier today. Again, if you're just joining us here, this is live out of Southern California where a shooting happened earlier today. The news chopper is over the scene right now and working to get you guys the latest information. Here's what we know. At least one person has died and 2 are in critical condition in San Fernando. And this is live on the Fox News Now stream. Again, if you're just joining us here, this is breaking news out of Southern California, where at least one person has died and 2 are in critical condition in San Fernando. Again, you're able to see those emergency crews there on the scene. We're unsure what happened or how this shooting started, but we do know at least one person has died and 2 people are in critical condition. This is out of San Fernando. And the news chopper is just over the scene right now. We're working to get you guys some more information as you watch with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Also want to give you guys an update on Carrie Fisher. We're told that when the plane landed, paramedics worked on Carrie for 15 minutes with CPR before they were able to get a pulse She's currently at UCLA Medical Center on a ventilator. That's an update on actress Carrie Fisher. As you know, Carrie Fisher suffered a massive heart attack today on a plane from London to LA, and we're working to get you guys some more information on that breaking story as well. But again, this is out of San Fernando, California, where one person has died and 2 people are in critical condition after a shooting happened there just moments ago. Looks like emergency crews are still there on scene investigating exactly how this shooting happened. Again, you guys are watching live with us here. This is breaking news out of California, San Fernando to be exact. We do know at least 1 person has died and 2 people are in critical condition after this shooting happened just moments ago, and this is live from the news chopper there. We're also working on getting more details on Carrie Fisher for you guys as well. We do know she's currently at UCLA Medical Center on a ventilator after she suffered a massive heart attack earlier today on an airplane. Also just want to keep you guys updated on Carrie Fisher. She has not passed away. She's just on a ventilator at this time at UCLA Medical Center. We do know that right now about Carrie Fisher. She has not passed away. She's still at UCLA Medical Center right now on a ventilator. We'll give you guys an update as soon as we get more information. And again, right now what you're looking at here is emergency crews on the scene of a shooting in San Fernando, where one person has died today and 2 people are in critical condition. All right, you guys, where we are live still outside the shooting scene here in San Fernando, where one person has died and 2 are in critical condition. We're still working on getting the details of what exactly happened here today, but you can see right now those emergency crews are still on the scene investigating. This is live from the news chopper on the Fox News Now stream. Also want to give you guys an update on Carrie Fisher. As we've told you, she suffered from a massive heart attack today earlier on a plane that landed at LAX. She's fighting for her life right now at UCLA Medical Center, where she is on a ventilator. We do know now Carrie's daughter, Billie Lourd, and beloved French Bulldog Gary have arrived at UCLA Medical Center shortly after the actress was rushed there. Now, Billie is Carrie's only child, with talent agent Brian Lourd. According to witnesses, her French Bulldog Gary was also on the flight with Carrie as well when she suffered this massive heart attack. Again, her daughter and the dog are there at the hospital waiting to get details on actress Carrie Fisher. We'll keep you guys updated on her condition throughout the show. We do know now, though, she's on a ventilator and they're working to save her after she suffered this massive heart attack just moments ago on a flight from London to LAX today. And right now we're still live from the news chopper at the shooting in San Fernando. At least one person has died and 2 other people are hospitalized in this shooting in San Fernando. The shooting was reported about 2 p.m. near 4th and Harp Streets, where at least 5 ambulances were seen. The story is still developing. As you can see, the news chopper is still live over that scene there in San Fernando, where a shooting happened and was reported around 2 p.m. near 4th and Harp Streets. Again, we do know 1 person has died and 2 other people are in critical condition and have been transported to the hospital. Again, if you guys are just joining us here on the Fox News Now stream, this is out of San Fernando, California, where at least one person has died and 2 other are in critical condition and have been transported to the hospital in San Fernando today. The shooting was reported at about 2 o'clock near 4th and Harp Streets, where at least 5 ambulances were seen. The story is still developing. We're unsure why this shooting happened, but we do know 1 person has died and 2 are in critical condition. And the news chopper is over the scene right now, where emergency crews and police officers are there still investigating this scene. We're also bringing you guys live updates throughout the show about actress Carrie Fisher, who has suffered a massive heart attack today. We do know that she is at UCLA Medical Center right now on a ventilator. Her daughter is there at the hospital. We're told that paramedics worked on Carrie for 15 minutes with CPR before they were able to get a pulse, transported her to the hospital, and now we're just waiting to hear how she's doing. And you're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, we were told 5 ambulances responded to this scene that happened just moments ago here in San Fernando. We're working really hard here in the newsroom to get you guys the latest information. Again, 1 person dead and 2 people in critical condition right now after a shooting in San Fernando. As you can see right now, police are still conducting a investigation of this shooting. Earlier, police were actually still searching for that suspect in the area, and residents were advised to shelter in place. We do know that a suspect was sought in a shooting that left at least one person dead and 2 others hospitalized today in San Fernando, California. The shooting was reported at about 2 o'clock near 4th and Harp Streets, where at least 5 ambulances responded to the scene. But as you can see, even more emergency vehicles are there right now. We saw a few fire trucks there, several police cars and ambulances at that scene. Again, we're still live here at this shooting in San Fernando, California, where 1 person has died and 2 are in critical condition. They were searching for that suspect earlier. We're waiting to get more details on that suspect and why exactly this shooting happened today. We're also giving you guys updates throughout the show about actress Carrie Fisher, who suffered a massive heart attack today on an airplane. Our sources say Carrie was on a United flight from London to LAX when she went into cardiac arrest. People on board were performing CPR, and United Airlines says its crew reported Carrie as, quote, unresponsive when they landed. We're told the emergency occurred 15 minutes before the plane landed in Los Angeles. A flight attendant asked if there were any medical personnel on board, and luckily, an EMT who was sitting in the back of the plane came up to first class and performed life-saving measures on Carrie Fisher. Now, witnesses at LAX tell us Carrie's eyes were closed and she appeared unconscious as EMTs rushed her through the terminal. She had an oxygen mask on her face. And the plane landed just after noon in LA, and paramedics rushed her to a nearby hospital. We're told when the plane landed, paramedics worked on Carrie for 15 minutes with CPR before they were able to get a pulse. She's currently at UCLA Medical Center on a ventilator. Her daughter has just arrived to the hospital. We're working to get you guys the latest on her condition. You guys would know Carrie Fisher best as Princess Leia from Star Wars. She's been on a book tour recently, and that's why she was in London and arrived back here to LAX today. But again, this is live from the News Chopper for a different story, a shooting in San Fernando, California. We're working to get you guys some more details on this breaking story as well. You can see police officers are still there investigating the scene after a suspect shot and killed one person and put two others in critical condition. They have been transported to the hospital. We will get the latest on their conditions throughout the show here on the Fox News Now stream. And if you want to stay updated on any breaking news, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on our YouTube page or that like button on our Facebook page. That way you'll always be in the know of these breaking news events as they unfold here on the Fox News Now stream. Now, we do know that one victim at the scene there appeared lifeless. That one person did die, and firefighters were seen placing another individual who was suffering on a stretcher. There was also another individual in critical condition. So we have one dead and two in critical condition after this shooting at a house in San Fernando. We're working to get you guys more information on why this shooting happened, but this is live here from the News Chopper on the Fox News Now stream. As you can see, police cars and Los Angeles Fire Department vehicles are surrounding this house in a residential area of San Fernando. Earlier, we were told that police officers were searching for that suspect still in that neighborhood. We're still working to get more information on that suspect and what exactly happened here today.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I'll be joining you guys from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. here in Arizona for nonstop coverage of breaking news throughout the country and the world. Right now we're bringing you live aerials from a shooting in California, specifically Southern California, the San Fernando area. We're learning one person was killed, 2 people in critical condition. We have very limited information right now. We're working to gather that information for you. In the meantime, we appreciate everyone tuning in to the Fox 10 News Now stream on Facebook and on YouTube as well. We'll continue to bring you updates on this story, as well as news on Carrie Fisher's massive heart attack that took place on a flight from London to LA. We'll bring you continuous updates right here on Fox 10 News Now. Okay, guys, it looks like the chopper has left the scene of that shooting in Southern California. Again, we have very limited information other than one person killed, 2 people in critical condition. Obviously, if we get any more information, we'll take you there. In the meantime, I do want to take you to our evening newscast. Nicole Garcia live with a breaking news update now at the top of the show.
They have assault rifles and everything. They brought a shield to knock on the door and everything with.
Chris Pula lives a couple doors down from homegrown terror suspect 30-year-old Derek Thompson, who also went by the name Abu Talib al-Amriki. He describes the day FBI agents raided Thompson's apartment.
We've seen a couple more undercovers coming into the apartment complex with like at least 10, 12 officers. And by then we were just going around the corner and leaving because we didn't want our kids to see what was happening with that.
According to court documents, federal investigators believe Thompson has been an avowed jihadist for at least the past couple of years, posting his support online for ISIS and lone wolf attacks. The FBI says Thompson performed online searches for midnight mass and martyrdom versus suicide, and even tried to buy a gun from an online seller. Thompson has been convicted of armed robbery and aggravated assault and cannot legally possess a weapon. Investigators believe Thompson was planning to use a gun to carry out a terrorist attack here in Arizona. The details of when and where were not revealed.
Wow. Wow, I didn't even know that because their windows are always closed and they have blankets over them.
We knocked on Thompson's door. A babysitter told us she had no comment.
You never know people, especially if they're like that. They don't come out and stuff. You never know what they're up to. It's kind of scary.
Thompson is now facing several felonies, including participating in a criminal syndicate and attempted misconduct involving weapons. Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
The suspect in the Berlin Christmas market attack is killed in a shootout with police in Italy. This was very dramatic. Police in Milan stopped the suspect for a routine ID check, and that is when he opened fire on the police, who shot back and killed him. The suspect is originally from Tunisia, and he was denied asylum in Germany. Following the attack, he was able to cross in and out of France. Investigators are now trying to figure out how he did that in the middle of an international manhunt. ISIS has taken credit for the attack, which killed 12 people and left dozens of others injured.
A Libyan plane is hijacked with more than 100 passengers and crew members on board. Now, that plane took off from a regional airport here in the middle of the country. It was bound for the capital city there of Tripoli. But instead, the hijackers forced the pilot to land over here in Malta, that island off the coast of Italy. Here's some video of the final hostages as they made their way off the plane. Nobody was hurt in this, and the hijackers did surrender peacefully. Investigators say the hijackers are 2 Libyan men. They were armed with a hand grenade and 2 pistols. The airport where that plane is hijacked is a small airport. It's only used for flights within Libya. One lawmaker described the security at the airport as messy and said he was not surprised the hijackers were able to take over a plane.
Yes? Coming up, a dog is hit by a car and left for dead. He survived, but not without some major surgery. How you can help get this pup back on his paws again.
Governor Doug Ducey welcomes Uber self-driving cars to the Valley. I'm Steve Kraft. I'll have that story.
And he's calling it a Christmas miracle, and from this x-ray you probably can see why. Hear from the man who accidentally shot himself in the head with a nail gun.
Take a look here at this. Sometimes I like to stoke the fires of aggravation.
Thank you very much for helping, he says.
Facebook, is it making you sad?
All right, guys, I'm going to cut out of this and give you some Carrie Fisher news. Some of you guys joining us to get an update on Carrie Fisher's condition. Now, Fisher suffered a massive heart attack on an airplane today. She was flying from London to Los Angeles. She suffered that massive heart attack about 15 minutes before landing at LAX. Now, what I'm going to do for you guys is give you guys the latest update from TMZ. TMZ has the audio. EMT gets the call, the dispatch audio. Now, Carrie Fisher unresponsive as paramedics raced to the gate 74 specifically at LAX. TMZ has obtained the audio, and you can hear LAFD responding to a reported cardiac arrest. Air traffic control coordinated to make sure first responders were ready when the plane pulled into the gate. It also sounded like some of the passengers assisting on flight 935 were nurses. Again, Carrie Fisher in critical condition at UCLA Medical Center. I want to go ahead and pull up this TMZ feed for you so we can go ahead and hear that dispatch audio.
Pigeon Rescue 51 on the radio responded to cardiac arrest at Light 7 LAX, gate 74.
Metro, show site to team 2 en route.
United 935 Heavy, I need the nature of the medical emergency and also the sex of the patient, and is there medical personnel at the gate?
Yeah, we've coordinated medical personnel for the gate. We have some passengers, nurses assisting the passenger. We have an unresponsive passenger. So they're working on it right now. We're going to have them seated in about 2 minutes here, and we should hopefully be on the deck in about 5.
Can you give us the location of that incident again?
Yeah, satellite 7, gate 74. It's going to be for flight 935. Again, gate 74 for flight 935. They have a 10-minute ETA.
So that was the audio, courtesy of TMZ, of the EMT call. You can see Carrie Fisher's daughter and beloved dog arrive at the hospital. There are the images on TMZ. Again, the latest news, Carrie Fisher now in stable condition following the heart attack. This according to TMZ. Apparently, Carrie Fisher's brother spoke with the Associated Press. She is in stable condition as of 15 minutes ago. This is great news. We had previously reported that she was in critical condition, and now we're hearing that she is in stable condition at UCLA Medical Center in Southern California. Now here's something interesting to note. One of the top trends on Twitter nationwide is "May the Force be with you." Let's go ahead and check worldwide. As Wow. #1 trend worldwide is Carrie Fisher. Also in the top 10 trends around the world, Princess Leia. Carrie Fisher, obviously most known in her role of Princess Leia. And go ahead and see Carrie Fisher, the #1 trend around the world. Lots of tweets, lots of people wishing her well. Carrie Fisher is one with the Force is with her. Please be well, my prayers, my hopes, please have them, Carrie Fisher. You can also see Princess Leia trending nationwide. 2016, you've taken enough from us already. Leave Princess Leia alone. May the Force be with Carrie Fisher, a.k.a. Princess Leia. Fingers crossed for you, your worshipfulness. We can't lose you, too. Not Princess Leia. Can we give them Jar Jar Binks instead? Luckily, as we've recently learned, according to her brother, Carrie Fisher is now in stable condition, suffering a heart attack on a flight between London and LA. She was unresponsive. It took paramedics 15 minutes before they could get a response. Again, her brother now saying that she is in stable condition. We'll go back to Carrie Fisher coverage in a moment, but first, I want to go ahead and show you guys the newscast once again.
The valley a little bit chilly as well.
Yeah, great pictures. We appreciate all of the ones you've been sending in. Up north, people are dealing with some light snow for now. Drake Wolf took this photo near Page, northern Arizona, as Carrie was telling us, expecting a lot more snow this weekend, a white Christmas.
It's going to be exciting. I have to share with you our weather shot right now is coming from our tower camera. Is this gorgeous? Look at the sunset. I'm going to just step back and just feast your eyes on that. The beautiful sunset reflecting on downtown Phoenix. It's a little chilly out there, 62 degrees, calm winds, and just a beautiful, beautiful sunset tonight. Big changes coming, though. Of course, tomorrow is Christmas Eve day, and just in time for Santa's arrival, a big winter storm is headed our way. So let's take a look at it, get right to it. Right now, we're at 62, a few clouds out there, no wind to speak of, and the dew point is at 50. And this is where we should be for the day, so we're a little bit cooler than we should be. 65 would be our norm. 79 was that record high, and in the last 24 hours, we've gotten a little bit of rain, much more to come here in the next 24 hours. So let's break it down. This is the big storm pushing through California. You've got friends in Los Angeles, Southern California, midsection of California. You're going to be dealing with a lot of stormy weather. If you're heading that way tonight, there could be some delays, so call ahead. The storm is moving in and it's going to start to arrive. We're already seeing some of the stormy weather and rain, very cold rain heading up through Arizona. As I back out, you can see Barstow getting hit with rain, moves across the Colorado River into Kingman. And for the most part, it's still falling as rain. In the higher elevations, we are currently seeing a little bit of snow out there, but for the most part, we're just seeing a little bit of light rain along the I-40. Some moved through Prescott earlier as we kind of move through here. Not a lot happening right now, but that's going to all change as we take a look at the rainfall totals so far. Over an inch up near Sedona. Flagstaff's received some rain as well. But what I want to do is put futurecasts. Look how this thing starts to barrel in Bullhead City, Lake Havasu City getting hit early Saturday, and then by about midnight, you saw how much stormy weather is moving through Saturday. About midnight, this is kind of still right here. If you're heading out to Mass, perhaps at midnight, you're seeing snow all the way from Flagstaff down to Sedona. Flagstaff, 10 to 16 inches of snow. Show Low, 3 to 7 inches of snow. Prescott looking to 2 to 4 inches, 2 to 4 inches in Payson. Pine could get 5 to 8 inches of snow. We are looking at snow as far down as Globe, and a flood advisory for Oak Creek Canyon, a flood advisory for Sedona. So quite a bit of rain and snow. This is by midnight, of course, going into Christmas Day. And then for Christmas Day, we start to watch the snow stop. By midday Christmas Day, most of the bad weather's moved out, and we'll see a nice fresh blanket of snow. It's going to be absolutely stunning. So get ready for it. Should be a nice day. Lows tonight, 53 in Phoenix, 42 in Sedona, 39 in Payson, 32 in Flagstaff. And then tomorrow, cooler than today, only 55 here in Phoenix, 44 in Sedona, 53 in Winslow. Here's how it looks across the country. Still cool, but nothing like they were seeing last weekend at this time, and very warm across the South. Miami at 82. Here's that futurecast. A very wintry mix moving through the western The western Rockies and in the Cascades, they could get a couple feet of snow and some storms moving through the midsection. So we put it together for you and look at the holiday weekend. For your Christmas Eve day, we'll be lucky if we hit 60 here in the valley. A wintry mix of rain and snow on Saturday, spreading into Saturday night. It'll start to clear out for Christmas Day at 54 degrees for the high. And of course, we've got Hanukkah beginning this weekend and Christmas as well. So have a wonderful Christmas. Mark?
Thank you very much. A Minnesota man grateful to be alive after he accidentally shoots himself in the head with a nail gun. Look at that x-ray. Nick Thompson and his friend were framing a closet when this all happened. He believes that he hit a nail that was already in the wood, and that's when the nail gun kicked back into his face. The nail went 2 inches deep into his skull. Surgeons had to maneuver to the front of the skull to remove that nail.
1 more millimeter and it was a lobotomy. 1 more millimeter and it was poked my eye out. 1 more millimeter this way and it was like I was just dead.
Well, it is pretty miraculous. Nick is expected to make a full recovery.
Okay, we want to give you an update on the story we first brought you at the top of the show. Carrie Fisher, the actress's medical condition. Her brother is telling the Associated Press she is now in stable condition, which doesn't really explain how severe it is.
It could be critical but stable, which is what we were hearing, meaning that doctors have now maintained her, and that we did hear she might be on a ventilator earlier. So she was rushed to the hospital after suffering a heart attack on a flight. We'll keep following the story for you throughout the newscast. Also coming up, a Florida couple just trying to buy a new home. They end up with a mystery on their hands after they find an abandoned urn on the home's doorstep.
And the life-changing gift this adorable youngster is celebrating this holiday season.
Christmas Eve, Sam Bradford and the Vikings clash with Aaron Rodgers and the Packers.
All right, guys, we are going to continue with more Carrie Fisher coverage here on News Now. In case you're just joining us, Carrie Fisher suffering a heart attack, as you just heard from our evening show anchors, Mark Martinez and Carrie Lake. Fisher is in stable condition. She may still be critical, but in stable condition. Now, for those of you who don't know a lot about Carrie Fisher, I want to go ahead and read some information for you. Carrie Fisher, an American actress and writer best known for her role as Princess Leia in the original Star Wars trilogy in Star Wars The Force Awakens. Carrie Fisher, also known for her semi-autobiographical novels, including Postcards from the Edge and the screenplay for the film of the same name, as well as her autobiographical one-woman play and its non-fiction book, Wishful Drinking. Carrie Fisher, born October 21st, 1956 in Beverly Hills, California. She was the daughter of a singer and an actress. Her younger brother is a producer and actor. Her half-sisters are actresses Jolie Fisher and Trisha Lee Fisher. When Carrie Fisher was 2, her parents divorced after her father left her actress mother, Debbie Reynolds, for her mother's close friend, actress Elizabeth Taylor, the widow of her father's best friend, Mike Todd. Now, Fisher enrolled at London's Central School of Speech and Drama in 1973, which she attended for 18 months. In 1978, Fisher was accepted into Sarah Lawrence College, where she planned to study the arts. However, she left before graduating due to conflicts with the filming of Star Wars. Now, aside from Carrie Fisher's acting fame, she's also used her public persona to address serious issues that people suffer from, issues that she herself suffered from. Fisher publicly discussing her diagnosis of bipolar disorder and her addictions to cocaine and prescription drugs. She had said that her drug use was a form of self-medication, using pain meds to dial down the manic aspect of her bipolar disorder. She spoke to Psychology Today, the magazine, back in 2001, 15 years ago, saying drugs made me feel normal. They contained me. Carrie Fisher also revealed in another interview that she did cocaine during the filming of The Empire Strikes Back, saying, "Slowly I realized I was doing a bit more drugs than other people and losing my choice in the matter." In 1985, after months of sobriety, she accidentally overdosed on a combination of prescription meds and sleeping pills. She was rushed to the hospital, creating the turn of events that led to much of the material in her novel and screenplay, Postcards from the Edge. Now, this year, Harvard College gave Fisher its annual Outstanding Lifetime Achievement Award in Cultural Humanism, noting that her forthright activism and outspokenness about addiction, mental illness, and agnosticism have advanced public discourse on these issues with creativity and empathy. Carrie Fisher, 60 years old, suffering a heart attack on a United flight between London and LA today, just about 15 minutes before they were scheduled to land at LAX. Fisher's daughter has arrived at the hospital, as well as her beloved French bulldog, Gary. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys these pictures, courtesy of TMZ. Fisher's daughter and her bulldog there. And let's go ahead and go to the evening newscast now. We're going to check in with the 5:30 show, see what breaking news and headlines they have going on right now.
Where the flames burned through, but outside here, this bright tape stretching across the victim's home, a rather dark reminder to neighbors who have been driving by and coming outside. The mood here has been rather subdued. They've lost someone who they said really brought this community together.
We just held hands and decided to pray together.
It's what neighbors who live on Villa Verde Circle did earlier this morning as smoke poured from this Scottsdale duplex. Fire crews fighting to keep the flames out. They prayed their well-known 52-year-old neighbor was still alive. He was the only one missing from their circle.
We weren't sure, but the fire department said they were going to go and look.
And when those crews finally did the search,
they said that, he didn't make it.
The bad news shattering everyone in this cul-de-sac. The neighbor they knew to have a heart of true gold had died.
He had what he called the Widows Club, because there's a bunch of widows that live in the area here. So he'd get them all together and cook them dinner and have a party with the Widows Club.
He liked to cook, so he would cook and invite all the neighbors to come and not bring anything. He'd make all the food,
Diane Mitchell says he was her 88-year-old mother's best friend. Her duplex here, the one that was attached to his. They all planned to spend Christmas together.
He was going to make homemade tamales. He was bringing tamales.
He spent his free time extending his hands to others across the community, not just for a season, but as a lifestyle.
And, the kind of person you hate to see leave this early.
Now, while investigators have not said the exact cause of the fire, neighbors tell me that fire crews told them this morning that the victim was found in the living room. They believe that he was actually trying to fight the fire at first and just didn't end up making it. We also learned that the victim was a father of 4 children. One of them was planning to fly in this weekend. We certainly are wishing the family very well as they go through this very tough holiday weekend. We're live in Scottsdale this evening. I'm Stefania Coley, Fox 10 News.
All right, Stefania. A Tucson man is charged with child abuse in the death of a 2-year-old girl. Warren Gastelum could be facing more charges. He was caring for that toddler and 3 other kids while his girlfriend was at work last Saturday. He told police that he put the girl in the bathtub and stepped away for a few minutes and then found her unresponsive. But doctors told police that little girl had significant injuries that were not consistent with a drowning. Her death has been ruled a homicide. A pup that was hit by a car and left for dead is now on the road to a miraculous recovery thanks to a Valley vet and nonprofit animal shelter. But Ghost, the dog, still needs long-term help. Anita Roman has the story.
Oh, you're getting it down now. You're not falling over.
3 days ago, Dr. Bill Linning removed Ghost's front leg during a 2.5-hour surgery.
He didn't have any fractures or anything broken, but unfortunately the nerves in the leg had been damaged. We gave him a significant amount of time to see if the body would heal.
Dr. Linning and the 1-year-old Shepherd mix first met back in August.
He was rescued and brought to this clinic after he was hit by a car, and that would have been a couple months back.
Andrew Jeffers, director of Animal Benefits Club of Arizona, or ABC, knows only that Ghost was hit somewhere in the Southwest Valley. No one knows where he came from. He wasn't microchipped or house-trained. What they do know is that his recovery is of the utmost importance. ABC and Dr. Linney, his foster parents, want to get Ghost a special cart.
Dogs that have amputations, especially big dogs, and especially in the front limbs when they're young, they will eventually suffer some pretty significant changes to how they get around, and that will affect their back, that will affect their other legs.
The cart's really going to help for long walks. That's going to be awesome.
The cost to cover the surgery in the cart adds up to about $2,800. With the added help, Ghost is on track to live a healthy and long life. Anita Roman, Fox 10 News.
All right, and ABC says that every penny that's donated for Ghost's care will go to him. We have a link on our website, fox10phoenix.com, if you'd like to help out and help Ghost get his cart. Click on the donate button and write Ghost in the description box.
Oh, hopefully Ghost gets that gift. President Obama is expected to be there, and so far Jimmy Carter is the only other former president who has said that they will be attending the inauguration of Donald Trump. George W. Bush and Bill Clinton have not made a formal announcement, and George H.W. Bush is not expected to attend due to his age and health.
President Obama and the First Family are enjoying their final Hawaiian holiday vacation as president. And it turns out those trips have not been cheap. A new study estimates that the vacations have cost taxpayers more than $35 million over the past 8 years. That includes the price of golfing, eating at restaurants, and the dozens of security forces that are needed there to protect the president and his family.
In the Health Watch, if you have a little spare time during the holidays, doctors want to remind you to get a flu shot. Really important to do this time of year. The CDC says most of the flu season is still ahead of us. It's not behind us. And it takes just a few days to build up your immunity, and this can really, it can save a life, frankly. So far, the hardest hit areas have been New York, New Jersey, Puerto Rico, and the southeastern portion of the U.S. and Northwest. But flu activity usually doesn't peak for a few weeks, so it will eventually head our way. It's good to be protected.
Several families in Massachusetts lose just about everything 2 days before Christmas after fire destroys an apartment complex there. The fire taking place just north of Boston. Then look at the flames here spreading quickly to several units, forced crews to evacuate the building. One firefighter actually fell through the third floor and into the second floor, but he was able to get out safely. Cause of the fire is still under investigation.
A couple in Florida looking at a foreclosed home make an unusual discovery on the front porch of that home. They find an urn filled with somebody's ashes and a certificate of cremation with the name Steve J. Reed. The couple searched Google. They instantly found an obituary. Reed was a former farm worker and a church member who worked with the poor before passing away.
Somebody knew him. He might have had siblings somewhere. I can't imagine somebody that died on December 24th, 11 years ago, and he's sitting in a box out in front of a foreclosed home.
It's pretty sad, isn't it? The couple, they've been looking for Reed's relatives so that they can return his ashes, but so far they've had no luck.
An interesting move by George Washington University in Washington, D.C. The school will no longer require history majors to take U.S. history. The university's history department recently introduced new requirements with the aim of giving students greater flexibility to pursue their interests and also to better reflect a globalizing world. Incoming history majors will be required to take at least one introductory course, so it's still possible they may choose U.S. history as an option. Boy, if they did that with math, I'd be a mathematician.
You would.
If you didn't have to take any, I'd be great.
Look at this sweet, precious face. Wow. What a doll. A holiday miracle involving this baby. We're going to tell you why doctors and his parents were so stunned.
Plus, one teddy bear goes on quite an adventure, but he's back home in time for the holidays. How someone tracked this bear down.
And the ultimate holiday gift for some kids as their dad makes a surprise visit.
Holiday return policies, where to take back some of those unwanted Christmas gifts.
And what to do with all those Christmas leftovers.
We're in the kitchen showing you how Monday.
All right, guys, let's go back now to our Carrie Fisher heart attack coverage, shall we? Here is some video of Carrie Fisher, the woman that many people know as the original Princess Leia, suffering a heart attack on a flight from London to Los Angeles. The heart attack happening about 15 minutes before landing. In case you guys haven't heard the EMT call, I'm going to play it for you here. TMZ has the call. Let's play it for you now.
Engine Rescue 51 on the radio responded to cardiac arrest at Light 7 LAX, gate 74.
Metro, show cycle team 2 en route.
United 935 Heavy, I need the nature of the medical emergency and also the sex of the patient, and is there medical personnel at the gate?
Yeah, we've coordinated medical personnel for the gate. We have some passengers, nurses assisting the passenger. We have an unresponsive passenger. So they're working on it right now. We're going to have them seated in about 2 minutes here, and we should hopefully be on the deck in about 5.
Can you give us a location of that incident again?
Yeah, satellite 7, gate 74. It's going to be for flight 935. Again, gate 74 for flight 935. They have a 10-minute ETA.
I know many of you guys tuning in online on YouTube, eager to hear about Carrie Fisher news. What I want to do is read some of your favorite Carrie Fisher memories, what you love about Carrie Fisher, her favorite role of yours. Let us know. We'll read your comments here on air. Seth Underwood commenting, I'm happy she's stable. Chris Wolflink commenting on YouTube, Return of the Jedi. Seth Underwood saying, favorite thing is her comedy. Jay Starklighter saying, I loved her in The Empire Strikes Back. Jimmy Foose, her raspy voice. Peace, love, and Art Oakhurst saying, she is so precious. Again, we are monitoring this situation closely. She was initially reported to be in critical condition. Her brother has now said that she is in stable condition. However, it's possible that she is in critical condition, but also stable. We are monitoring this situation very closely. Carrie Fisher being treated at UCLA Medical Center in Southern California following a flight from London to LA. Kita Sitata saying, Carrie Fisher is royalty. Seth Underwood saying, I loved her speech at the Lifetime Achievement Award, her speech to George Lucas. Grandpa Obvious saying he himself not a Star Wars fan. Ashley Starr also adding that Carrie Fisher was amazing in the Star Wars films. I Happy Are You Smile saying they loved her buns in reference to her hairstyle as Princess Leia. Rory Alexander commenting, Return of the Jedi. Again, may the force be with you. Trending nationwide on Twitter. Carrie Fisher, the #1 trend around the world on Twitter. Princess Leia also trending worldwide. We appreciate everyone tuning in to the stream here on Fox 10. We'll continue to bring you any breaking news as it becomes available. In the meantime, though, I do want to take you back to the newscast for some more local news updates.
The rest.
It's amazing. So 2 lives were saved with that one
donor. It's amazing.
Coming up, how much money the sale of...
And it looks like we missed most of that newscast, so let's go back now to Carrie Fisher coverage. There is some more Carrie Fisher coverage for you. And for those of you who are local, here is a quick look at our tower cam and a quick weather update there. The sun just set in the greater Phoenix area. A bit cloudy. We do expect a bit of rain tomorrow. That is the update there. Now back to our Carrie Fisher news. Many of you guys wanting the latest updates. Let's go to TMZ for another update now. Let's refresh the page and see if they have a new headline. Carrie Fisher unresponsive on plane. EMTs get the call. We've already played that call for you. Carrie Fisher, daughter and beloved dog arrive at the hospital. Carrie's daughter, Billy Lord, and her beloved French bulldog, Gary, arriving at UCLA Medical Center shortly after she was rushed there. Billy is Carrie's only child with talent agent Brian Lord. As for Gary the dog, the pooch was always by Carrie's side and according to witnesses was also on that flight with Carrie where she suffered the massive heart attack. Those are pictures of Carrie and her dog, Gary. All right, let's continue reading some of the headlines. This was the initial report, TMZ reporting it at 1:13 Pacific Standard Time. That was about 3.5 hours ago. 3.5 hours ago now. Carrie's brother telling the Associated Press she's in stable condition. TMZ saying, we're told when the plane landed, paramedics worked on her for 15 minutes with CPR before they were able to even get a pulse. She's currently at UCLA Medical Center on a ventilator. The initial report said Carrie Fisher suffering a massive heart attack on Friday on a plane, TMZ has learned. Our sources say Carrie was on a United flight from London to LAX when she went into cardiac arrest. People on board were administering CPR. United Airlines says its crew reported Carrie as unresponsive when they landed. We're told the emergency occurred 15 minutes before the plane landed in LA. A flight attendant asked if there were any medical personnel on board, and an EMT who was sitting in the back of the plane came up to first class and administered life-saving measures. Wow. Witnesses at LAX tell us Carrie's eyes were closed and she appeared unconscious as EMTs rushed her through the terminal. She had an oxygen mask on her face. The plane landed just after noon in LA and paramedics rushed her to a nearby hospital. Fisher, who became famous, of course, as Princess Leia from Star Wars, has been on a book tour as of late. Here are some pictures of Carrie Fisher over the years. Here's a video. Carrie Fisher speaking to TMZ, I know exactly who Trump should play in Star Wars. Wow. Let's go ahead and click. This video from 4 months ago.
Hello, Gary. Hello, Carrie. Carrie, I heard Gary's going to be in the new Star Wars film.
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of?
He has his own agent, though.
I heard that Billy said that he might be in the new film.
Well, she knows different than I do.
Hey, if Donald Trump was in the Star Wars universe, what character would he be?
Jabba the Hutt.
Really?
No question.
No question about it?
No, there's pictures of him as Jabba.
Oh, that's right. Do you think he'd make a good Jabba the Hutt? That's fantastic. Hey, last thing, any words for Kenny Baker, who passed away recently?
Rest in peace, he was a lovely guy.
He was?
Lovely.
Yeah, he was a great R2-D2.
Little with a big heart.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Carrie. I appreciate it. And thank you very much, Gary. You should practice Gary's lines with him for the new film. Maybe he could be in Rogue One. He could be Princess Leia.
Rogue 5.
Rogue 5, Gary. Thank you so much, Carrie.
So that was a TMZ video clip of Carrie Fisher. There may be some other related content. Let's see if there's any other related video content. It doesn't look like there's any other Carrie Fisher related content. Let's just click on the Carrie Fisher tag on TMZ. Carrie Fisher, a Star Wars force of her own. Oh, looks like that media has since been removed. How about this? Carrie Fisher hijacks Star Wars premiere, curses up a storm. Oh, that's a friend of mine. Huh, I used to work with him. Interesting.
I'm doing it. Okay. What do I
No, you're the other hero.
Okay. Was there anything particularly researched or inspired? Nothing.
Yes, I was inspired and researched.
He's been nominated. Ooh. That you brought your character to life.
What?
Your process.
That wasn't a sentence. Wait, what? What about you? What research did you do?
I asked the early young Carrie Fisher what it would be like 48 years later. Oh wait, it's 40.
What did that young woman say?
She's not speaking to me. She was very busy and
she was very busy.
partying and making sure that I would look like later.
She had her mouth.
So, and I don't mean by I mean not as good as in the other sense.
By you mean feces.
Was Carrie Fisher hijacking the Star Wars premiere. Let's see what other Carrie Fisher content we can find. Here she is about 4 years ago. 2013, 3.5 years ago, acid flashback at the Daytime Emmys. Carrie Fisher treated the Daytime Emmys award like an AA meeting at a comedy club, according to this TMZ article, cracking drug jokes about Ozzy Osbourne. Let's take a look at this as well.
Disaster, catastrophe, horrible tragedy, Ricky Lake. Just a few of the painful words that sum up the two.
This is actually a TMZ show clip, so I'm going to cut out of that. Let's continue looking at some of our Carrie Fisher related content here on TMZ. Carrie Fisher saying, "Damn right I want to be in the new Star Wars." This one coming 4 years ago, this video clip. A look back at Carrie Fisher's TMZ moments. Here.
Miss Fisher, how does it feel to be a Disney princess?
Fantastic. Made my day.
Will you do the new Star Wars if they ask you to?
Yes, sure.
So you will be in the, if they ask you to, you will be in the new one.
Wouldn't you?
Absolutely. If they ask Miss Fisher, do you think he should have got more than $4 billion?
4.5.
Thank you.
That was Carrie Fisher commenting on the amount that George Lucas was paid. It's $4.05 billion deal. She thinks he deserved more money. And one more clip. Carrie Fisher hospitalized after a bipolar episode on a Caribbean cruise ship. Well, we are hoping for the best with Carrie Fisher. Let's go ahead and look at the TMZ homepage now and see if there are any new Carrie Fisher updates. TMZ has been on top of this story since news broke almost 4 hours ago. Looks like there are no new articles as of right now. Lots of Carrie Fisher news though. Let's go back to some of the video that we have. I want to go ahead and read some of the tweets out there online, some of the tweets that are the most popular regarding Carrie Fisher. This one coming from Ryan Sloan, who works at the Weather Channel. This tweet retweeted almost 9,000 times already. Carrie Fisher survived alcoholism, addiction, depression, bipolar disorder, and 60 years in Hollywood. If anyone can survive 2016, it's her. Another person tweeting just 5 minutes ago, "I swear to God, if anything else happens to Carrie Fisher, I will strangle the remains of 2016 with my bare hand." Another person tweeting under the name Darth Vader, saying, "Carrie Fisher is now in stable condition and in the hospital. Thank the Force." Another person tweeting, "Mark Hamill survived a car crash. Harrison Ford survived a plane crash. Carrie Fisher survived a heart attack. The Force is with them." That tweet coming from Nuff Said. That tweet retweeted almost 500 times in the last half hour. Again, Carrie Fisher in stable condition according to her brother. She is out of the emergency room according to her brother. Again, Carrie Fisher, the #1 trend around the world. Princess Leia also trending worldwide. Looks like there's a Carrie Fisher update on the newscast now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The actress best known for playing Princess Leia. She's been on a book tour, and that is why she was flying back from London. Former Star Wars co-star Mark Hamill sent out this tweet today saying, as if 2016 couldn't get any worse, sending all our love to Carrie Fisher. And the actor who played Chewbacca, Peter Mayhew, he also sent out this tweet saying, thoughts and prayers for our friend and everyone's favorite princess right now, Carrie Fisher. Fox 10 will bring you any updates on her condition on the air and online as soon as they become available to us. And we've also posted TMZ's coverage on our Facebook page. Weather, the big story here in Arizona. Heavy snow and gusty winds are expected this holiday weekend in northern Arizona. Some places could get up to a foot or more of snow, and there's a chance for more rain here in the valley. Carrie Lake is tracking the weather for us tonight. She joins us live now. With that, Carrie.
We've got a winter storm warning. We have a flood advisory. We're looking at some possibilities of a lot of rain in the midsection of our state, even here in Arizona. So let's take a look right now. We have 60 degrees right now, nice night across the valley. But look at what is knocking at the back door. We're watching a little wave of moisture move through right now. The brunt of it's going to come later on, starting tomorrow morning and lasting really pretty much for quite some time, most of the day. Christmas Eve day is going to be a difficult one. If you've been putting off your shopping and you have to get some shopping done tomorrow, it's going to be slow going. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of pause in the action. We have seen some rain and a little bit of snow earlier today. This is the Futurecast. Watch how it comes through Saturday morning. This is 9 a.m. Saturday morning. The frontal part of that storm is moving through Bullhead City and Kingman. This is the Futurecast. We're starting to see the snow build by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning in Flagstaff in the higher elevations. And look what happens. Wow, it just takes over the whole state. And by Sunday at 1 a.m., this is kind of what we're looking at. The next shot here, this is just after you're leaving. If you're going to midnight mass, still quite a bit of snow from Flagstaff down to Payson, Show Low, Globe. Flagstaff 10 to 16 inches of snow. Show Low 3 to 7 inches. Payson up to 4. Prescott 4 inches. Sedona maybe 2 inches of snow. Pine Strawberry could see 7 inches of snow. We could see snow in Globe. Maybe even a dusting down to 3,000 foot level. That could be maybe possibly up near Fountain Hills could even see a little bit, a dusting of snow. So this is going to be an exciting storm just in time for Santa's arrival tomorrow night. And then by Christmas Day, Mark, most of it will clear out. We'll be left with lots of sunshine and some snow on the ground in Arizona.
Looking going to be a white Christmas for up to the minute.
All right, guys, I'm going to cut out of this. We're going to take you guys now to the United Nations, the General Assembly meeting today. Let's go ahead and watch this now.
Distinguished delegates, I would ask you to take your seats so that we can resume the work of the plenary. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the 68th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The General Assembly will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 13, integrated and coordinated implementation of and follow-up to the outcomes of the major United Nations conferences and summits in the economic, social and related fields, to take action on a draft resolution entitled Establishment of the Technology Bank for the Least Developed Countries, issued as document A/71/L52. Members will recall that the Assembly considered Agenda Item 13 at its 39th plenary meeting on 2nd November 2016. Members will also recall that the Assembly considered in a joint debate Agenda Items 13, 117, 123 and 124 and adopted Resolution 71/8 at its 46th plenary meeting on 16th November 2016. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present this draft resolution. I do so in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 70/294, entitled Political Declaration of the Comprehensive High-Level Midterm Review of the Implementation of the Istanbul Programme of Action for the Least Developed Countries for the decade 2011-2020, through which the General Assembly is mandated to adopt the Charter of the Technology Bank before the end of 2016. A mandate of the Istanbul Programme of Action, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and the 2030 Agenda. The establishment of this technology bank is particularly important for LDCs where fewer than 7% of households have access to the Internet, many of which still lack affordable access to information and communication technologies. At this juncture, I would like to thank all Member States for their input in the preparation of this resolution, particularly the Mission of Bangladesh and our colleagues in UNOHRLLS, who have been working diligently to ensure that the Charter of the Technology Bank is agreeable to all. I'd also like to thank the government of Turkey for hosting the Technology Bank and for supporting its establishment through seed funding. In line with the letter from the Secretary General, dated 9th December, I encourage other Member States, in particular partners of LDCs, to support the trust fund of the Technology Bank. Indeed, it is through mechanisms like this that the concept of leaving no one behind comes to life. Excellencies, over the past 4 months, you will have no doubt heard the President of the General Assembly refer repeatedly to the fundamental need to strengthen momentum around SDG implementation during this 71st session. When adopted, the resolution before you will directly contribute to such momentum, helping us to close in on first successful implementation of an SDG target, namely SDG target 17.8. We will of course face many challenges in meeting the other 168 targets, but it is both reassuring and encouraging that real progress has already been made. As we close in on the end of the main session, on the end of year 1 of the SDGs, I look forward to working with you all to deliver the momentum that will ensure that the SDGs gain traction, that the transformation that we, future generations, our planet so desperately need. I thank you, distinguished delegates. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/71/L52, entitled Establishment of the Technology Bank for the Least Developed Countries. May I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt draft resolution A/71/L52? It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, before giving the floor for explanations of vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. We have several delegations who asked for the floor. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand to speak on behalf of the group of G70, of the group of 77 and China. The distinguished delegate of Thailand, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the group of 77 and China. The group wishes to extend to you and through you to the Secretary General, the United Nations Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing countries, member states, and other relevant stakeholders, our appreciation for the extensive work leading up to the adoption of the resolution on the establishment of the Technology Bank for the Least Developed Countries. The group wishes to also express our appreciation to the government of Turkey for hosting the Technology Bank and the pledge made to the Trust Fund for its operationalization. We further encourage developed partners and developing countries that are in the position to do so, as well as international organizations, foundations, private sector, and philanthropic organizations to provide voluntary financial and technical assistance to the Technology Bank to ensure its timely operation. It is also our firm view that a strengthened international development cooperation with North-South cooperation as central will go a long way in releasing the requisite financial resources that remain critical to the economic and social uplifting of LDC. This support is crucial to LDCs to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to build upon the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals and to address their unfinished business. We are delighted that the adoption of this resolution, the last day of our work in 2016, will allow the Technology Bank for the LDC to be operationalized by early 2017, as set out in the 8th target of Sustainable Development Goal 17. This could serve as another driving force in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, in line with the group's underpinning theme for the year 2016, From Vision to Action, Inclusive Partnership for Sustainable Development. Indeed, the adoption of this resolution today demonstrated one more time the inclusive partnership in full. With 47 out of 48 countries officially listed as LDC being members of the group of 77, we would like to take this opportunity to express our strong and unequivocal commitment to the LDC. We are confident that with the support from the international community and coordinated action, LDC will be able to overcome their structural weaknesses. In this light, we are hopeful that half of the LDC will meet the graduation criteria by 2020, as was envisioned in the Istanbul Program of Action. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand for her statement on behalf of the Group of 77 in China. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh to speak on behalf of the least developed countries. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues and friends, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 48 least developed countries. We sincerely thank you and your office for your efficient stewardship in tabling this resolution on the establishment of the Technology Bank for LDCs and forging consensus on it. The group of LDCs expresses its sincere appreciations to the distinguished members of this Assembly for the adoption of this resolution by acclamation. With the adoption of this resolution, a new organ of the General Assembly has emerged. For the first time in history of the United Nations, the General Assembly has established an entity to foster technological leapfrogging for the LDCs. The new entity will facilitate the development of indigenous science, technology and innovation knowledge base and capacity and the acquisition and application of appropriate modern technologies. This is therefore a major breakthrough and a historical moment for the United Nations. The adoption of the Charter symbolizes the strong commitment and political will of the international community to realize the 2030 Agenda. It is not only leads us to the realization of the SDG 17.8, but also paves the way for implementing the other goals and targets, many of which are deeply contingent upon leveraging modern and clean technologies. It also fortifies our confidence that the least developed countries are not alone in their efforts to overcome the enormous development challenges they have been facing. Mr. President, this is an age of unprecedented advancement in science, technology and innovation. However, it is almost entirely in the hands of large companies located in developed countries and some emerging developing countries. Availability of technology can help the LDCs building resilience against their multifaceted vulnerabilities. We are confident that the Technology Bank would greatly contribute to reverse the growing digital divide and foster the implementation of the 2030 Agenda as well as the implementation of the Istanbul Program of Action. Mr. President, during the last 6 years, unprecedented efforts have gone into the operationalization of the Technology Bank. We pay tribute to all individuals who have significant intellectual contributions to this initiative. We would especially thank the government of Turkey for hosting the bank and also for the financial contribution towards its operationalization. I'd also like to express my sincere gratitude to the Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, and the Secretariat for pursuing this matter relentlessly. Allow me to recall with appreciation the contributions of the members of the Governing Council of the bank whose expertise and hard work have produced this charter. Mr. President, the Technology Bank is a reflection of our solidarity and empathy to the cause of LDCs. However, this is just the beginning. We will have to go a long way. This will be an organization whose survival would depend on voluntary contributions. We have to make sure that it sustains and keeps serving a large section of humanity who are the most vulnerable amongst us. In this regard, I urge all to make efforts to mobilize resources for the sustenance of this bank. We are confident that our development partners would come forward with their generous contributions in the same spirit that they have shown today. I thank you all.
I thank the distinguished ambassador of Bangladesh for his statement on behalf of the least developed countries. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey to deliver their statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the host country, Turkey expresses appreciation for the adoption of this resolution that established the Technology Bank for the least developed countries. We thank the President of the General Assembly and his office for the leadership in tabling this resolution and building consensus on it. We would also like to thank all member states for their constructive engagement in this endeavor, which has lasted for more than 5 years. We commend the continued support and assistance of the Secretariat as well. The establishment of the Technology Bank is a significant accomplishment in the implementation of the Istanbul Program of Action and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It is also a manifestation of our solidarity with the LDCs in supporting their economic growth and sustainable development. Mr. President, the science and technology and innovation are fundamental drivers of growth and development, yet it is a matter of continued concern for the LDCs. Addressing the structural constraints of the LDCs remains distant without rapidly building up their national capacities in STI. In this context, the Technology Bank seeks to contribute to the transformation of the LDCs through building up STC capacities coupled with transfer of such needed technologies. The bank will help acquire new technologies and building domestic capacity to fully utilize them. Moreover, the bank will work towards bridging the digital divide and the technology gap in the LDCs. The bank is also expected to channel increase ODA and to the LDCs in the area of STI. Mr. President, Turkey has always been supportive of the idea of establishing a new organ under the auspices of the United Nations in order to foster technological leapfrogging of the LDCs and spare no effort to make this idea viable. The government of Turkey delivered funds to the Secretariat for a feasibility study and convening the governing council of the Technology Bank. Our government will provide the premises as well as the office equipment, general services and utilities to the Technology Bank. In addition to this contribution in kind, the Turkish government has pledged at this stage a voluntary financial contribution of $1 million to the trust fund of the Technology Bank for the startup year of 2017. We will consider an upward revision of our financial contribution once the work program and the budget of the bank for the year 2017 are considered and approved by the Governing Council. We underline that the mobilization of financial resources in a sustainable manner is a must for the effective functioning of the bank. Turkey stands ready to do its part in this regard. However, it is our joint responsibility. Therefore, all donor countries, traditional donors in particular, should contribute to the bank in a timely fashion. On the other hand, Secretariat must duly take concrete steps to increase funds through a resource mobilization strategy and outreach activities towards all stakeholders, including the private sectors and foundations. Likewise, the United Nations system should support the bank and its activities in a coordinated manner by building necessary capacities and mobilizing human resources. Before I conclude, Mr. President, let me say that Turkey is fully committed to the realization of sustainable development goals. The bank that we established today is a concrete achievement in this direction. We will continue our efforts in the period ahead towards effective and efficient functioning of the bank. But in doing so, we will need partners and friends. In this regard, we and the LDCs are counting on the support of the President of the General Assembly as well as the Secretary General. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey for their statement, and we have heard the last speaker in explanation of the vote, and the General Assembly has thus concluded at this stage of its consideration of Agenda Item 13. Distinguished delegates, the General Assembly will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 14, Culture of Peace, to take action on a draft resolution entitled Follow-up to the Declaration and Programme of Action on a Culture of Peace, issued as document A/71/L47. Members will recall that the Assembly considered Agenda Item 14 at its 63rd plenary meeting on 15 December 2016. Members will also recall that under the same item, the Assembly adopted Resolution 71/249 at its 67th plenary meeting on 22nd December 2016. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh to introduce draft resolution A/71/L47. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. It is an honor for me to introduce today, on behalf of all the co-sponsoring member states, the draft resolution entitled Follow-up to the Declaration and Programme of Action on a Culture of Peace, contained in document A/70/L.43 at the General Assembly. Following this year's adoption, it will be 20 years since the Assembly has been adopting this resolution annually from 1997. We are pleased that this resolution has been receiving overwhelming support of Member States and it is adopted every year by consensus. Mr. President, intolerance, racism, xenophobia, and other manifestations of hate drive many of today's conflicts, including violent extremism and acts of terrorism. It is therefore our onerous responsibility to consciously nurture and cultivate a culture of peace nationally and internationally. A culture of peace is an aspiration of all humanity, the essence of the UN Charter, and an imperative in the current global context. Mr. President, Bangladesh is committed to promoting the culture of peace and non-violence. Over 4 decades ago, the father of our nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, in his maiden speech at the UN General Assembly envisioned, and I quote, to establish a global order based on peaceful coexistence, social justice, and freedom from poverty, hunger, exploitation, and aggression, unquote. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is equally committed to promoting peace not only at the national level, but also at the regional and international level by maintaining a zero-tolerance policy to all forms of terrorism, violent extremism, and radicalization. Mr. President, we thank the Member States and the delegations for their active participation at the negotiation process this year. This resolution elaborates different elements for promoting the culture of peace. I want to highlight very briefly some of the additional elements and changes over the resolution A/Resolution 70/20 adopted last year. We have added the 2 UN proclaimed days in addition to International Day of Nonviolence. We have added also the reference to vulnerable children in the context of the activities of the UNICEF's Early Childhood Peace Consortium, understanding global citizenship in the context of providing education to children and observance of International Day of Nonviolence in the text of this year's resolution. We have also added in the text the increased interest, particularly of the Member States, to make country statements in its plenary segment of the high-level forum and the President's summary issued for the first time in the forum series and request the Secretariat to support the effective organization of the high-level forum. In this regard, I urge the UN Secretariat, in particular the DPI, should support in every way for the wider dissemination of the outcome of the forum through press releases and media alerts. The NGO community should also spread the information on the forum to wider circles of civil society. Mr. President, I wish to commend the work that is being undertaken by UN agencies, particularly UNESCO, to promote culture of peace and non-violence. We wish the President of the General Assembly all the success in his endeavors in arranging the high-level informal dialogue on 24 January 2017 at the UN on building sustainable peace for all, synergies between the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and sustaining peace. The SDGs are premised on the fundamental recognition of the importance of peace as an outcome in itself through SDG 16 and its target 4.7 has specifically recognized the importance of learning of a culture of peace and non-violence for sustainable development. Mr. President, this resolution every year receives support of many member states. I am pleased to mention that this year more than 100 countries have co-sponsored. We express our sincere gratitude to all the co-sponsoring countries for their support and commitment. I hope, like the past years, we will be able to adopt the draft resolution A/70/L.47 by consensus. At the end, I wish all the delegates here Merry Christmas, prosperous New Year, and happy holidays. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished ambassador of Bangladesh for his statement, and I also thank him for the good wishes he has extended to us. Distinguished delegates, the Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/71/L47 entitled Follow-up to the Declaration and Programme of Action on a Culture of Peace. I will now give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I should like to announce that since the submission of the draft resolution, and in addition to those delegations listed on the L document, the following countries have also become co-sponsors of A/71/L47: Afghanistan, Armenia, Bahrain, Benin, Brazil, Burundi, Chile, Comoros, Cyprus, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ethiopia, Georgia, Greece, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Kenya, Lesotho, Mauritania, Mauritius, Mongolia, Mozambique, the Netherlands, Nigeria, Oman, Poland, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Saudi Arabia, Timor-Leste, Togo, Tonga, Turkmenistan, and the United Republic of Tanzania. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Secretariat. Distinguished delegates, may I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt draft resolution 8/71/L47? It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, the Assembly has thus concluded at this stage of its consideration of Agenda Item 14. The General Assembly will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 72, entitled Report of the International Criminal Court, to take action on a draft resolution issued as document A/71/L49. Members will recall that the Assembly considered Agenda Item 72 at its 37th and 38th plenary meetings on 31st October 2016. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Netherlands to introduce draft resolution A/71/L49.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce, under Agenda Item 72, the draft resolution A/71/L.49, entitled Report of the International Criminal Court. In addition to the 66 countries listed in the document, another 12 countries have indicated their wish to be included as co-sponsors of the draft resolution. This brings the total number of co-sponsors to 78. We thank these countries for their strong support and their commitment. The resolution is a technical rollover of the previous consensus resolution. It underlines the importance of the relationship between the International Criminal Court and the United Nations on the basis of the relationship agreement. Mr. President, the Kingdom of the Netherlands thanks the President of the International Criminal Court, Judge Silvia Fernandez de Gourmendi, for presenting the 12th annual report of the International Criminal Court to this body on the 31st of October last. The presentation was followed by a constructive debate in this Assembly on the challenges of the Court. Mr. President, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is deeply committed to the fight against impunity for genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. This is a cornerstone of the system of international criminal justice. The imperative to domestically investigate and prosecute these crimes is a key principle of all states' international legal obligations. The International Criminal Court is the international community's court of last resort in this common fight against impunity. The court, therefore, is doing an extremely important job. And together, all of us, we must make sure that the International Criminal Court remains the strong institution in the fight against impunity that victims of atrocities worldwide need it to be. In this regard, the Kingdom of the Netherlands reiterates the importance of universal ratification of the Rome Statute by all UN member states. Mr. President, the Kingdom of the Netherlands continues to take pride in being the host state for the International Criminal Court. As Mr. Bert Koenders, my Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, said earlier this year at the opening ceremony of the court's new premises in The Hague, and I quote, "The court owes its existence to two basic human instincts, empathy and a collective resolve. Empathy for victims and their loved ones, and the collective resolve to work together and shape our common future." End of quote. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Kingdom of the Netherlands presents this draft resolution to the Assembly today with the desire that it once again be adopted by consensus. Let us all continue to work together for peace and justice. And let me wish a happy and peaceful holidays for all delegates and their loved ones. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished ambassador of the Netherlands for his statement in introduction of draft resolution A/71/L49, and also thank him for his good wishes. Distinguished delegates, we shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/71/L49. Before giving the floor for explanation of vote before the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Sudan. You have the floor, sir.
Shukran.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Sudan reiterates its rejection of the precedent formed by the decisions of the tribunal undertaking legal proceedings against citizens of member states that are not parties to the Rome Statute, which do not accept the jurisdiction of Article 12. Worse still, that use cogents in international law are undermined about the immunity of presidents to twist facts and to achieve political interests and to erroneously interpret Security Council resolutions keeping away from justice and law. The court is the first to disregard and violate the international law as well as the customary and written laws. It behooves it only to respect the principle relating to the right of states in line with Article 11, Section 2 of the Vienna Treaty Law of 1969. We would like to refer here to the importance of the statement made by ICJ that the Security Council, the master of its own procedure, cannot take a decision contrary to international law. Mr. President, we would like to recall here that the nexus between the UN and ICC should take into consideration the independent and separate nature of both organs and the absence of organic or structural relationship between them. The attempts of some state parties to ICC to render the UNGA a GA for the states members of the Rome Statute by which the court was established. We continue to express our clear-cut position rejecting that trend, which is clear in the annual periodic draft resolution on the report of ICC. Through it, we reveal extensive interpretations which do not reflect the letter and spirit of the relationship agreement between the UN and ICC, which should not be used with a view to gaining new ground in the United Nations for a court which is supposed to be independent and with a specific nature, given the existence of a treaty which expresses its legal framework and it has a residual mechanism. We will continue to express our relationship and call for the adherence by the scope and frame of the relationship. The Sudan disassociates itself from this resolution adopted by the GA, nor will it give it any weight as it incurs no obligations on my country. I request that this statement be reflected in the records and minutes of the session. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Sudan, who was the only speaker in explanation of vote before the vote. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/71/L49 entitled Report of the International Court. I will now give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I should like to announce that since the submission of draft resolution, and in addition to those delegations listed on the L document, the following countries have also become co-sponsors of A/71/L49. Bolivia, Brazil, Central African Republic, Fiji, Greece, Honduras, Lesotho, Panama, Samoa, San Marino, Timor-Leste, and Vanuatu. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I thank the representative of the Secretariat. And may I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt draft resolution A/71/L49. It is so decided. Before giving the floor to explanations of vote, after the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of China. You have the
Mr. President, China appreciates the adoption at the 71st GA of the resolution entitled Report of the International Criminal Court. The technical rollover text of the ICC report resolution is a product of compromise among the parties. Despite the failure of the text to capture the court's latest developments of the past year, China had no major difficulty in accepting this resolution, so it joined the consensus. Mr. President, this year has been an unusual year for the development of the ICC. The court has made progress in its work in many ways, but some states parties have announced in succession withdrawal from the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which indicates there are grave concerns of the functioning of the court. This warrants our serious reflections in order to identify the causes. I would like to take this opportunity and make 3 points. First, China has always set store by the role of international criminal justice organs in promoting international rule of law and punishing serious international crimes, and has been highly attentive to the ICC's work. China would like to see the court heeding the concerns of various parties in earnest and addressing them responsibly, fulfilling its mandate prudently, and earning trust and respect with its objective and impartial performance. Second, the ICC and the United Nations are two organizations that are independent of each other and yet interconnected. They should cooperate and respect each other's mandate within applicable legal frameworks such as the UN Charter and the relationship agreement between the UN and the ICC. Third, exclusion of observer states by the Assembly of States parties to the Rome Statute from participating in certain consultations is concerning to China. In our view, such an inappropriate practice is in violation of the rules of procedure and the principle of transparency that should be put right. In particular, consultations in respect of the amendments on the crime of aggression are linked to the Security Council's mandate to maintain peace and security, where the interests of the international community as a whole are at stake. Such consultations should not be open exclusively to states parties. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of China for their statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. You have the floor, sir.
President, thank you so much. Our delegation is disappointed that in considering today's draft resolution, the approaches of states who are not parties to the ICC's Rome Statute were not taken into account. The need to correct the resolution to align it with today's realities is long overdue. Its complimentary and self-congratulatory formulations have very little in common with the actual situation around the court. And the call for rapid ratification of the Rome Statute is completely inappropriate against the backdrop of a number of states, in fact, withdrawing from it. A fact which is not reflected at all in the resolution. At the same time, it clearly illustrates the justified nature of criticisms leveled against the judicial institution. Our vision regarding the ICC's activity was spelt out in detail during May's discussion of a similar resolution. The past 6 months, unfortunately, have given us no reason to review our assessments. In light of the lamentable situation regarding the court's discharge of its functions and the lack of prospects for any improvements, our country relayed to the depository of the Rome Statute that we do not intend to become a party to this treaty. President, today's resolution is an artificially preserved collection of the hopes and desires which the international community placed in the new judicial body during its first years of existence. The extent to which these came true is clear from its first 15 years of existence. Over all this time, it delivered only 4 guilty verdicts at a cost of $1 billion. In some cases, simply collapsed as a result of insufficient evidence. Exemplary speed is only demonstrated by the court when the political situation lends itself to it. In 2011, for example, the ICC issued a very rapid legal accompaniment to the bombardment of Libya, having in just a few days initiated proceedings against Muammar Gaddafi and his supporters. After this, any interest in this issue apparently quickly evaporated. There have been no new cases over the past 5 years. When it comes to investigating civilian deaths resulting from NATO airstrikes in Libya, the ICC prefers to distance itself. Nothing has been done to investigate ISIL's crimes. In its activity, the court ignores norms and standards of international law regarding the immunities of public officials of states not party to the Rome Statute. In this respect, we have understanding regarding the concerns of a number of African states, as well as of the African Union. The political and legal grounds given for withdrawing from the court are quite understandable to us. The court has a great many problems. We're not going to list them all. But the main thing is the following. One cannot think of a single situation where the ICC genuinely promoted a stabilization of the situation, contributed to an end to violence, and helped the civilian population. Especially telling here are the results of its long-running activity in Libya and Darfur. President, mindful of all the aforementioned consideration, our delegation cannot back a technical rollover of the text and disassociates itself from the consensus around this resolution. I thank you.
Distinguished representative of the Russian Federation for their statement in explanation of vote after the vote. We have right, now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan to deliver their statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have requested for the floor to put Pakistan's position on record. Pakistan has a consistent position on this issue, on other issues as well, that we are, and like other states have also said, not bound by the provisions of the instruments to which we are not party. We would like to put that position on record here as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan for their statement. We have heard the last speaker in explanation of vote. May I take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to conclude its consideration of Agenda Item 72? It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, the General Assembly will consider sub-item A of Agenda Item 126, entitled Cooperation between the United Nations and the African Union, to take action on a draft resolution entitled Framework for a Renewed United Nations-African Union Partnership on Africa's Integration and Development Agenda 2017-2027, issued as document A/71/L15. Members will recall that the Assembly considered sub-items A to Z of Agenda Item 126 at its 48th plenary meeting on 21st November 2016. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Burkina Faso to introduce draft resolution A/71/L15. You have the floor, sir. Please, madam, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, President. President, it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce on behalf of the African Group the draft resolution A/71/L50 entitled Framework for Renewed United Nations /African Union Partnership on Africa's Integration and Development Agenda 2017 through to 2027. President, the adoption of the partnership framework between the United Nations and the African Union for the Integration and Development Agenda for Africa 2017 through 2027 in June 2015 in Johannesburg in South Africa was an important stage regarding the implementation of the 2063 Agenda for the African continent. Indeed, this partnership framework will enable us not only to provide follow-up and accelerate the implementation of the 2063 Agenda for Africa, but also to pool all efforts to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Program. It intends to promote closer and more effective partnership between the United Nations, the African Union, as well as its sub-regional organizations to meet the new challenges threatening peace, security, and development, with its consequences a growth in terrorism and violent extremism, as well as a constant increase in migrants, refugees, and displaced persons. This is why the initiative around this new resolution is to be welcomed, as it calls for the commitment, the determined commitment of all bilateral, multilateral, as well as all other relevant partners. We should therefore strongly back this cooperation framework between the United Nations and the African Union. President, before I conclude, I should like to, on behalf of the African Group, convey our gratitude to all delegations who participated actively in the negotiations regarding this resolution for their spirit of cooperation, as well as their huge contributions which have enabled us to draw up this text. I would also like to convey my gratitude to all states who have already co-sponsored this very important resolution for Africa. And I call upon all those who haven't done so yet to do so now. Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year to all of you. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Burkina Faso, and also I thank her for the good wishes. Distinguished delegates, we now proceed to consider draft resolution A/71/L50. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/71/L50 entitled framework for a renewed United Nations African Union Partnership on Africa's Integration and Development Agenda 2017-2027. Now I give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I should like to announce that since the submission of the draft resolution, and in addition to those delegations listed on the L document, the following countries have also become co-sponsors of A71L50: Australia, Finland, and Georgia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Representative of the Secretariat. Now, may I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt draft resolution A/71/L50? It is so decided. May I take it that it is the wish of the General Assembly to conclude its consideration of sub-item A of Agenda Item 126? It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, the General Assembly will consider sub-item R of Agenda Item 126, entitled Cooperation between the United Nations and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, to take action on draft resolution issued as document A/71/L44, Revision 1. Members will recall that the Assembly considered sub-item A to Z of Agenda Item 126 at its 48th plenary meeting on 21st November 2016. Now I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic to introduce draft resolution A/71/L44, Revision 1. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the member states of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, namely Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and my own country, Lao People's Democratic Republic, to introduce the draft resolution contained in document A/71/L44, Rep 1, entitled Cooperation between the United Nations and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, under the agenda item 126R. ASEAN, founded in 1967, based on the same principle that guide the United Nations. ASEAN has become a dynamic and outward-looking regional organization which has a long history of forging friendly ties with various countries, near and far, as well as with other regional and international organizations. ASEAN believes that United Nations and regional organizations have unique and complementary capacity with great potential to help member states address the global issues of common interest, as well as in striving for peace, security, and sustainable development at the regional and global levels. Both ASEAN and the United Nations have had a long history of engagement based on the common desire to promote cooperation in political and security, economic and socio-economic pillars, as well as member states of the United Nations and many other regional and international organizations, to strengthening mutually beneficial cooperation through the ASEAN-led mechanism, such as the ASEAN +1, ASEAN +3, East Asia Summit, and ASEAN Regional Forum, to name just a few. Mr. President, ASEAN has established dialogue partner relation with the United Nations since 2006, and a memorandum of understanding on ASEAN joint cooperation was signed in New York on 27 September 2007 to forge partnership between the two organizations. Following the adoption of the Joint Declaration on Comprehensive Partnership between ASEAN and UN in 2011, Relation between the two organizations has progressed significantly with new achievements in all key areas of cooperation. We are pleased to note that the frequent convening of ASEAN-UN summits, regular ASEAN-UN ministerial meetings, and secretariat-to-secretariat coordination have further advanced ASEAN-UN interaction and cooperation. ASEAN also welcomed the presence of a UN liaison officer in Jakarta to strengthen joint activities and to implement the ASEAN-UN Comprehensive Partnership. At the 8th ASEAN-UN Summit held in Vientiane, Laos PDR, on 7 September 2016, the leaders of ASEAN and the Secretary General of the United Nations expressed their commitment to further deepen and broaden cooperation between the two organizations and welcome the new Plan of Action 2016-2020 to implement the Joint Declaration on Comprehensive Partnership between ASEAN and UN. The new Plan of Action covers broad areas of cooperation, such as political security, economic, social, cultural, and secretariat-to-secretariat cooperation. Mr. President, the draft resolution entitled Cooperation between the United Nations and the Association of South Asian Nations was first introduced by ASEAN at the General Assembly in 2002. The draft resolution welcomed the cooperation of the two organizations and encouraged both organizations to increase contact and to further identify areas of cooperation as appropriate. Since then, ASEAN has been tabling this draft resolution at the General Assembly biannually with broad support of member states of the UN to underscore and encourage broad range of activities being undertaken by the ASEAN and the United Nations. The draft resolution being introduced today is based on the General Assembly Resolution 69/110 of 10 December 2014, with updates reflecting some of the important developments that have taken place in the ASEAN as well as in the ASEAN-UN cooperation over the past 2 years. The draft resolution once again welcomes the progress made in the ongoing activities of cooperation between the two organizations and encourages the United Nations to work together with ASEAN to further intensify the level of their cooperation. In conclusion, I wish to take this opportunity to express on behalf of the member states of ASEAN our sincere thanks to all the co-sponsors of the draft resolution and to all member states for their continued support for the draft resolution.
All right, guys, so you were just listening in to the UN General Assembly, their 68th plenary meeting that just wrapped up in the last few hours. Wanted to play that back for you in case you missed it. Now, I'd like to go ahead and give you guys a live look at Phoenix. Here's a look at our tower cam. Mary Kate Gaffney joining you guys to take you from 7 to 9 here on News Now. Hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas, a happy holiday, season's greetings, whatever you guys want to say. I'll see you guys on Monday. More News Now ahead.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm Mary Kay Gaffney. I'm going to be taking you into the next few hours here on the show. I want to give you guys an update, actually, right now. Those of you that are still pretty concerned about the well-being of Carrie Fisher. So I'm going to break down exactly what happened and a few updates for you guys here on the Fox News Now stream. Carrie Fisher was on a plane from London to Los Angeles today. She suffered a massive heart attack on this airplane. Our sources say Carrie was on a United Airlines flight from London to LAX when she went into cardiac arrest. People on board were performing CPR, and United Airlines says that its crew reported Carrie as, quote, unresponsive when they landed. Now, we're told the emergency occurred 15 minutes before the plane landed in Los Angeles. A flight attendant asked if there was any medical personnel on board, and luckily there was an EMT sitting all the way in the back that actually came up to first class where Carrie Fisher was and performed some life-saving measures on her. Now, witnesses at LAX tell us Carrie's eyes were closed and she appeared unconscious as EMTs rushed her through the terminal. She also had an oxygen mask on as she was being rushed through the terminal. Again, this all happened today, so this is still breaking news. We're still trying to figure out the condition of Carrie Fisher right now. The plane did land just after noon today in LA, and paramedics rushed her to a nearby hospital. Fisher, as you know, she became famous from her role in Princess Leia in Star Wars. That's probably where you would recognize her from. This story's still developing. There was an update at 2:45 where we were told that the plane landed and paramedics worked on Carrie for 15 minutes with CPR before they were able to get a pulse. So they had to give her CPR for 15 minutes before they could get a pulse. And right now she's currently at UCLA Medical Center on a ventilator. At 3:58 p.m. we also got an update. Carrie's brother, Todd, told the media she's in stable condition right now. So that's great news. She's in stable condition. At least that's what we heard at 3:58. I know it's been a few hours since then, but that's the last we heard, that she's in stable condition, so that's good to hear. Her daughter also arrived to the hospital with their dog shortly after Carrie Fisher was taken there. And another update, let me get this for you guys. Carrie Fisher was unresponsive as paramedics raced to gate 74. That's where she was at LAX, gate 74. Let's see. Oh, and TMZ was actually able to obtain some audio where you can hear LAFD responding to this reported cardiac arrest. Air traffic control coordinated to make sure that first responders were ready when the plane pulled in the gate. So they were completely ready and waiting for her as soon as they pulled in the gate. And right now she's currently in stable condition at UCLA Medical Center. And it also sounds like some of the passengers assisting on Flight 935 were nurses, so that's good. Shout out to the nurses out there and anyone that's in the medical field. We appreciate anytime you guys can help out when you're not on the clock. That's great news that there were some nurses on that flight that could help out Carrie Fisher. But again, we do know right now she's in stable condition, so that's good news. We will bring you guys more updates about that throughout the show. I know you guys are pretty worried right now and wanting to know all the latest updates, but I'm so glad to hear that she's actually in stable condition, because earlier today we were all sort of worried together when we first heard the news that this was happening. I'm going to give you guys a live look of New York City right now, the beautiful New York City. You know it's cold there. That's what it looks like right now in New York. I'm going to bring you to another event here shortly. Stick it with us here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, I actually want to take you to a pretty interesting story here. If you haven't heard about this, it's a pretty crazy story. So a Fort Worth police officer was placed on a restricted duty Thursday after he was captured on a viral video wrestling a woman to the ground and pointing a stun gun at her teenage daughters before arresting them. Jacqueline Craig had called police on Wednesday to report that a neighbor had choked her son to get him to pick up the trash. She and the responding officer, whose name has not been released, got into a verbal altercation, and by the end of that encounter, the officer had handcuffed Jacqueline Craig and her two daughters, aged 15 and 19. And the Fort Worth Police Department said it was investigating the way the women were treated. Again, this is a situation where a woman called the police because she said her son was being choked by a neighbor who wanted him to pick up the trash. She calls police. Then she gets in a verbal altercation with the police officer, who she then says threw her to the ground. This is all in a viral video. And then he pulled out a stun gun at her two teenage daughters, aged 15 and 19 years old. Again, the Fort Worth Police Department said it was investigating the way these women were treated. The nearly 6-minute video that went viral shows Jacqueline Craig and the officer arguing after he tells her to teach her son not to litter. The incident then escalates as the officer pulls out a stun gun and puts Jacqueline Craig on the ground to arrest her. This video has more than 1.7 million views, so clearly this has gone viral. On Thursday afternoon, police were seen entering the neighbor's house through the back. Lee Merritt, Craig's attorney, said the police response was prompted after a 911 call, but he has no further details. That's the story. I want to take you now to an interview with this mom that was thrown to the ground in this viral video, and let's see what she has to say about this.
You all, I heard you say on the cell phone video that you had been in the neighborhood 4 years, lived there, I believe?
Correct.
Have you had any issues with this neighbor or any others in that time?
No. I go in and out. We've never spoken. Nothing.
Jasmine, because she's wearing the microphone, I'm going to need you to, you don't have to lean over, but I do need you to project for me from down in here somewhere.
Okay.
All right. Tell me where we are now with your communication with Fort Worth Police Department.
We are currently in the process of actually filing a formal complaint against the neighbor, which obviously this entire situation arose because she initially called to file a complaint against her neighbor for the assault that took place on her child. We are meeting with a detective this afternoon around 2:30, and we're going to file that formal complaint. He's willing to investigate, which is all that we asked for when she called 911.
What about the officer in question? Have you filed an internal affairs complaint, or did IAD begin that investigation as a result of the video and probably calls and emails to the Fort Worth Police?
Absolutely. So there is an IA investigation that is currently going on. The officer was given 48 hours to respond to the situation, so we're waiting anxiously to see what type of response will be given by that officer. We've not had an opportunity to review any media that law enforcement currently has in their custody. The only media that we've been able to review is the media that, of course, at this point in time, the world has seen. So we are interested in seeing the body mic footage, or listening to the body mic, watching the body cam, seeing any video cam, and those items that they have available.
Did the police take the cell phone for their investigation?
The cell phone was booked into property, or actually it was booked into evidence under BREA. So the way that it's booked in, you would believe that it's evidence to be used against BREA for the two offenses that they've charged BREA with.
Which is resisting and interfering with public duties?
Correct.
So they have the phone?
They do. They have the phone.
And I guess when it's in their care, custody, and control, they have the authority, the power to go through it?
No. They would still need to ascertain some sort of a warrant to actually go through her phone. But currently, they do have the phone. Now, if a judge thinks that there's evidence on that phone that would be relevant to the 2 charges that they have charged Bria with, then a judge can grant them permission to go through the phone. I'm unaware of any search warrant being applied for or any search warrant being issued for her phone at this point in time.
I believe there's 29 to 30 minutes total of video that was shot or posted or something.
I honestly don't know how long the video is, but it's not on her phone, because if you understand how live works, it's something that goes on to social media. So it's on Facebook. It's not actually stored on her phone.
So this is my social media ignorance right now, so help me out. If I'm on Snapchat, it goes up, goes away. If I'm on Facebook Live, I'm sending it out, but does it stay there?
It does, unless you delete it. So there was a concern that the officer would get a hold of her cell phone and stop the recording and delete it from her live, and it was not being recorded on her phone. So there was a concern. She did ask for friends and family members that were on her private page to share it, but she said, don't just share it, record it. And that's what her cousin did. Her cousin recorded it so that if the officer decided to delete it, there would still be some evidence of what happened.
And I guess that's Portia, am I saying that correct?
Yes, Portia is the one that actually, and the problem is that Portia went live on the live. So Portia doesn't have an actual recording either.
Okay. Do you know of any other incidents that this officer may have been involved in, any legal matters he may be facing?
Not at this point in time, but we will learn that information.
Okay. What do you want to happen? Let me ask you this, Ms. Green. What do you want to happen? Well, let me set back up a little bit. Joel Fitzgerald has come in here as the new police chief in Fort Worth. Fort Worth, here to this moment, over the last 2 years when we've seen many things across the nation, Fort Worth hadn't been part of that. Even with what we've seen happen in Dallas, Fort Worth hadn't been part of that. What do you want to come out of this for not just your family, but the city of Fort Worth?
I can answer because she's looking at me, because we have talked about this together, and we want him fired. We do. We want him fired, and we want him prosecuted. Those are the 2 things that we want to happen as it relates to this officer. The reality is that this could have gone even worse, unfortunately. And if this is maybe a starting point, let's say that he doesn't have a history of doing this, but if this is where you started, I don't want to see where you're going to end up. And he just isn't fit to be on the streets, in our opinion. And I think in the opinion of the majority of the nation at this point in time, he needs to find something else to do, but it doesn't need to be policing the streets of Fort Worth or anybody else's streets.
And how will you feel if at the end of the day the Fort Worth Police Department says their investigation shows he didn't do anything criminal and didn't violate any policy? How will you all feel?
Distraught, because that's, I mean, it's absurd. How can you not feel like he didn't do anything wrong if you're actually looking at the footage that's displayed across social media?
And honestly, if we end up in a situation like that, you know, it's these kinds of situations that brought about the Black Lives Matter movement. That's when we sit around and we say, this is why we have to say Black Lives Matter. Because if you can look at this situation and think that nothing went wrong, that proves exactly why we need the movement. Because the reality is that something did go terribly wrong. And this officer needs to be reprimanded accordingly.
Okay. Sensitivity training is not enough.
No, not in this situation. Especially when we know that officers are on the streets killing people. He pulled a taser on a juvenile in a situation that he brought about. That was problematic. Anything could have happened. I thought back to the situation in California, in San Francisco, on the BART, because that officer ended up serving, I want to say, 2 years maybe in prison when he took the life of someone because he said, oh, I thought I pulled my taser. He instead pulled his gun and he killed a young man who was not doing anything. This could have gone a lot worse, and I'm thankful to God that it didn't go there. But the reality is that it still went too far. And so sensitivity training is not enough. He needs to be gone.
And this idea of, under the Texas Penal Code, resisting arrest, which you would normally think, okay, it has to be subsequent to some other charge, but in Texas, it really doesn't have to.
Yeah, so the way that resisting works is we have, the charge is actually resisting arrest or detention. Resisting arrest, there's probable cause for some sort of arrest. Detention is a little bit different. It's just that an officer has reasonable suspicion to detain someone. Either way, neither one of those situations was presented in this particular circumstance. And so therefore, there was still no need for an arrest at all. But you're right, there does not have to be an underlying offense per se if you are using the code in the instance of resisting detention.
And lastly, I think we were told yesterday that there was no mention about the alleged choking incident in this officer's initial report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, how does that happen? When that's the reason for the call.
We're asking the same question. How does that happen?
I mean, because you think he had to explain why he was there.
And, you know, I've heard different reports that there were multiple calls in, so I can't really say which specific call he was responding to. But I do know that once he was on scene, he was made aware of the totality of what was going on. He cherry-picked. Yet again, another reason he doesn't need to be policing anyone in America.
Okay, very good. I think that's it. Great.
All right, you guys, so I just wanted to show you that interview of that Texas mom that was arrested after she called police. We're streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream. Here's a live look of New York City right now. I'm going to take you to an event at the White House where President Obama and Michelle Obama host a Hanukkah reception.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the White House. Michelle and I want to be the first to wish all of you a happy Hanukkah. I figure we've got to be first because we're about 10 days early. We have some very special guests in the house to share some latkes with, so I want to call them out. We are, first of all, honored to be joined by Rabbi Stephen Exler, the outstanding senior rabbi of the Hebrew Institute of Riverdale. He also happens to be Secretary Jack Lew's rabbi. He taught my director of Jewish outreach, Kanan Weissman, so he obviously is doing something right. Also, let's give it up for Kolyano, whose sound might be the most beautiful thing to come out of Princeton since the woman standing next to me. So, that was a good one, right? Today in the White House, as you will soon do in your homes, we recall Hanukkah's many lessons. how a small group can make a big difference. That's the story of the Maccabees' unlikely military victory and of great moral movements around the globe and across time. How a little bit can go a long way, like the small measure of oil that outlasted every expectation. It reminds us that even when our resources seem limited, our faith can help us make the most of what little we have. The small state of Israel and the relatively small Jewish population of this country have punched far above their weight in their contributions to the world. So the Festival of Lights is also a reminder of how Isaiah saw the Jewish people as a light unto the nations. Now, this is the season that we appreciate the many miracles, large and small, that have graced our lives throughout generations, and to recognize that the most meaningful among them is our freedom. The first chapter of the Hanukkah story was written 22 centuries ago, when rulers banned religious rituals and persecuted Jews who dared to observe their faith. Which is why today we are asked not only to light the menorah, but to proudly display it, to publicize the mitzvah. And that's why we've invited all these reporters who are here. Everybody in America can understand the spirit of this tradition. Proudly practicing our religion, whatever it might be, and defending the rights of others to do the same. That's our common creed. That's what families from coast to coast confirm when they place their menorah in the window. Not to share the candle's glow with just your family, but also with your community and with your neighbors. The story of Hanukkah, the story of the Jewish people, the story of perseverance, these are one and the same. Elie Wiesel taught us that lesson probably better than just about anybody. In one of his memories of the Holocaust, Elie watched a fellow prisoner trade his daily ration of bread for some simple materials with which to piece together a makeshift menorah.
All right, everybody, we're going to take you to some breaking news right now. Minnesota Vikings plane slid off the runway. This is live here on the Fox News Now stream, where we're going to get you guys the latest information. Again, if you're just joining us, this is live out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, where the Minnesota Vikings plane just slid off the runway there. This is breaking news again out of Green Bay, where the team was just playing, and now Their plane has slid off the runway there as it's trying to leave Green Bay, Wisconsin. Working to get you guys the latest information, but as you can see, it's a very icy, cold night there in Minnesota. Let's hope everyone's okay. You can see emergency crews there are on the scene, and you're watching live with us here right now on the Fox News Now stream. Now, the Minnesota Vikings are expected to play the Green Bay Packers on Saturday at 10 a.m. It looks like the Minnesota Vikings team plane has slid off the runway here. You can clearly see it's very icy. Looks like there's some snow on the ground there. And emergency crews are responding. Now, this is Appleton, which is a city here in Wisconsin that you can see where this plane skidded off the runway. This is the Minnesota Vikings plane. They just landed there. It looks like they skidded off the runway. Emergency crews are attending to this plane here. And you're watching live with us right now on the Fox News Now stream. We're working to get you guys the latest updates. Hopefully everyone on the plane is okay. Now we're told that the team plane slid off the Appleton runway, went into the grass, and the tire sank into the grass. The team is currently stuck on that plane. And if you guys are just joining us here, the Minnesota Vikings plane has skidded off the runway. The team had flown to Green Bay for a game against the Packers when this accident occurred. While taxiing after a safe landing, the team plane slid off the runway and became stuck. They are now waiting patiently to exit that plane. The lineman for the Minnesota Vikings actually tweeted a picture of an ice-encrusted plane window and a view of the airport runway. I'm going to take you to that picture real quick and show you here. You can see this is a picture of the Minnesota Vikings lineman. Jeremiah tweeted this photo. This is a photo from the window of that plane. They're still stuck inside. You can see ice-encrusted window. It's very cold there tonight. You're able to see that live here on the Fox News Now stream. He just tweeted that out about 47 minutes ago, so that means they've been in that plane for quite some time. Let's take you back now to the live scene there. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Vikings quarterback tweeted this. You can see the Minnesota Vikings official Twitter account tweeted while taxiing after a safe landing, the team plane slid off the runway and became stuck. We are waiting patiently to exit the plane. And shortly after, the quarterback tweeted this sad emoji here. You can see they're not too happy to still be stuck inside that plane right now. Looks like we did momentarily lose that feed. Let's stay on this for just a few minutes here, see if we get it back. All right, you guys, so it looks like we lost feed of that plane, but what a beautiful look of the city there. We're streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream. We appreciate you watching with us. All right, you guys, looks like we did get that feedback. Looks like that plane still there on the ground there in Minnesota, or not in Minnesota, I'm sorry, Wisconsin, that's the Minnesota Vikings plane, but this is in Appleton, Wisconsin right now, still there. Players have been in that plane for almost over 45 minutes now. Not known yet why the plane slid off the runway, but it's clear that Minnesota Vikings are still on that plane, and Wisconsin has been enduring quite some snow showers today. You can see it's still pretty icy there at the airport, and those are some of the emergency responders attending to this plane where it got stuck. Again, this is live right now on the Fox News Now stream out of Wisconsin, where the Minnesota Vikings plane skidded off the runway. The team had flown to Green Bay for a game against the Packers when the accident happened here tonight. While taxiing after a safe landing, the team plane slid off the runway and became stuck. They are now waiting patiently to exit that plane. Team is uninjured. That's an update we have here for you guys. The team is uninjured right now. Again, some players making light of the situation. This is the quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings. He tweeted this sad emoji about an hour ago. They've been on that plane for quite some time. The Minnesota Vikings also tweeted this out. While taxiing after safe landing, the team plane slid off the runway and became stuck. We are waiting patiently to exit the plane. Let's take you back now to that live look in Wisconsin. Maybe we'll get to see the players come off the plane. Watching live here with us on the Fox News Now stream. Looks like those are the buses. They're going to be taking those teammates to a safe area. You're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream on the runway in Appleton, Wisconsin. Right now, the weather there is 32 degrees with snow showers. As you can clearly see, the runway there is covered in snow and ice. Again, that plane skidded off the runway. Luckily, all the players are uninjured. As you can see, this is a Delta Airlines flight where the Minnesota Vikings team was on. They're still in there, actually, patiently waiting to get off. We might be able to see the team players come out of this plane after it skidded on the runway tonight in Appleton, Wisconsin. The team flew to Green Bay for a game against the Packers this weekend when the accident occurred. Luckily, no injuries. All right, you guys, if you're just joining us here on the Fox News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, this Delta plane you see here, this belongs, well, doesn't belong to, but it's full of the Minnesota Vikings team. And they're still on that plane, waiting to get off. We might be able to see the players here any minute now get off that plane, but you can see emergency responders are still there taking care of this plane after it skidded off the runway here in Appleton, Wisconsin. The team had flown here to play against the Green Bay Packers this weekend when this accident occurred. And when the camera pans out, you'll really be able to see how icy and snowy the ground there is. The weather right now there in Appleton, Wisconsin is 32 degrees with snow showers. So it's no surprise this plane skidded off the runway. It's very icy there right now. We're just waiting for those team players to get off the plane. Luckily, no injuries have been reported. Looks like a reporter is getting ready to go live here. Let's watch and see what she has to say.
Okay, and then I lead to the other stuff as to why there's no stairs.
Bear with us here, guys. The reporter's just getting her information together and getting ready before she goes live here with the latest. If you look closely, you can see that pilot through the window of that plane right now as emergency crews are working on this plane after it skidded on the runway. The Minnesota Vikings are still inside.
We are seeing now a ladder is just going up to the plane, and there are buses here, so presumably they will start the process. Is it a ladder or stairs?
It's
It's a fire department, town of M-E-N-A-S-H-A.
M-E-N.
A-S-H-A.
A-S-H-A. From that fire department?
Yeah, it says town of Menasha. I don't know if it's I can't tell if it's a fire department truck or like a utility truck.
So just from town of Menasha?
Yes.
What was that, Bill?
Over 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Reporter is just getting ready to go live here. Getting all of her information gathered. We'll take her live as soon as she's ready.
Yep.
As you can see, it's pretty cold there right now. It's about 32 degrees with snow showers there in Appleton, Wisconsin. Reporters getting ready to go live here any minute with the latest information on why this plane crashed and how the Minnesota Vikings are doing.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. And you have the font for the director, right? I'll get out of the way pretty quick.
Unfortunately, I have to zoom and focus it so it's not gonna look the prettiest.
That's all right. Nate?
Good. Yep.
What's fun about this is we get a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look of what it takes before a reporter goes live. Out in the field here in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Bus is moving, so they must be bringing.
Yes, Karen, the plane did land safely today at about 5:15. However, then it slid into some grass and remained stuck, and there was not enough apparatus.
Oh no, you guys, it looks like we just lost that feed right when the reporter was going live. This is a live look of the Capitol building right now. If we get that feedback, we'll take you there as soon as we can. It looks like they just switched out and gave us a live look of the Capitol. We were just about to get that reporter's live hit. Sorry about that, you guys. As soon as we get that feedback, we'll take you there. But again, here's a live look of the Capitol building. Sorry about that, everybody. Again, though, we can tell you no injuries to those Minnesota Vikings. That's the good news of the evening. We appreciate you watching with us here live on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, well, it looks like we did lose that feed entirely, but we do appreciate you watching with us. We try to stream breaking news no matter where it's happening from all across the U.S. But we do know those Minnesota Vikings are okay. Let's give you guys a live look of the beautiful and cold New York City right now. That's what it looks like in New York City right now. Look at that traffic. Not too bad, actually, compared to what we usually see. That's Times Square, everybody. A beautiful look at New York City on this Friday evening here on the Fox News Now stream. Let's take you back to that White House event where President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama are hosting a Hanukkah reception.
Michelle and I want to be the first to wish all of you a happy Hanukkah. I figure we've got to be first because we're about 10 days early. We have some very special guests in the house to share some latkes with, so I want to call them out. We are, first of all, honored to be joined by Rabbi Stephen Exler, the outstanding senior rabbi of the Hebrew Institute of Riverdale. He also happens to be Secretary Jack Lew's rabbi. He taught my director of Jewish outreach, Karan Weissman, so he obviously is doing something right. Also, let's give it up for Kolyano, whose sound might be the most beautiful thing to come out of Princeton since the woman standing next to me. That was a good one, right? Today in the White House, as you will soon do in your homes, we recall Hanukkah's many lessons. How a small group can make a big difference. That's the story of the Maccabees' unlikely military victory and of great moral movements around the globe and across time. How a little bit can go a long way, like the small measure of oil that outlasted every expectation. It reminds us that even when our resources seem limited, our faith can help us make the most of what little we have. The small state of Israel and the relatively small Jewish population of this country have punched far above their weight in their contributions to the world. So the Festival of Lights is also a reminder of how Isaiah saw the Jewish people as a light unto the nations. Now, this is the season that we appreciate the many miracles, large and small, that have graced our lives throughout generations, and to recognize that the most meaningful among them is our freedom. The first chapter of the Hanukkah story was written 22 centuries ago, when rulers banned religious rituals and persecuted Jews who dared to observe their faith. Which is why today we are asked not only to light the menorah, but to proudly display it, to publicize the mitzvah. And that's why we've invited all these reporters who are here. Everybody in America can understand the spirit of this tradition. Proudly practicing our religion, whatever it might be, and defending the rights of others to do the same. That's our common creed. That's what families from coast to coast confirm when they place their menorah in the window. Not to share the candle's glow with just your family, but also with your community and with your neighbors. The story of Hanukkah, the story of the Jewish people, the story of perseverance, these are one and the same. Elie Wiesel taught us that lesson probably better than just about anybody. In one of his memories of the Holocaust, Elie watched a fellow prisoner trade his daily ration of bread for some simple materials with which to piece together a makeshift menorah. And he wrote that he couldn't believe the sacrifices this man was making to observe the holidays. A stunned Elie asked him, "Hanukkah in Auschwitz?" And the man replied, especially in Auschwitz. The world lost my friend, Elie Wiesel, this year. We lost a keeper of our collective conscience, but we could not be more honored today to be joined by his beloved family. His wife, Marion, is here. His wife, Marion, is here, beautiful as always. His son, Alicia, is here. His daughter-in-law, Lynn, and his grandchildren, Elijah and Shira. So today we're going to light a menorah that Shira made a few years ago when she was in kindergarten. And as is appropriate to the spirit of the season, it's made of simple materials. It's got bolts and tiles and glue. And it looks like some balsa wood. What is it?
It's actually melted wax.
Melted wax. Just saying. Over the years, your grandfather also corrected me several times. And it was always very helpful. You know, we've lit a number of beautiful menorahs here at the White House. Some that weathered storms like Katrina and Sandy. Others that were crafted by spectacular artists from Israel and the United States. But I've just got to say, this is my favorite. I think this is the most beautiful one that we've ever lit. And it's a reminder that a menorah is not valuable because it's forged in silver or gold. It's treasured because it was shaped by the hands of a young girl who proves with her presence that the Jewish people survived. Through centuries of exile and persecution.
All right, you guys, we're going to take you back to that Minnesota Vikings plane that skidded off the runway. Looks like we did get that feedback. So let's take you live back there in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Right?
I mean, where would that cutoff be? But I suppose it's your own plane and your own...
Still on that thing. I'm doing my best for you. I'm doing my best.
I almost don't want to go in for that next update because I'm thinking they're going to be deplaned.
Right.
We got to find out what they say. But
They're probably not even going to do an update until they've deplaned. You know, what else are they going to say? That guy was almost eaten alive.
Same as last time.
He was getting upset at me. I'm like, I don't want to be the Boston bitchy girl, but come on.
I just want answers. God, thank God it's 32 degrees out right now. It's comfortable. It's not even bad.
No, not at all. Just my fingers are just a little bit
yeah,
from
my
holding
fingers,
the mic.
I put
That's
them in
about
my
it.
pocket and it's fine.
Right?
Unbelievable.
Hey, this is crazy. Welcome to the party. Jerry's here.
Is it? For me. Yeah. All right. Shooting right into that light. Well, good to see you, though.
Yeah. I'm going to go over here.
All right, good luck.
Oh, my God. Fire truck boom ladder. So people are literally getting in a bucket and going down.
Yeah, that's what it is. But it only went up once.
And they stopped?
They haven't gone again. It might be better over there. I might go for a different angle.
Again, if you're just joining us here on the Fox News Now stream, this is a live look of the plane where the Minnesota Vikings are still stuck inside after that plane skidded off the runway here in Appleton, Wisconsin. The team landed here today to play against the Green Bay Packers tomorrow. And emergency crews are responding to this plane that skidded off the runway. You're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. Luckily, none of the players were injured tonight. Looks like you can see they're loading the team's luggage onto those buses right now. Well, you're able to see the snow coming down there live right now in Wisconsin, where that Minnesota Vikings plane skidded off the runway, and you're able to see that snowfall. It's about 32 degrees there tonight. And you're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Well, you're able to see that reporter there freezing, walking through that snow in Appleton, Wisconsin. A behind-the-scenes look at the life of a reporter here out in the field where that plane skidded off the runway. Looks like they are leaving the scene, probably to get somewhere a little bit warmer. But again, we do know all those players are uninjured. We're going to keep the sound down because they might not know we're streaming them, and looks like that's another reporter going live soon inside the airport. Looks like this could be a live press conference about to begin. Let's turn up the sound.
Abe Weber, Airport Director. That's A-B-E-W-E-B-E-R. I wanted to give an update on the deplaning process. We now have 2 units that have responded. We have Fox Crossing Fire Department as well as Appleton Fire Department that have responded and are assisting in deplaning the aircraft. There's been approximately 150 people on the airplane, and they're starting to come off right now. And I can open it up to some questions.
Can you describe the process? It looks like they're using a ladder truck to literally take players off one at a time. Is that correct?
It is a platform truck that they're using, and my understanding is 2 to 3 people are coming off at a time. So it is a very slow process. This is atypical. We're using fire department equipment to deplane an airplane, so we're using abundance of caution, and it is going to take a little bit for this to occur.
You say this is atypical. Have you never had a plane of this size come, and why wouldn't you have stairs ready for a problem like this, and why it would take so long?
This aircraft is approximately 200 yards away from our airport terminal. We do have boarding bridges to deplane aircraft this size. We do have aircraft that land here of this size, but this aircraft, as I said, is 200 feet away from our airport terminal.
So essentially you don't have portable stairs big enough for this airplane that you could easily get out to it.
That's correct.
So what's the process with the platform truck? Then the fire trucks come in. Where did the platform truck? You said that was what initially what the delay was.
The platform truck is a fire truck.
Oh, okay.
And it responded, and it took a little bit of time for it to get into position, all out of regards for safety. We wanted to make sure that the players were as safe as possible in deplaning.
So what's next after they get down the fire truck? Are they kind of getting shipped onto buses, or what's kind of?
After they come off of the airplane, they're being placed on buses, and then once a bus is filled, it's making its way to the team hotel.
I guess the big question is, why in this day and age is it taking so long? The Vikings had texted me and said they landed at 5:15. They're just starting the process now of getting off the plane. There should be things and procedures in place to not have it go this long.
The safest place for the players is on the airplane, and we wanted to make sure that we, through the best safe or the safest means possible, we're able to take them off the airplane.
But even in your standards, wouldn't you say that this is far beyond a reasonable amount of time for this to happen?
Like I said at the beginning, this is very atypical. We have boarding bridges to deplane passengers, but this is 200 yards away from our airport terminal.
And you said before in the last press conference that you hadn't had contact with them. Has that changed since? Have you gone on and touched base with anybody, said we're almost there, or has anything changed since we last spoke?
If I had said that was a mistake, there's been constant communication between the airplane and our emergency response personnel.
I guess
at all
you
times.
personally is
Me
what you-
personally, I'm speaking through our airport operations and our emergency response personnel, yes.
Okay, got it.
When you last spoke, you said the whole process would take about 2 hours to get everyone off the plane. Do you have an approximate time right now?
I do not have an approximation of time.
Do you know how far along they are?
15 minutes ago, they were taking 2 people off at a time, so it's going to take time. Again, this is a process, very atypical, and we'll be here until it's completed.
Do you know how many people are on the plane?
Approximately 150 people. I don't have an exact count.
Okay, so yeah, that does take a while.
Yes.
Can we take you back to when it first slid?
Okay,
Some of the
are we
people.
good?
Yes, we
We're
are.
good. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Has the
Yes.
NFL been in contact with you at all? Or?
They have not. Thank you.
Thank you.
So did you try to tow it in first? Some people on the plane were saying that you did. You're serious?
So we don't have that information.
Well, you should have that information. You're in airport, and you know that if they tried to tow it in at first.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yep. And that is Appleton, Wisconsin.
All right, you guys. Well, it looks like that spokesperson doing his best to give the latest details here in Appleton, Wisconsin about that Minnesota Vikings team plane sliding off the runway there. A Delta plane, to be exact. And the Minnesota Vikings team slid off the runway. Looks like we did lose that feed there momentarily, you guys. Let's give you a live look of New York City right now. Okay, everybody, well, let's take you back to that Hanukkah reception where President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama are hosting a holiday reception.
To the Wiesels, to the college students who proudly sing Hebrew songs on campus, reaffirm our belief that light still drives out darkness and freedom still needs fighters. So let me close by saying I want to say how much Michelle and I appreciate the opportunities to have celebrated so many Hanukkahs with you in the White House. You know, at the beginning of my presidency, some critics thought it would last for only a year. But miracle of miracles, it has lasted 8 years. It's lasted 8 whole years. Nes Gadol Hayapo. Gotta go. As many of you know, the name Hanukkah comes from the Hebrew word for dedication. So we want to thank you again for your dedication to our country, to the historic progress that we've made, to the defense of religious freedom in the United States and around the world. And with that, let me invite Rabbi Exler to say a few words before Elijah and Shira light the candles and get this party started. Mr. Rabbi.
Thank you, President and Mrs. Obama. As representatives of the American Jewish community, we're humbled and grateful to be guests in your home, sharing in the celebration of Hanukkah. Let me invite you to do what we do at our synagogue in the Bronx. Bronx.
A Bronx cheer?
At powerful moments like these, to start with a song. It won't be as good as Kolenu, but I need your help. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. ever since God's first words in the Torah, Yehi Or, let there be light, ever since the prophet Isaiah charged the Jewish people, Kumi Ori, rise and shine, a core message of Judaism has been the lyrics we just sang. Our light is our values, tzedakah umishpat, righteousness and justice. Our charge to shine it outward. Chanukah, our holiday of lights, reminds us of that sacred charge, as it reminds us of the powerful lesson, the lesson of Elie Wiesel's legacy, that light is so often born out of darkness. Vayhi erev, vayhi voker. First there was nighttime, and then came the dawn. The temple was sacked, and then the Maccabees rekindled the lights. So lighting the Chanukiah in the White House in a moment means resolving again as leaders, each of us, to shine our light. To shine our light to the communities and all whom we serve. To shine our light to the needy and vulnerable wherever they may be. To shine our light to those different from us as much as, if not more, than those similar to us. To shine our light against hatred and prejudice in all of its forms. To shine our light for peace in this nation, in Medinat Yisrael, the state of Israel, and all around the world. Over these last 8 years, so much light has shone forth from this very space. This White House is a lighthouse, a beacon of freedom and justice, a beacon for the divine light that rests in the soul of every American and every human being. For the partnership of shining that light, and for teaching us time and again to find light amidst the darkness, we turn to you, President and Mrs. Obama, to say thank you. Please, God, may this house and may each of us continue to shine that light today and every day. Amen. Now, because it's not quite Hanukkah yet, I invite you to join me in the first two blessings over the menorah without reciting God's holy name. And when we come to the third blessing, the Shehechianu, in recognition of the joy and power of standing together in this space, we'll call God's name aloud in that third blessing together. Let's join. Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu להדליק נר של חנוכה. ברוך אתה השם אלוקינו מלך העולם שעשה ניסים לאבותינו בימים ההם בזמן הזה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. מעוז צור ישועתי לך נאה לשבח
Well, thank you, everybody, and we look forward to not just you having a wonderful time this evening and having a blessed holiday, but we also look forward to working with you on the other side of January 20th.
All right, everybody, here's a